Chapter 32. Our land forces being disembarked, erect a fascine battery. Our ship is ordered with 4 more to batter the port of Boca Chica, Maction's cowardice. The chaplain's frenzy, honest Ratlin loses one hand, his heroism and reflections on the battle, Crampley's behavior to me during the heat of the fight. Our forces being landed and stationed, as I have already mentioned, set about erecting a fascine battery to cannonade the principal fort of the enemy. And in something more than 3 weeks, it was ready to open. That we might do the Spaniards as much honor as possible, it was determined in a council of war that 5 of our largest ships should attack the fort on one side, while the battery, strengthened by 2 mortars and 24 cohorns, should ply it on the other. Accordingly, the signal for our ship to engage, among others, was hoisted, we being advertised, the night before, to make everything clear for that purpose. And in so doing, a difference happened between Captain Oakham and his well-beloved cousin and Councillor Macshane, which had well-nigh terminated in an open rupture. The doctor, who had imagined there was no more danger of being hurt by the enemy's shot in the cockpit than in the center of the earth, was lately informed that a surgeon's mate had been killed in that part of the ship by a cannonball from 2 small redoubts that were destroyed before the disembarkation of our soldiers, and therefore insisted upon having a platform raised for the convenience of the sick and wounded in the afterhold, where he deemed himself more secure than on the deck above. The captain, offended at this extraordinary proposal, accused him of pusillanimity and told him there was no room in the hold for such an occasion. Or, if there was, he could not expect to be indulged more than the rest of the surgeons of the Navy, who used the cockpit for that purpose. Fear rendering Macshane obstinate, he persisted in his demand and showed his instructions, by which it was authorized. The captain swore these instructions were dictated by a parcel of lazy poltroons who were never at sea. Nevertheless, he was obliged to comply and sent for the carpenter to give him orders about it. But before any such measure could be taken, our signal was thrown out, and the doctor compelled to trust his carcass in the cockpit, where Morgan and I were busy in putting our instruments and dressings in order. Our ship, with others destined for this service, immediately weighed, and in less than half an hour came to an anchor before the castle of Boca Chica, with a spring upon our cable, and the cannonading, which indeed was dreadful, began. The surgeon, after having crossed himself, fell flat on the deck, and the chaplain and purser, who were stationed with us in quality of assistants, followed his example, while the Welshman and I sat upon a chest looking at one another with great discomposure, scarce able to refrain from the like prostration. And that the reader may know it was not a common occasion that alarmed us thus, I must inform him of the particulars of this dreadful din that astonished us. The fire of the Spaniards proceeded from 84 great guns, besides a mortar and small arms in Boca Chica, 36 in Fort St. Joseph, 20 in 2 fascine batteries and 4 men of war, mounting 64 guns each. This was answered by our land battery mounted with 21 cannon, 2 mortars and 24 cohorns, and 5 great ships of 70 or 80 guns that fired without intermission. We had not been many minutes engaged, when one of the sailors brought another on his back to the cockpit, where he tossed him down like a bag of oats, and pulling out his pouch, put a large chew of tobacco in his mouth without speaking a word. Morgan immediately examined the condition of the wounded man, and cried out, "As I shall answer now, the man is as dead as my great-grandfather." "Dead," said his comrade, "he may be dead now for aught I know, but I'll be d if he was not alive when I took him up." So saying, he was about to return to his quarters, when I bade him carry the body along with him and throw it overboard. "And the body," said he, "I think 'tis fair enough if I take care of my own." My fellow mate, snatching up the amputation knife, pursued him halfway up the cockpit ladder, crying, "You lousy rascal, is this the churchyard or the charnel house or the sepulchre or the Golgotha of the ship?" but was stopped in his career by one calling, "Yo he, avast there, scaldings." "Scaldings," answered Morgan, "Cot knows 'tis hot enough indeed. Who are you?" "Here's one," replied the voice, and I immediately knew it to be that of my honest friend Jack Ratlin, who, coming towards me, told me, with great deliberation, he was come to be docked at last, and discovered the remains of one hand, which had been shattered to pieces with a grape shot. I lamented with unfeigned sorrow his misfortune, which he bore with heroic courage, observing that every shot had its commission. It was well it did not take him in the head, Or if it had, what then? He should have died bravely, fighting for his king and country. Death was a debt which every man owed and must pay, and that now was as well as another time. I was much pleased and edified with the maxims of this sea philosopher, who endured the amputation of his left hand without shrinking, the operation being performed, at his request, by me, after Maxine, who was with difficulty prevailed to lift his head from the deck, had declared there was a necessity for his losing the limb. While I was employed in dressing the stump, I asked Jack's opinion of the battle, who, shaking his head, frankly told me he believed we should do no good. For why? Because, instead of dropping anchor close under shore, where we should have to deal with one corner of Boca Chica only, we had opened the harbor and exposed ourselves to the whole fire of the enemy from their shipping and Fort St. Joseph, as well as from the castle we intended to cannonade. That besides, we lay at too great a distance to damage the walls, and 3 parts in 4 of our shot did not take place, for there was scarce anybody on board who understood the pointing of a gun. Ah, God help us. Continued he, if your kinsman, Lieutenant Bowling, had been here, we should have had other guesswork. By this time, our patients had increased to such a number that we did not know which to begin with, and the first mate plainly told the surgeon that if he did not get up immediately and perform his duty, he would complain of his behavior to the admiral and make application for his warrant. This remonstrance effectually roused Maxine, who was never deaf to an argument in which he thought his interest was concerned. He therefore rose up, and in order to strengthen his resolution, had recourse more than once to a case bottle of rum, which he freely communicated to the chaplain, and purser, who had as much need of such extraordinary inspiration as himself. Being thus supported, he went to work, and arms and legs were hewed down without mercy. The fumes of the liquor mounting into the parson's brain conspired with his former agitation of spirits to make him quite delirious. He stripped himself to the skin, and, besmearing his body with blood, could scarce be withheld from running upon deck in that condition. Jack Ratlin, scandalized at this deportment, endeavored to allay his transports with reason, but finding all he said ineffectual and great confusion occasioned by his frolics, he knocked him down with his right hand, and by threats kept him quiet in that state of humiliation. But it was not in the power of rum to elevate the purser, who sat on the floor wringing his hands and cursing the hour in which he left his peaceable profession of a brewer in Rochester, to engage in such a life of terror and disquiet. While we diverted ourselves at the expense of this poor devil, a shot happened to take us between wind and water, and its course being through the purser's storeroom, made a terrible havoc and noise among the jars and bottles in its way, and disconcerted Maxine so much that he dropped his scalpel, and falling down on his knees, pronounced his paternoster aloud. The purser fell backward, and lay without sense or motion. And the chaplain grew so outrageous that Ratlin with one hand could not keep him under, so that we were obliged to confine him in the surgeon's cabin, where he was no doubt guilty of 1,000 extravagancies. Much about this time, my old antagonist, Crampley, came down, with express orders, as he said, to bring me up to the quarterdeck, to dress a slight wound the captain had received by a splinter. His reason for honoring me in particular with this piece of service being that in case I should be killed or disabled by the way, my death or mutilation would be of less consequence to the ship's company than that of the doctor or his first mate. At another time, perhaps, I might have disputed this order, to which I was not bound to pay the least regard. But as I thought my reputation depended upon my compliance, I was resolved to convince my rival that I was no more afraid than he of exposing myself to danger. With this view, I provided myself with dressings, and followed him immediately to the quarterdeck, through a most infernal scene of slaughter, fire, smoke, and uproar. Captain Oakham, who leaned against the mizzenmast, no sooner saw me approach in my shirt, with the sleeves tucked up to my armpits, and my hands dyed with blood, than he signified his displeasure by a frown, and asked why the doctor himself did not come. I told him that Crampley had singled me out, as if by express command, at which reply he seemed surprised, and threatened to punish the midshipman for his presumption after the engagement. In the meantime, I was sent back to my station, and ordered to tell Maxine that the captain expected him immediately. I got safe back, and delivered my commission to the doctor, who flatly refused to quit the post assigned to him by his instructions, whereupon Morgan, who I believe was jealous of my reputation for courage, undertook the affair, and ascended with great intrepidity. The captain, finding the surgeon obstinate, suffered himself to be dressed, and swore he would confine Mackshane as soon as the service should be over. Chapter 33. A breach being made in the walls, our soldiers give the assault, and take the place without opposition. Our sailors at the same time become masters of all the other strengths near Boca Chica, and take possession of the harbor, the good consequence of this success. We move nearer the town, find 2 forts deserted, and the channel blocked up with sunk vessels, which however we find means to clear, land our soldiers at La Quinta, repulse a body of militia, attack the castle of St. Lazare, and are forced to retreat with great loss. The remains of our army are re-embarked, an effort of the admiral to take the town, the economy of our expedition described. Having cannonaded the fort during the space of 4 hours, we were all ordered to slip our cables and sheer off. But next day the engagement was renewed, and continued from the morning till the afternoon, when the enemy's fire from Boca Chica slackened, and towards evening was quite silenced. A breach being made on the other side, by our land battery, large enough to admit a middle-sized baboon, provided he could find means to climb up to it. Our general proposed to give the assault that very night, and actually ordered a detachment on that duty. Providence stood our friend upon this occasion, and put it into the hearts of the Spaniards to abandon the fort, which might have been maintained by resolute men till the day of judgment against all the force we could exert in the attack. And while our soldiers took possession of the enemy's ramparts without resistance, the same good luck attended a body of sailors, who made themselves masters of Fort St. Joseph, the Facine batteries, and 1 Spanish man-of-war, the other 3 being burnt or sunk by the foe, that they might not fall into our hands. The taking of these forts, in the strength of which the Spaniards chiefly confided, made us masters of the outward harbor, and occasioned great joy among us, as we laid our accounts at finding little or no opposition from the town. And indeed, if a few great ships had sailed up immediately, before they had recovered from the confusion and despair that our unexpected success had produced among them, it is not impossible that we might have finished the affair to our satisfaction, without any more bloodshed. But this step our heroes disdained as a barbarous insult over the enemy's distress, and gave them all the respite they could desire, in order to recollect themselves. In the meantime, Mackshane, taking the advantage of this general exultation, waited on our captain, and pleaded his own cause so effectually that he was re-established in his good graces. And as for Crampley, there was no more notice taken of his behavior towards me during the action. But of all the consequences of the victory, none was more grateful than plenty of fresh water. After we had languished 5 weeks on the allowance of a purser's quart per day for each man in the torrid zone, where the sun was vertical, and the expense of bodily fluid so great that a gallon of liquor could scarce supply the waste of 24 hours, especially as our provision consisted of putrid salt beef, to which the sailors gave the name of Irish horse, salt pork of New England, which though neither fish nor flesh, savoured of both, bread from the same country, every biscuit whereof, like a piece of clockwork, moved by its own internal impulse, occasioned by the myriads of insects that dwelt within it, and butter served out by the gill, that tasted like train oil thickened with salt. Instead of small beer, each man was allowed 3 half-quarterns of brandy or rum, which were distributed every morning, diluted with a certain quantity of his water, without either sugar or fruit to render it palatable. For which reason, this composition was by the sailors not ineptly styled necessity. Nor was this limitation of simple element owing to a scarcity of it on board, for there was at this time water enough in the ship for a voyage of 6 months, at the rate of half a gallon per day to each man. But this fast must, I suppose, have been enjoined by way of penance on the ship's company for their sins, or rather with a view to mortify them into a contempt of life, that they might thereby become more resolute and regardless of danger. How simply then do those people argue, who ascribe the great mortality among us to our bad provision and want of water, and affirm that a great many valuable lives might have been saved if the useless transports had been employed in fetching fresh stock, turtle, fruit, and other refreshments from Jamaica and other adjacent islands. For the use of the army and fleet, seeing it is to be hoped that those who died went to a better place, and those who survived were the more easily maintained. After all, a sufficient number remained to fall before the walls of St. Lazare, where they behaved like their own country mastiffs, which shut their eyes, run into the jaws of a bear, and have their heads crushed for their valor. But to return to my narration. After having put garrisons into the forts we had taken, and re-embarked our soldiers and artillery, a piece of service that detained us more than a week, we ventured up to the mouth of the inner harbor, guarded by a large fortification on one side and a small redoubt on the other, both of which were deserted before our approach, and the entrance of the harbor blocked up by several old galleons and 2 men of war that the enemy had sunk in the channel. We made shift, however, to open a passage for some ships that favored a second landing of our troops at a place called La Quinta, not far from the town, where, after a faint resistance from a body of Spaniards who opposed their disembarkation, they encamped with a design of besieging the castle of St. Lazare, which overlooked and commanded the city. Whether our renowned general had nobody in his army who knew how to approach it in form, or that he trusted entirely to the fame of his arms, I shall not determine. But certain it is, a resolution was taken in a council of war to attack the place with musketry only. This was put in execution and succeeded accordingly, the enemy giving them such a hearty reception that the greatest part of their detachment took up their everlasting residence on the spot. Our chief, not relishing this kind of complaisance in the Spaniard, was wise enough to retreat on board with the remains of his army, which, from 8,000 able men landed on the beach near Boca Chica, was now reduced to 1,500 fit for service. The sick and wounded were squeezed into certain vessels, which thence obtained the name of hospital ships, though methinks they scarce deserved such a creditable title, seeing few of them could boast of their surgeon, nurse, or cook. And the space between decks was so confined that the miserable patients had not room to sit upright in their beds. Their wounds and stumps, being neglected, contracted filth and putrefaction, and millions of maggots were hatched amidst the corruption of their sores. This inhuman disregard was imputed to the scarcity of surgeons, though it is well known that every great ship in the fleet could have spared one at least for this duty, an expedient which would have been more than sufficient to remove this shocking inconvenience. But perhaps our general was too much of a gentleman to ask a favor of this kind from his fellow chief, who, on the other hand, would not derogate so much from his own dignity as to offer such assistance unasked. For I may venture to affirm that by this time the demon of discord with her sooty wings had breathed her influence upon our councils. And it might be said of these great men, I hope they will pardon the comparison, as of Caesar and Pompey, the one could not brook a superior, and the other was impatient of an equal. So that, between the pride of one and insolence of another, the enterprise miscarried, according to the proverb. Between 2 stools the backside falls to the ground. Not that I would be thought to liken any public concern to that opprobrious part of the human body, though I might with truth assert, if I durst use such a vulgar idiom, that the nation did hang on arse at its disappointment on this occasion. Neither would I presume to compare the capacity of our heroic leaders to any such wooden convenience as a joint stool or a close stool, but only to signify by this simile the mistake the people committed in trusting to the union of 2 instruments that were never joined. A day or two after the attempt on St. Lazare, the admiral ordered one of the Spanish men-of-war we had taken to be mounted with 16 guns and manned with detachments from our great ships in order to batter the town. Accordingly, she was towed into the inner harbor in the night and moored within half a mile of the walls, against which she began to fire at daybreak, and continued about 6 hours exposed to the opposition of at least 30 pieces of cannon, which at length obliged our men to set her on fire and get off as well as they could in their boats. This piece of conduct afforded matter of speculation to all the wits, either in the army or navy, who were at last fain to acknowledge it a stroke of policy above their comprehension. Some entertained such an irreverent opinion of the admiral's understanding as to think he expected the town would surrender to his floating battery of 16 guns. Others imagined his sole intention was to try the enemy's strength, by which he should be able to compute the number of great ships that would be necessary to force the town to a capitulation. But this last conjecture soon appeared groundless, inasmuch as no ships of any kind whatever were afterwards employed on that service. A third sort swore that no other cause could be assigned for this undertaking than that which induced Don Quixote to attack the windmill. A fourth class, and that the most numerous, though, without doubt, composed of the sanguine and malicious, plainly taxed this commander with want of honesty as well as sense, and alleged that he ought to have sacrificed private pique to the interest of his country. That, where the lives of so many brave fellow citizens were concerned, he ought to have concurred with the general without being solicited or even desired, towards their preservation and advantage. That, if his arguments could not dissuade him from a desperate enterprise, it was his duty to have rendered it as practicable as possible, without running extreme hazard. That this could have been done, with a good prospect of success, by ordering 5 or 6 large ships to batter the town, while the land forces stormed the castle. By these means, a considerable diversion would have been made in favor of those troops, who, in their march to the assault and in the retreat, suffered much more from the town than from the castle. That the inhabitants, seeing themselves vigorously attacked on all hands, would have been divided, distracted, and confused, and in all probability, unable to resist the assailants. But all these suggestions surely proceeded from ignorance or malevolence, or else the admiral would not have found it such an easy matter, at his return to England, to justify his conduct to a ministry at once so upright and discerning. True it is that those who undertook to vindicate him on the spot asserted that there was not water enough for our great ships near the town, though this was a little unfortunately urged, because there happened to be pilots in the fleet perfectly well acquainted with the soundings of the harbor, who affirmed there was water enough for 5 80-gun ships to lie abreast almost up to the very walls. The disappointments we suffered occasioned a universal dejection, which was not at all alleviated by the objects that daily and hourly entertained our eyes, nor by the prospect of what must have inevitably happened had we remained much longer in this place. Such was the economy in some ships that, rather than be at the trouble of interring the dead, their commanders ordered their men to throw their bodies overboard, many without either ballast or winding sheet, so that numbers of human carcasses floated in the harbor, until they were devoured by sharks and carrion crows, which afforded no agreeable spectacle to those who survived. At the same time, the wet season began, during which a deluge of rain falls, from the rising to the setting sun, without intermission, and that no sooner ceases than it begins to thunder, and lighten with such continued flashing, that one can see to read a very small print by the illumination. Chapter 34. An epidemic fever rages among us. We abandon our conquests. I am seized with distemper. Write a petition to the captain, which is rejected. I am in danger of suffocation through the malice of Cramply, and relieved by a sergeant. My fever increases. The chaplain wants to confess me. I obtain a favorable crisis. Morgan's affection for me proved. The behavior of Mackshane and Cramply towards me. Captain Oakham is removed into another ship with his beloved doctor, our new captain described. An adventure of Morgan. The change of the atmosphere, occasioned by this phenomenon, conspired with the stench that surrounded us, the heat of the climate, our own constitutions, impoverished by bad provisions, and our despair, to introduce the bilious fever among us, which raged with such violence, that 3/4 of those whom it invaded died in a deplorable manner. The color of their skin being, by the extreme putrefaction of the juices, changed into that of soot. Our conductors, finding things in this situation, perceived it was high to relinquish our conquests. And this we did, after having rendered their artillery useless and blown up their walls with gunpowder. Just as we sailed from Boca Chica, on our return to Jamaica, I found myself threatened with the symptoms of this terrible distemper. And knowing very well that I stood no chance for my life, if I should be obliged to be in the cockpit, which by this time was grown intolerable, even to people in health, by reason of the heat and unwholesome smell of decayed provision, I wrote a petition to the captain, representing my case, and humbly imploring his permission to be among the soldiers in the middle deck, for the benefit of the air. But I might have spared myself the trouble. For this humane commander refused my request, and ordered me to continue in the place allotted for the surgeon's mates, or else be contented to be in the hospital, which, by the by, was 3 degrees more offensive and more suffocating than our own berth below. Another, in my condition, perhaps, would have submitted to his fate and died in a pet. But I could not brook the thought of perishing so pitifully, after I had weathered so many gales of hard fortune. I, therefore, without minding Oakham's injunction, prevailed upon the soldiers, whose goodwill I had acquired, to admit my hammock among them, and actually congratulated myself upon my comfortable situation. Which Cramply no sooner understood than he signified to the captain my contempt of his orders, and was invested with power to turn me down again into my proper habitation. This barbarous piece of revenge incensed me so much against the author, that I vowed, with bitter imprecations, to call him to a severe account, if ever it should be in my power. And the agitation of my spirits increased my fever to a violent degree. While I lay gasping for breath in this infernal abode, I was visited by a sergeant, the bones of whose nose I had reduced and set to rights, after they had been demolished by a splinter during our last engagement. He, being informed of my condition, offered me the use of his berth in the middle deck, which was enclosed with canvas, and well aired by a porthole that remained open within it. I embraced this proposal with joy, and was immediately conducted to the place, where I was treated, while my illness lasted, with the utmost tenderness and care by this grateful halberdier, who had no other bed for himself than a hen-coop during the whole passage. Here I lay and enjoyed the breeze, notwithstanding which my malady gained ground, and at length my life was despaired of, though I never lost hopes of recovery, even when I had the mortification to see, from my cabin window, 6 or 7 thrown overboard every day, who died of the same distemper. This confidence, I am persuaded, conduced a great deal to the preservation of my life, especially when joined to another resolution I took at the beginning, namely, to refuse all medicine, which I could not help thinking cooperated with the disease, and instead of resisting putrefaction, promoted a total degeneracy of the vital fluid. When my friend Morgan, therefore, brought his diaphoretic boluses, I put them into my mouth, teas true, but without any intention of swallowing them, and when he went away, spit them out and washed my mouth with water gruel. I seemingly complied in this matter, that I might not affront the blood of Caractacus, by a refusal which might have intimated a diffidence of his physical capacity, for he acted as my physician, Dr. Mackshane never once inquiring about me, or even knowing where I was. When my distemper was at the height, Morgan thought my case desperate, and after having applied a blister to the nape of my neck, squeezed my hand, bidding me, with a woeful countenance, recommend myself to cot and my reteamer. Then, taking his leave, desired the chaplain to come and administer some spiritual consolation to me. But before he arrived, I made shift to rid myself of the troublesome application the Welshman had bestowed on my back. The person, having felt my pulse, inquired into the nature of my complaints, hemmed a little, and began thus. Mr. Random, God out of his infinite mercy has been pleased to visit you with a dreadful distemper, the issue of which no man knows. You may be permitted to recover and live many days on the face of the earth, and, which is more probable, you may be taken away and cut off in the flower of your youth. It is incumbent on you, therefore, to prepare for the great change, by repenting sincerely of your sins. Of this there cannot be a greater sign than an ingenuous confession, which I conjure you to make without hesitation or mental reservation. And when I am convinced of your sincerity, I will then give you such comfort as the situation of your soul will admit of. Without doubt, you have been guilty of numberless transgressions to which youth is subject, as swearing, drunkenness, whoredom, and adultery. Tell me, therefore, without reserve, the particulars of each, especially of the last, that I may be acquainted with the true state of your conscience. For no physician will prescribe for his patient until he knows the circumstances of his disease. As I was not under any apprehensions of death, I could not help smiling at the chaplain's inquisitive remonstrance, which I told him savored more of the Roman than of the Protestant Church, in recommending auricular confession. A thing, in my opinion, not at all necessary to salvation, and which, for that reason, I declined. This reply disconcerted him a little. However, he explained away his meaning, in making learned distinctions between what was absolutely necessary and what was only convenient, then proceeded to ask what religion I professed. I answered that I had not as yet considered the difference of religions, consequently had not fixed on anyone in particular, but that I was bred a Presbyterian. At this word the chaplain expressed great astonishment, and said he could not comprehend how a Presbyterian was entitled to any post under the English government. Then he asked if I had ever received the sacrament or taken the oaths, to which questions, I replying in the negative, he held up his hands, assured me he could do me no service, wished I might not be in a state of reprobation, and returned to his messmates, who were making merry in the wardroom, round a table well stored with bumbo, too, and wine. Bumbo is a liquor composed of rum, sugar, water, and nutmeg. This insinuation, terrible as it was, had not such an effect upon me as the fever, which, soon after he had left me, grew outrageous. I began to see strange chimeras and concluded myself upon the point of being delirious. In the meantime, being in great danger of suffocation, I started up in a kind of frantic fit, with an intention to plunge myself into the sea. And, as my friend the sergeant was not present, would certainly have cooled myself to some purpose, had I not perceived a moisture upon my thigh as I endeavored to get out of my hammock. The appearance of this revived my hopes, and I had reflection and resolution enough to take the advantage of this favorable symptom, by tearing the shirt from my body and the sheets from my bed, and wrapping myself in a thick blanket, in which enclosure, for about a quarter of an hour, felt all the pains of hell. But it was not long before I was recompensed for my suffering by a profuse sweat, that bursting from the whole surface of my skin, in less than 2 hours, relieved me from all my complaints except that of weakness, and left me as hungry as a kite. I enjoyed a very comfortable nap, after which I was regaling myself with the agreeable reverie of future happiness, when I heard Morgan, on the outside of the curtain, ask the sergeant if I was alive still. "Alive," cried the other. "God forbid he should be otherwise. He has lain quiet these 5 hours, and I do not choose to disturb him, for sleep will do him great service." "Aye," said my fellow mate, "he sleeps so sound, look you, that he will not waken till the great trump plows. Cot be merciful to his soul. He has paid his debt like an honest man, aye, and moreover he is at rest from all persecutions and troubles and afflictions of which Cot knows, and I know he had his own share. Acri. He was a promising youth indeed." So saying, he groaned grievously, and began to whine in such a manner as persuaded me he had a real friendship for me. The sergeant, alarmed at his words, came into the berth, and while he looked upon me, I smiled and tipped him the wink. He immediately guessed my meaning, and remaining silent, Morgan was confirmed in his opinion of my being dead. Whereupon he approached, with tears in his eyes, in order to indulge his grief with a sight of the object, and I counterfeited death so well, by fixing my eyes and dropping my underjaw, that he said, There he lies, no petter than a lump of clay, caught help me. And observed, by the distortion of my face, that I must have had a strong struggle. I should not have been able to contain myself much longer, when he began to perform the last duty of a friend, in closing my eyes and my mouth, upon which I suddenly snapped at his fingers and discomposed him so much that he started back, turned pale as ashes, and stared like the picture of horror. Although I could not help laughing at his appearance, I was concerned for his situation, and stretched out my hand, telling him I hoped to live and eat some salmagundy of his making in England. It was some time before he could recollect himself so far as to feel my pulse and inquire into the particulars of my disease, but when he found I had enjoyed a favorable crisis, he congratulated me upon my good fortune, not failing to ascribe it, undercaught, to the blister he had applied to my back at his last visit, which, by the by, said he, must now be removed and dressed. He was actually going to fetch dressings, when I, feigning astonishment, said, "Bless me. Sure you never applied a blister to me. There is nothing on my back, I assure you." But he could not be convinced till he had examined it, and then endeavored to conceal his confusion, by expressing his surprise in finding the skin untouched and the plaster missing. In order to excuse myself for paying so little regard to his prescription, I pretended to have been insensible when it was put on, and to have pulled it off afterwards in a fit of delirium. This apology satisfied my friend, who on this occasion abated a good deal of his stiffness in regard to punctilio. And as we were now safely arrived at Jamaica, where I had the benefit of fresh provisions and other refreshments, I recovered strength every day, and, in a short time, my health and vigor were perfectly re-established. When I got up at first, and was just able to crawl about the deck with a staff in my hand, I met Dr. Mackshane, who passed by me with a disdainful look, and did not vouchsafe to honor me with one word. After him came Crampley, who, strutting up to me with a fierce countenance, pronounced, "Here's fine discipline on board, when such lazy, skulking sons of bitches as you are allowed, on pretence of sickness, to lollop at your ease, while your betters are kept to hard duty." The sight and behavior of this malicious scoundrel enraged me so much that I could scarce refrain from laying my cudgel across his pate. But when I considered my present feebleness, and the enemies I had in the ship, who wanted only a pretence to ruin me, I restrained my passion, and contented myself with telling him I had not forgot his insolence and malice, and that I hoped we should meet one day on shore. At this declaration he grinned, shook his fist, and swore he longed for nothing more than such an opportunity. Meanwhile our ship was ordered to be heaved down, victualled, and watered for her return to England, and our captain, for some reason or other, not thinking it convenient for him to revisit his native country at this time, exchanged with a gentleman, who, on the other hand, wished for nothing so much as to be safe without the tropic, all his care and tenderness of himself being insufficient to preserve his complexion from the injuries of the sun and weather. Our tyrant having left the ship, and carried his favorite Mackshane along with him, to my inexpressible satisfaction, our new commander came on board in a 10-oared barge, overshadowed with a vast umbrella, and appeared in everything the reverse of oakum, being a tall, thin young man, dressed in this manner. A white hat, garnished with a red feather, adorned his head, from whence his hair flowed upon his shoulders, in ringlets tied behind with a ribbon. His coat, consisting of pink-colored silk, lined with white, by the elegance of the cut retired backward, as it were, to discover a white satin waistcoat embroidered with gold, unbuttoned at the upper part to display a brooch set with garnets, that glittered in the breast of his shirt, which was of the finest cambric, edged with right mechlin. The knees of his crimson velvet breeches scarce descended so low as to meet his silk stockings, which rose without spot or wrinkle on his meager legs, from shoes of blue Mariquin, studded with diamond buckles that flamed forth rivals to the sun. A steel-hilted sword, inlaid with gold, and decked with a knot of ribbon which fell down in a rich tassel, equipped his side, and an amber-headed cane hung dangling from his wrist. But the most remarkable parts of his furniture were a mask on his face and white gloves on his hands, which did not seem to be put on with an intention to be pulled off occasionally, but were fixed with a curious ring on the little finger of each hand. In this garb, Captain Whiffle, for that was his name, took possession of the ship, surrounded with a crowd of attendants, all of whom, in their different degrees, seemed to be of their patron's disposition, and the air was so impregnated with perfumes that one may venture to affirm the climate of Arabia Felix was not half so sweet-scented. My fellow mate, observing no surgeon among his train, thought he had found an occasion too favorable for himself to be neglected, and, remembering the old proverb, "Spare to speak and spare to speed," resolved to solicit the new captain's interest immediately, before any other surgeon could be appointed for the ship. With this view, he repaired to the cabin in his ordinary dress, consisting of a check shirt and trousers, a brown linen waistcoat, and a nightcap of the same, neither of them very clean, which, for his further misfortune, happened to smell strong of tobacco. Entering without any ceremony into this sacred place, he found Captain Whiffle reposing upon a couch, with a wrapper of fine chintz about his body and a muslin cap bordered with lace about his head. And after several low congees began in this manner: "Sir, I hope you will forgive and excuse and pardon the presumption of one who has not the honor of being known to you, but who is, nevertheless, a gentleman porn and pred, and moreover has had misfortunes, cot help me, in the world." Here he was interrupted by the captain, who, on seeing him, had started up with great amazement at the novelty of the apparition, and, having recollected himself, pronounced with a look and tone signifying disdain, curiosity, and surprise, "Zounds, who art thou?" "I am surgeon's first mate on board of this ship," replied Morgan, "and I most vehemently desire and beseech you, with all submission, to be pleased to condescend and vouchsafe to inquire into my character, and my behavior, and my deserts, which, under cot, I hope, will entitle me to the vacancy of surgeon." As he proceeded in his speech, he continued advancing towards the captain, whose nostrils were no sooner saluted with the aromatic flavor that exhaled from him than he cried with great emotion, "Heaven preserve me, I am suffocated. Fellow, away with thee! Curse thee, fellow, get thee gone, I shall be stunk to death." At the noise of his outcries, his servants ran into his apartment, and he accosted them thus: "Villains, cutthroats, traitors, I am betrayed, I am sacrificed. Will you not carry that monster away, or must I be stifled with the stench of him? Oh, oh." With these interjections, he sank down upon his settee in a fit. His valet de chamber plied him with a smelling bottle, one footman chafed his temples with Hungary water. Another sprinkled the floor with spirits of lavender. A third pushed Morgan out of the cabin, who, coming to the place where I was, sat down with a demure countenance, and according to his custom, when he received any indignity which he durst not revenge, began to sing a Welsh ditty. I guessed he was under some agitation of spirits and desired to know the cause, but instead of answering me directly, he asked with great emotion if I thought him a monster and a stinkard. "A monster and a stinkard," said I with some surprise. "Did anybody call you so?" "Cot is my judge," replied B. "Captain Fiffle did call me both. I, and all the waters in the Toy will not wash it out of my remembrance. I do affirm and avouch, and maintain, with my soul and my pody and my plude, look you, that I have no smells about me, but such as a Christian ought to have, except the effluvia of tobacco, which is a cephalic, odoriferous, aromatic herb. And he is a son of a mountain goat who says otherwise. As for my being a minister, let that be as it is. I am as Cot was pleased to create me, which, peradventure, is more than I shall ever aver of him who gave me that title. For I will proclaim it before the world that he is disguised and transfigured and transmogrified with affectation and whimsies, and that he is more like a papoon than of the human race. Chapter 35. Captain Whiffle sends for me, his situation described. His surgeon arrives, prescribes for him, and puts him to bed. A bed is put up for Mr. Simper contiguous to the stateroom, which, with other parts of the captain's behavior, gives the ship's company a very unfavorable idea of their commander. I am detained in the West Indies by the admiral and go on board of the Lizard sloop of war in quality of surgeon's mate, where I make myself known to the surgeon, who treats me very kindly. I go on shore, sell my ticket, purchase necessaries, and, at my return on board, am surprised at the sight of Crampley, who is appointed lieutenant of the sloop. We sail on a cruise, take a prize in which I arrive at Port Morant under the command of my messmate, with whom I live in great harmony. He was going on with an eulogium upon the captain, when I received a message to clean myself and go up to the great cabin. And with this command I instantly complied, sweetening myself with rosewater from the medicine chest. When I entered the room, I was ordered to stand by the door, until Captain Whiffle had reconnoitered me at a distance with a spyglass. He, having consulted one sense in this manner, bade me advance gradually that his nose might have intelligence before it could be much offended. I therefore approached with great caution and success, and he was pleased to say, "Aye, this creature is tolerable." I found him lolling on his couch with a languishing air, his head supported by his valet-de-chamber, who from time to time applied a smelling bottle to his nose. "Verjet," said he in a squeaking tone, "dost think this wretch, meaning me, will do me no injury?" "May I venture to submit my arm to him?" "'Pon my word," replied the valet, "I do tink dat dare be great occasion for your honor losing a small quantite of blot, and the young man ave quelques chose of de bon mine." "Well then," said his master, "I think I must venture." Then, addressing himself to me, "Hast thou ever blooded anybody but brutes? But I need not ask thee, for thou wilt tell me a most able lie." "Brutes, sir," answered I, pulling down his glove in order to feel his pulse. "I never meddle with brutes." "What the devil art thou about?" cried he. "Dost thou intend to twist off my hand? Gad's curse, my arm is benumbed up to the very shoulder. Heaven have mercy upon me. Must I perish under the hands of savages? What an unfortunate dog was I to come on board without my own surgeon, Mr. Simper." I craved pardon for having handled him so roughly, and with the utmost care and tenderness tied up his arm with a fillet of silk. While I was feeling for the vein, he desired to know how much blood I intended to take from him, and when I answered, "Not above 12 ounces, started up with a look full of horror, and bade me be gone, swearing I had a design upon his life. Verjet appeased him with difficulty, and, opening a bureau, took out a pair of scales, in one of which was placed a small cup, and putting them into my hand, told me the captain never lost above an ounce and 3 drams at one time. While I prepared for this important evacuation, there came into the cabin a young man gaily dressed, of a very delicate complexion with a kind of languid smile on his face, which seemed to have been rendered habitual by a long course of affectation. The captain no sooner perceived him than, rising hastily, he flew into his arms, crying, "Oh, my dear Simper, I am excessively disordered. I have been betrayed, frighted, murdered by the negligence of my servants, who suffered a beast, a mule, a bear, to surprise me, and stink me into convulsions with the fumes of tobacco." Simper, who by this time, I found, was obliged to act for the clearness of his complexion, assumed an air of softness and sympathy, and lamented with many tender expressions of sorrow the sad accident that had thrown him into that condition. Then, feeling his patient's pulse on the outside of his glove, gave it as his opinion that his disorder was entirely nervous, and that some drops of tincture of castor and liquid laudanum would be of more service to him than bleeding, by bridling the inordinate sallies of his spirits, and composing the fermentation of his bile. I was therefore sent to prepare this prescription, which was administered in a glass of sack posset, after the captain had been put to bed, and orders sent to the officers on the quarterdeck to let nobody walk on that side under which he lay. While the captain enjoyed his repose, the doctor watched over him, and indeed became so necessary that a cabin was made for him contiguous to the stateroom where Whiffle slept, that he might be at hand in case of accidents in the night. Next day, our commander being happily recovered, gave orders that none of the lieutenants should appear upon deck without a wig, sword, and ruffles, nor any midshipman or other petty officer be seen with a check shirt or dirty linen. He also prohibited any person whatever, except Simper and his own servants, from coming into the great cabin without first sending in to obtain leave. These singular regulations did not prepossess the ship's company in his favor, but, on the contrary, gave Scandal an opportunity to be very busy with his character, and accuse him of maintaining a correspondence with his surgeon not fit to be named. In a few weeks, our ship being under sailing orders, I was in hope of revisiting my native country in a very short time, when the Admiral's surgeon came on board, and, sending for Morgan and me to the quarterdeck, gave us to understand there was a great scarcity of surgeons in the West Indies, that he was commanded to detain one mate out of every great ship that was bound for England, and desired us to agree between ourselves, before the next day at that hour, which of us should stay behind. We were thunderstruck at this proposal, and stared at one another some time without speaking. At length the Welshman broke silence, and offered to remain in the West Indies, provided the Admiral would give him a surgeon's warrant immediately. But he was told there was no want of chief surgeons, and that he must be contented with the station of mate, till he should be further provided for in due course. Whereupon Morgan flatly refused to quit the ship for which the commissioners of the Navy had appointed him, and the other told him as plainly that if we could not determine the affair by ourselves before tomorrow morning, he must cast lots and abide by his chance. When I recalled to my remembrance the miseries I had undergone in England, where I had not one friend to promote my interest or favor my advancement in the Navy, and the same time reflected on the present dearth of surgeons in the West Indies, and the unhealthiness of the climate, which every day almost reduced the number, I could not help thinking my success would be much more certain and expeditious by my staying where I was than by returning to Europe. I therefore resolved to comply with a good grace, and next day, when we were ordered to throw dice, told Morgan he needed not trouble himself, for I would voluntarily submit to the Admiral's pleasure. This frank declaration was commended by the gentleman, who assured me it should not fare the worse with me for my resignation. Indeed, he was as good as his word, and that very afternoon procured a warrant, appointing me surgeon's mate of the Lizard sloop of war, which put me on a footing with every first mate in the service. My ticket being made out, I put my chest and bedding on board a canoe that lay alongside, and having shook hands with my trusty friend the sergeant, and honest Jack Ratlin, who was bound for Greenwich Hospital, I took my leave of Morgan with many tears, after we had exchanged our sleeve buttons as remembrances of each other. Having presented my new warrant to the captain of the Lizard, I inquired for the doctor, whom I no sooner saw than I recollected him to be one of those young fellows with whom I had been committed to the roundhouse, during our frolic with Jackson, as I have related before. He received me with a good deal of courtesy, and when I put him in mind of our former acquaintance, expressed great joy at seeing me again, and recommended me to an exceeding good mess, composed of the gunner and master's mate. As there was not one sick person in the ship, I got leave to go ashore next day with the gunner, who recommended me to a Jew that bought my ticket at the rate of 40% discount. And having furnished myself with the necessaries I wanted, returned on board in the evening, and, to my surprise, found my old antagonist cramply walking upon deck. Though I did not fear his enmity, I was shocked at his appearance, and communicated my sentiments on that subject to Mr. Tomlins the surgeon, who told me that Crampley, by dint of some friends about the Admiral, had procured a commission, constituting him lieutenant on board the Lizard, and advised me, now he was my superior officer, to behave with some respect towards him, or else he would find 1,000 opportunities of using me ill. This advice was a bitter potion to me, whom pride and resentment had rendered utterly incapable of the least submission to, or even of a reconciliation with, the wretch who had, on many occasions, treated me so inhumanly. However, I resolved to have as little connection as possible with him, and to ingratiate myself as much as I could with the rest of the officers, whose friendship might be a bulwark to defend me from the attempts of his malice. In less than a week we sailed on a cruise, and having weathered the east end of the island, had the good fortune to take a Spanish barcalongo, with her prize, which was an English ship bound for Bristol, that sailed from Jamaica a fortnight before, without convoy. All the prisoners who were well, we put on shore on the north side of the island. The prizes were manned with Englishmen, and the command of the barcalongo given to my friend, the master's mate, with orders to carry them into Port Morant, and there to remain until the Lizard's cruise should be ended, at which time she would touch at the same place in her way to Port Royal. With him, I was sent to attend the wounded Spaniards as well as Englishmen, who amounted to 16, and to take care of them on shore in a house that was to be hired as an hospital. This destination gave me a great deal of pleasure, as I should, for some time, be freed from the arrogance of Crampley, whose inveteracy against me had already broken out on 2 or 3 occasions since he was become a lieutenant. My messmate, who very much resembled my uncle, both in figure and disposition, treated me on board of the prize with the utmost civility and confidence, and, among other favors, made me a present of a silver-hilted hanger and a pair of pistols mounted with the same metal, which fell to his share in plundering the enemy. We arrived safely at Morant, and, going on shore, pitched upon an empty storehouse, which we hired for the reception of the wounded, who were brought to it next day, with beds and other necessaries, and 4 of the ship's company appointed to attend them and obey me. Chapter 36. A strange adventure, in consequence of which I am extremely happy. Crampley does me in offices with the captain, but his malice is defeated by the good nature and friendship of the surgeon. We return to Port Royal. Our captain gets the command of a larger ship, and is succeeded by an old man. Braille is provided for. We receive orders to sail for England. When my patients were all in a fair way, my companion and commander, whose name was Braille, carried me up the country to the house of a rich planter, with whom he was acquainted, where we were sumptuously entertained, and in the evening set out on our return to the ship. When we had walked about a mile by moonlight, we perceived a horseman behind us, who, coming up, wished us good even, and asked which way we went. His voice, which was quite familiar to me, no sooner struck my ear than, in spite of all my resolution and reflection, my hair bristled up, and I was seized with a violent fit of trembling, which Braille, misinterpreting, bade me be under no concern. I told him he was mistaken in the cause of my disorder, and, addressing myself to the person on horseback, said, "I could have sworn by your voice that you were a dear friend of mine, if I had not been certain of his death." To this address, after some pause, he replied, "There are many voices as well as faces that resemble one another, but pray, what was your friend's name?" I satisfied him in that particular, and gave a short detail of the melancholy fate of Thompson, not without many sighs and some tears. A silence ensued, which lasted some minutes, and then the conversation turned on different subjects, till we arrived at a house on the road, where the horseman alighted, and begged with so much earnestness that we would go in and drink a bowl of punch with him, that we could not resist. But if I was alarmed at his voice, what must my amazement be, when I discovered by the light the very person of my lamented friend. Perceiving my confusion, which was extreme, he clasped me in his arms, and bedewed my face with tears. It was some time ere I recovered the use of my reason, overpowered with this event, and longer still before I could speak. So that all I was capable of was to return his embraces, and to mingle the overflowings of my joy with his, whilst honest Braille, affected with the scene, wept as fast as either of us, and signified his participation of our happiness by hugging us both, and capering about the room like a madman. At length, I retrieved the use of my tongue and cried, "Is it possible? You can be my friend Thompson?" No, certainly, alas, he was drowned, and I am now under the deception of a dream. He was at great pains to convince me of his being the individual person whom I regretted, and bidding me sit down and compose myself, promised to explain his sudden disappearance from the thunder, and to account for his being at present in the land of the living. This task he acquitted himself of, after I had drunk a glass of punch, and recollected my spirits by informing us that with a determination to rid himself of a miserable existence, he had gone in the night time to the head, while the ship was on her way, from whence he slipped down as softly as he could by the bows into the sea, where, after he was heartily ducked, he began to repent of his precipitation. And as he could swim very well, kept himself above water, in hopes of being taken up by some of the ships astern. That, in this situation, he hailed a large vessel and begged to be taken in, but was answered that she was a heavy sailer, and therefore they did not choose to lose time by bringing to. However, they threw an old chest overboard for his convenience, and told him that some of the ships astern would certainly save him. That no other vessel came within sight or cry of him for the space of 3 hours, during which time he had the mortification to find himself in the middle of the ocean alone, without other support or resting place, but what a few crazy boards afforded, till at last he discerned a small sloop steering towards him, upon which he set up his throat, and had the good fortune to be heard and rescued from the dreary waste by their boat, which was hoisted out on purpose. I was no sooner brought on board, continued he, than I fainted, and when I recovered my senses, found myself in bed, regaled with a most noisome smell of onions and cheese, which made me think at first that I was in my own hammock, alongside of honest Morgan, and that all which had passed was no more than a dream. Upon inquiry, I understood that I was on board of a schooner belonging to Rhode Island, bound for Jamaica, with a cargo of geese, pigs, onions, and cheese, and that the master's name was Robertson, by birth a North Briton, whom I knew at first sight to be an old schoolfellow of mine. When I discovered myself to him, he was transported with surprise and joy, and begged to know the occasion of my misfortune, which I did not think fit to disclose, because I knew his notions with regard to religion were very severe and confined. Therefore contented myself with telling him I fell overboard by accident, but made no scruple of explaining the nature of my disagreeable station, and of acquainting him with my determined purpose never to return to the Thunder man-o'-war. Although he was not of my opinion in that particular, knowing that I must lose my clothes and what pay was due to me, unless I went back to my duty. Yet, when I described the circumstances of the hellish life I led under the tyrannic sway of Oakham and Mackshane, and, among other grievances, hinted a dissatisfaction at the irreligious deportment of my shipmates, and the want of the true Presbyterian gospel doctrine, he changed his sentiments, and conjured me with great vehemence and zeal to lay aside all thought of rising in the navy, and, that he might show how much he had my interest at heart, undertook to provide for me in some shape or other before he should leave Jamaica. This promise he performed to my heart's desire, by recommending me to a gentleman of fortune, with whom I have lived ever since in quality of surgeon and overseer to his plantations. He and his lady are now at Kingston, so that I am, for the present, master of this house, to which, from my soul, I bid you welcome, and hope you will favor me with your company during the remaining part of the night. I needed not a second invitation, but Mr. Braille, who is a diligent and excellent officer, could not be persuaded to sleep out of the ship. However, he supped with us, and after having drank a cheerful glass, set out for the vessel, which was not above 3 miles from the place, escorted by a couple of stout negroes, whom Mr. Thompson ordered to conduct him. Never were two friends more happy in the conversation of each other than we, for the time it lasted. I related to him the particulars of our attempt upon Carthage, of which he had heard but an imperfect account, and he gratified me with a narration of every little incident of his life since we parted. He assured me it was with the utmost difficulty he could resist his inclination of coming down to Port Royal, to see Morgan and me, of whom he had heard no tidings since the day of our separation, but that he was restrained by the fear of being detained as a deserter. He told me that, when he heard my voice in the dark, he was almost as much surprised as I was at seeing him afterwards, and, in the confidence of friendship, disclosed a passion he entertained for the only daughter of the gentleman with whom he lived, who, by his description, was a very amiable young lady, and did not disdain his addresses, that he was very much favored by her parents, and did not despair of obtaining their consent to the match, which would at once render him independent of the world. I congratulated him on his good fortune, which he protested should never make him forget his friends, and, towards morning, we betook ourselves to rest. Next day he accompanied me to the ship, where Mr. Braille entertained him at dinner, and we having spent the afternoon together, he took his leave of us in the evening, after he had forced upon me 10 pistoles as a small token of his affection. In short, while he stayed here, we saw one another every day, and generally ate at the same table, which was plentifully supplied by him with all kinds of poultry, butcher's meat, oranges, limes, lemons, pineapples, Madeira wine, and excellent rum, so that this small interval of 10 days was by far the most agreeable period of my life. At length the Lizard arrived, and my patients being all fit for duty, they and I were ordered on board of her, where I understood from Mr. Tomlins that there was a shyness between the lieutenant and him on my account, the rancorous villain having taken the opportunity of my absence to fill the captain's ears with 1,000 scandalous stories to my prejudice, among other things affirming that I had been once transported for theft, and that when I was in the Thunder man-o'-war, I had been whipped for the same crime. The surgeon, on the other hand, having heard my whole story from my own mouth, defended me strenuously, and in the course of that good-natured office recounted all the instances of Crampley's malice against me while I remained on board of that ship, which declaration, while it satisfied the captain of my innocence, made the lieutenant as much my defender's enemy as mine. The infernal behavior of Crampley, with regard to me, added such fuel to his former resentment, that, at certain times, I was quite beside myself with the desire of revenge, and was even tempted to pistol him on the quarterdeck, though an infamous death must inevitably have been my reward. But the surgeon, who was my confidant, argued against such a desperate action so effectually, that I stifled the flame which consumed me for the present, and resolved to wait for a more convenient opportunity. In the meantime, that Mr. Tomlins might be the more convinced of the wrongs I suffered by this fellow's slander, I begged he would go and visit Mr. Thompson, whose wonderful escape I had made him acquainted with, and inquire of him into the particulars of my conduct, while he was my fellow-mate. This request the surgeon complied with, more through curiosity to see a person whose fate had been so extraordinary, than to confirm his good opinion of me, which he assured me was already firmly established. He therefore set out for the dwelling-place of my friend, with a letter of introduction from me, and being received with all the civility and kindness I expected, returned to the ship, not only satisfied with my character beyond the power of doubt or insinuation, but also charmed with the affability and conversation of Thompson, who loaded him and me with presents of fresh stock, liquors, and fruit. As he would not venture to come and see us on board, lest Crampley should know and detain him, when the time of our departure approached, I obtained leave to go and bid him farewell. After we had vowed an everlasting friendship, he pressed upon me a purse, with 4 doubloons, which I refused as long as I could without giving umbrage, and having cordially embraced each other, I returned on board, where I found a small box with a letter directed for me to the care of Mr. Tomlins. Knowing the superscription to be of Thompson's handwriting, I opened it with some surprise, and learned that this generous friend, not content with loading me with the presents already mentioned, had sent, for my use and acceptance, 6 fine shirts, and as many linen waistcoats and caps, with 12 pair of new thread stockings. Being thus provided with money and all necessaries for the comfort of life, I began to look upon myself as a gentleman of some consequence, and felt my pride dilate apace. Next day we sailed for Port Royal, where we arrived safely with our prizes, and, as there was nothing to do on board, I went ashore, and having purchased a laced waistcoat, with some other clothes, at a sale, made a swaggering figure for some days among the taverns, where I ventured to play a little at hazard, and came off with 50 pistols in my pocket. Meanwhile our captain was promoted to a ship of 20 guns, and the command of the Lizard given to a man turned of 80, who had been lieutenant since the reign of King William, and notwithstanding his long service, would have probably died in that station, had he not applied some prize money he had lately received, to make interest with his superiors. My friend Braille was also made an officer about the same time, after he had served in quality of a midshipman and mate for 5 and 20 years. Soon after these alterations, the admiral pitched upon our ship to carry home dispatches for the ministry, and we set sail for England, having first scrubbed her bottom and taken in provision and water for the occasion. Chapter 37. We depart for Europe. A misunderstanding arises between the captain and the surgeon through the scandalous aspersions of Crampley. The captain dies. Crampley tyrannizes over the surgeon, who falls a victim for his cruelty. I am also ill-used. The ship strikes. The behavior of Crampley and the seamen on that occasion. I get on shore, challenge the captain to single combat, am treacherously knocked down, wounded, and robbed. Now that I could return to my native country in a creditable way, I felt excessive pleasure in finding myself out of sight of that fatal island, which has been the grave of so many Europeans. And, as I was accommodated with everything to make the passage agreeable, I resolved to enjoy myself as much as the insolence of Crampley would permit. This insidious slanderer had found means already to cause a misunderstanding between the surgeon and captain, who, by his age and infirmities, was rendered intolerably peevish, his disposition having also been soured by a long course of disappointments. He had a particular aversion to all young men, especially to surgeons, whom he considered unnecessary animals on board of a ship, and, in consequence of these sentiments, never consulted the doctor, notwithstanding his being seized with a violent fit of the gout and gravel, but applied to a cask of Holland gin, which was his sovereign prescription against all distempers. Whether he was at this time too sparing, or took an overdose of his cordial, certain it is, he departed in the night without any ceremony, which indeed was a thing he always despised, and was found stiff next morning, to the no small satisfaction of Crampley, who succeeded to the command of the vessel. For that very reason, Mr. Tomlins and I had no cause to rejoice at this event, fearing that the tyranny of our new commander would now be as unlimited as his power. The first day of his command justified our apprehensions, for, on pretense that the decks were too much crowded, he ordered the surgeon's hen coops, with all his fowls, to be thrown overboard, and at the same time prohibited him and me from walking on the quarterdeck. Mr. Tomlins could not help complaining of these injuries, and in the course of his expostulation dropped some hasty words, of which Crampley taking hold, confined him to his cabin, where in a few days, for want of air, he was attacked by a fever, which soon put an end to his life. After he had made his will, by which he bequeathed all his estate, personal and real, to his sister, and left to me his watch and instruments as memorials of his friendship. I was penetrated with grief on this melancholy occasion, the more because there was nobody on board to whom I could communicate my sorrows, or of whom I could receive the least consolation or advice. Crampley was so far from discovering the least remorse for his barbarity, at the news of the surgeon's death, that he insulted his memory in the most abusive manner, and affirmed he had poisoned himself out of pure fear, dreading to be brought to a court-martial for mutiny, for which reason he would not suffer the service of the dead to be read over his body before it was thrown overboard. Nothing but a speedy deliverance could have supported me under the brutal sway of this bashaw, who, to render my life more irksome, signified to my messmates a desire that I should be expelled from their society. This was no sooner hinted than they granted his request, and I was fain to eat in a solitary manner by myself during the rest of the passage, which, however, soon drew to a period. We had been 7 weeks at sea, when the gunner told the captain that, by his reckoning, we must be in soundings, and desired he would order the lead to be heaved. Crampley swore he did not know how to keep the ship's way, for we were not within 100 leagues of soundings, and therefore he would not give himself the trouble to cast the lead. Accordingly, we continued our course all that afternoon and night, without shortening sail, although the gunner pretended to discover silly light, and next morning protested in form against the captain's conduct, for which he was put in confinement. We discovered no land all that day, and Crampley was still so infatuated as to neglect sounding. But at 3 o'clock in the morning the ship struck and remained fast on a sandbank. This accident alarmed the whole crew. The boat was immediately hoisted out, but as we could not discern which way the shore lay, we were obliged to wait for daylight. In the meantime, the wind increased, and the waves beat against the sloop with such violence that we expected she would have gone to pieces. The gunner was released and consulted. He advised the captain to cut away the mast in order to lighten her. This expedient was performed without success. The sailors, seeing things in a desperate situation, according to custom, broke up the chests belonging to the officers, dressed themselves in their clothes, drank their liquors without ceremony, and drunkenness, tumult, and confusion ensued. In the midst of this uproar, I went below to secure my own effects, and found the carpenter's mate hewing down the purser's cabin with his hatchet, whistling all the while with great composure. When I asked his intention in so doing, he replied, very calmly, "I only want to taste the purser's rum, that's all, master." At that instant the purser coming down, and seeing his effects going to wreck, complained bitterly of the injustice done to him, and asked the fellow what occasion he had for liquor when, in all likelihood, he would be an eternity in a few minutes. "All's one for that," said plunderer, "let us live while we can." "Miserable wretch that thou art," cried the purser, "what must be thy lot in another world, if thou deest in the commission of robbery?" "Why, hell, I suppose," replied the other, with great deliberation, while the purser fell on his knees and begged of heaven that we might not all perish for the sake of Jonas. During this dialogue I clothed myself in my bed apparel, girded on my hanger, stuck my pistols, loaded in my belt, disposed of all my valuable movables about my person, and came upon deck with a resolution of taking the first opportunity to get on shore, which, when the day broke, appeared at the distance of 3 miles ahead. Crampley, finding his efforts to get the ship off ineffectual, determined to consult his own safety by going into the boat, which he had no sooner done than the ship's company followed so fast that she would have sunk alongside, had not some one wiser than the rest cut the rope and put off. But before this happened, I had made several attempts to get in, and was always balked by the captain, who was so eager in excluding me that he did not mind the endeavors of any other body. Enraged at this inhuman partiality, and seeing the rope cut, I pulled one of my pistols from my belt, and cocking it, swore I would shoot any man who would presume to obstruct my entrance. So saying, I leaped with my full exertion, and got on board of the boat with the loss of the skin of my shins. I chanced in my descent to overturn Crampley, who no sooner got up than he struck at me several times with a cutlass, and ordered the men to throw me overboard. But they were too anxious about their own safety to mind what he said. Though the boat was very deeply loaded, and the sea terribly high, we made shift to get upon dry land in less than an hour after we parted from the sloop. As soon as I set my foot on terra firma, my indignation, which had boiled so long within me, broke out against Crampley, whom I immediately challenged to single combat, presenting my pistols that he might take his choice. He took one without hesitation, and before I could cock the other, fired in my face, throwing the pistol after the shot. I felt myself stunned, and imagining the bullet had entered my brain, discharged mine as quick as possible, that I might not die unrevenged. Then flying upon my antagonist, knocked out several of his 4 teeth with the butt end of the piece, and would certainly have made an end of him with that instrument, had he not disengaged himself, and seized his cutlass, which he had given to his servant when he received the pistol. Seeing him armed in this manner, I drew my hanger, and having flung my pistol at his head, closed with him in a transport of fury and thrust my weapon into his mouth, which had enlarged on one side to his ear. Whether the smart of this wound disconcerted him, or the unevenness of the ground made him reel, I know not, but he staggered some paces back. I followed close, and with one stroke cut the tendons of the back of his hand, upon which his cutlass dropped, and he remained defenseless. I know not with what cruelty my rage might have inspired me, if I had not at that instant been felled to the ground by a blow on the back part of my head, which deprived me of all sensation. In this deplorable situation, exposed to the rage of an incensed barbarian and the rapine of an inhuman crew, I remained for some time. And whether any disputes arose among them during the state of my annihilation, I cannot pretend to determine. But in one particular they seem to have been unanimous, and acted with equal dexterity and dispatch. For when I recovered the use of my understanding, I found myself alone in a desolate place, stripped of my clothes, money, watch, buckles, and everything but my shoes, stockings, breeches, and shirt. What a discovery must this have been to me, who, but an hour before, was worth 60 guineas in cash. I cursed the hour of my birth, the parents that gave me being, the sea that did not swallow me up, the poniard of the enemy, which could not find the way to my heart, the villainy of those who had left me in that miserable condition. And in the ecstasy of despair, resolved to be still where I was and perish. Chapter 38. I get up and crawl into a barn, where I am in danger of perishing through the fear of the country people, their inhumanity. I am succored by a reputed witch, her story, her advice. She recommends me as a valet to a single lady, whose character she explains. But as I lay ruminating, my passion insensibly abated. I considered my situation in quite another light, from that in which it appeared to me at first, and the result of my deliberation was to rise if I could and crawl to the next inhabited place for assistance. With some difficulty I got upon my legs, and having examined my body, found I had received no other injury than 2 large contused wounds, one on the fore and another on the hinder part of my head, which seemed to be occasioned by the same weapon, namely, the butt end of a pistol. I looked towards the sea, but could discern no remains of the ship, so that I concluded she was gone to pieces, and that those who remained in her had perished. But as I afterwards learned, the gunner, who had more sagacity than Crampley, observing that it was flood when he left her, and that she would probably float at high water, made no noise about getting on shore, but continued on deck, in hopes of bringing her safe into some harbor, after her commander should have deserted her, for which piece of service he expected, no doubt, to be handsomely rewarded. This scheme he accordingly executed, and was promised great things by the Admiralty for saving His Majesty's ship. But I never heard he reaped the fruits of his expectation. As for my own part, I directed my course towards a small cottage I perceived, and in the road picked up a seaman's old jacket, which I suppose the thief who dressed himself in my clothes had thrown away. This was a very comfortable acquisition to me, who was almost stiff with cold. I therefore put it on, and, as my natural heat revived, my wounds, which had left off bleeding, burst out afresh. So that, finding myself excessively exhausted, I was about to lie down in the fields, when I discovered a barn on my left hand, within a few yards of me. Thither I made shift to stagger, and finding the door open, went in, but saw nobody. However, I threw myself upon a truss of straw, hoping to be soon relieved by some person or other. Had not lain here many minutes, when I saw a countryman come in with a pitchfork in his hand, which he was upon the point of thrusting into the straw that concealed me, and in all probability would have done my business, had I not uttered a dreadful groan, after having essayed in vain to speak. This melancholy note alarmed the clown, who started back, and discovering a body all besmeared with blood, stood trembling, with the pitchfork extended before him, his hair bristling up, his eyes staring, his nostrils dilated, and his mouth wide open. At another time I should have been much diverted by this figure, which preserved the same attitude very near 10 minutes, during which time I made many unsuccessful efforts to implore his compassion and assistance, but my tongue failed me, and my language was only a repetition of groans. At length an old man arrived who, seeing the other in such a posture, cried, "Mercy upon en, the liad's bewitched. Why, Dick, beest thou beside thyself?" Dick, without moving his eyes from the object that terrified him, replied, "Oh, vather, here be either the devil or a dead moan. I don't know which when, but a groans woundily." The father, whose eyesight was none of the best, pulled out his spectacles, and having applied them to his nose, reconnoitered me over his son's shoulder. But no sooner did he behold me than he was seized with a fit of shaking, even more violent than Dick's, and with a broken accent addressed me thus: "In the name of the Vather, Zun, and Holy Ghost, I charge you, and you been Satan, to be gone to the red zen, but an you be a mortared moan, speak, that you may have a Christum burial." As I was not in a condition to satisfy him in this particular, he repeated his conjuration to no purpose, and they continued a good while in the agonies of fear. At length the father proposed that the son should draw nearer and take a more distinct view of the apparition, but Dick was of opinion that his father should advance first, he being an old man past his labor, and if he received any mischief, the loss would be the smaller, whereas he himself might escape and be useful in his generation. This prudential reason had no effect upon the senior, who still kept Dick between me and him. In the meantime, I endeavored to raise one hand as a signal of distress, but had only strength sufficient to produce a rustling among the straw, which discomposed the young peasant so much that he sprang out at the door and overthrew his father in his flight. The old gentleman would not spend time in getting up, but crawled backwards like a crab, with great speed, till he had got over the threshold, mumbling exorcisms all the way. I was exceedingly mortified to find myself in danger of perishing through the ignorance and cowardice of these clowns, and felt my spirits decay apace, when an old woman entered the barn, followed by the two fugitives, and with great intrepidity advanced to the place where I lay, saying, "If it be the devil, I fearen not, and for a dead mon a can do us no harm." When she saw my condition, she cried, "Here be no devil, but in your fool's head. Here be a poor miserable wretch bleeding to death, and if a dies, we must be at the charge of burying him. Therefore, Dick, go fetch the old wheelbarrow and put en in, and carry en to Goodman Hodge's back door. He is more able than we to pay out money upon poor vagrants." Her advice was taken, and immediately put in execution. I was rolled to the other farmer's door, where I was tumbled out like a heap of dung, and should certainly have fallen a prey to the hogs if my groans had not disturbed the family, and brought some of them out to view my situation. But Hodge resembled the Jew more than the Good Samaritan, and ordered me to be carried to the house of the parson, whose business it was to practice as well as to preach charity, observing that it was sufficient for him to pay his quota towards the maintenance of the poor belonging to his own parish. When I was set down at the vicar's gate, he fell into a mighty passion, and threatened to excommunicate him who sent, as well as those who brought me, unless they would move me immediately to another place. About this time I fainted with the fatigue I had undergone, and afterwards understood that I was bandied from door to door through a whole village, nobody having humanity enough to administer the least relief to me, until an old woman, who was suspected of witchcraft by the neighborhood, hearing of my distress, received me into her house, and, having dressed my wounds, brought me to myself with cordials of her own preparing. I was treated with great care and tenderness by this grave matron, who, after I had recovered some strength, desired to know the particulars of my last disaster. This piece of satisfaction I could not refuse to one who had saved my life, therefore related all my adventures without exaggeration or reserve. She seemed surprised at the vicissitudes I had undergone, and drew a happy presage of my future life from my past suffering, then launched out into the praise of adversity with so much ardor and good sense that I concluded she was a person who had seen better days, and conceived a longing desire to hear her story. She perceived my drift by some words I dropped, and smiling told me there was nothing either entertaining or extraordinary in the course of her fortune. But however, she would communicate it to me, in consideration of the confidence I had reposed in her. "It is of little consequence," said she, "to tell the names of my parents, who are dead many years ago. Let it suffice to assure you they were wealthy and had no other child than me, so that I was looked upon as heiress to a considerable estate, and teased with addresses on that account. Among the number of my admirers there was a young gentleman of no fortune, whose sole dependence was on his promotion in the army, in which, at that time, he bore a lieutenant's commission. I conceived an affection for this amiable officer, which in a short time increased to a violent passion, and without entering into minute circumstances, married him privately. We had not enjoyed one another long in stolen interviews, when he was ordered with his regiment to Flanders. But before he set out, it was agreed between us that we should declare our marriage to my father by letter, and implore his pardon for the step we had taken without his approbation. This discovery was made while I was abroad visiting, and just as I was about to return home, I received a letter from my father, importing that, since I had acted so undutifully and meanly as to marry a beggar, without his privity or consent, to the disgrace of his family as well as the disappointment of his hopes, he renounced me to the miserable fate I had entailed upon myself, and charged me never to set foot within his doors again. This rigid sentence was confirmed by my mother, who, in a postscript, gave me to understand that her sentiments were exactly conformable to those of my father, and that I might save myself the trouble of making any applications, for her resolutions were unalterable. Thunderstruck with my evil fortune, I called a coach, and drove to my husband's lodgings, where I found him waiting the event of his letter. Though he could easily divine by my looks the issue of his declaration, he read with great steadiness the epistle I had received, and with a smile full of tenderness, which I shall never forget, embraced me, saying, "I believe the good lady your mother might have spared herself the trouble of the last part of her postscript. Well, my dear Betty, you must lay aside all thoughts of a coach, till I can procure the command of a regiment." This unconcerned behavior, while it enabled me to support my reverse of fortune, at the same time endeared him to me the more, by convincing me of his disinterested views in espousing me. I was next day boarded in company with the wife of another officer, who had long been the friend and confidant of my husband, at a village not far from London, where they parted with us in the most melting manner, went to Flanders, and were killed in sight of one another at the Battle of the Wood. Why should I tire you with a description of our unutterable sorrow at the fatal news of this event, the remembrance of which now fills my aged eyes with tears? When our grief subsided a little, and reflection came to our aid, we found ourselves deserted by the whole world, and in danger of perishing by want. Whereupon we made application for the pension, and were put upon the list. Then, vowing eternal friendship, sold our jewels and superfluous clothes, retired to this place, which is in the county of Sussex, bought this little house, where we lived many years in a solitary manner, indulging our mutual sorrow, till it pleased heaven to call away my companion 2 years ago, since which time I have lingered out an unhappy being, in hopes of a speedy dissolution, when I promise myself the eternal reward of all my cares. In the meantime, continued she, I must inform you of the character I bear among my neighbors. My conversation being different from that of the inhabitants of the village, my recluse way of life, my skill in curing distempers, which I acquired from books since I settled here, and lastly, my age having made the common people look upon me as something preternatural, and I am actually, at this hour, believed to be a witch. The parson of the parish, whose acquaintance I have not been at much pains to cultivate, taking umbrage at my supposed disrespect, has contributed not a little towards the confirmation of this opinion. by dropping certain hints to my prejudice among the vulgar, who are also very much scandalized at my entertaining this poor tabby cat with the collar about her neck, which was a favorite of my deceased companion. The whole behavior of this venerable person was so primitive, innocent, sensible, and humane that I contracted a filial respect for her, and begged her advice with regard to my future conduct, as soon as I was in a condition to act for myself. She dissuaded me from a design I had formed of traveling to London, in hopes of retrieving my clothes and pay, by returning to my ship, which by this time I read in the newspaper was safely arrived in the River Thames. "Because," said she, "you run the hazard of being treated not only as a deserter in quitting the sloop, but also as a mutineer in assaulting your commanding officer, to the malice of whose revenge you will moreover be exposed." She then promised to recommend me as servant to a single lady of her acquaintance, who lived in the neighborhood with her nephew, who was a young fox-hunter of great fortune, where I might be very happy, provided I could bear with the disposition and manners of my mistress, which were somewhat whimsical and particular. But above all things, she counselled me to conceal my story, the knowledge of which would effectually poison my entertainment. For it was a maxim, among most people of condition, that no gentleman ought to be admitted into a family as a domestic, lest he become lazy and insolent. I was fain to embrace this humble proposal, because my affairs were desperate, and in a few days was hired by this lady to serve in quality of her footman, having been represented by my hostess as a young man who was bred up to the sea by his relations against his will, and had suffered shipwreck, which had increased his disgust to that way of life so much, that he rather chose to go to service on shore than enter himself on board of any other ship. Before I took possession of my new place, she gave me a sketch of my mistress's character, that I might know better how to regulate my conduct. "Your lady," said she, "is a maiden of 40 years, not so remarkable for her beauty as her learning and taste, which is famous all over the country. Indeed, she is a perfect female virtuoso, and so eager after the pursuit of knowledge that she neglects her person even to a degree of sluttishness. This negligence, together with her contempt of the male part of the creation, gives her nephew no great concern, as by these means he will probably keep her fortune, which is considerable in the family. He therefore permits her to live in her own way, which is something extraordinary, and gratifies her in all her whimsical desires. Her apartment is at some distance from the other inhabited parts of the house, and consists of a dining room, bedchamber, and study. She keeps a cook-maid, a waiting-woman and footman of her own, and seldom eats or converses with any of the family but her niece, who is a very lovely creature, and humors her aunt often to the prejudice of her own health by sitting up with her whole nights together. For your mistress is too much of a philosopher to be swayed by the custom of the world, and never sleeps nor eats like other people. Among other odd notions, she professes the principles of Rosicrucius, and believes the earth, air, and sea are inhabited by invisible beings, with whom it is possible for the human species to entertain correspondence and intimacy, on the easy condition of living chaste. As she hopes one day to be admitted into an acquaintance of this kind, she no sooner heard of me and my cat than she paid me a visit, with a view, as she has since owned, to be introduced to my familiar, and was greatly mortified to find herself disappointed in her expectation. Being by this visionary turn of mind abstracted as it were from the world, she cannot advert to the common occurrences of life, and therefore is frequently so absent as to commit very strange mistakes and extravagancies, which you will do well to rectify and repair, as your prudence shall suggest. Chapter 39. My reception by that lady? I become enamored of Narcissa, recount the particulars of my last misfortune, acquire the good opinion of my mistress, an account of the young squire. I am made acquainted with more particulars of Narcissa's situation, conceive a mortal hatred against Sir Timothy, examine my lady's library and performances, her extravagant behavior. Fraught with these useful instructions, I repaired to the place of her habitation, and was introduced by the waiting woman to the presence of my lady, who had not before seen me. She sat in her study, with one foot on the ground, and the other upon a high stool at some distance from her seat. Her sandy locks hung down, in a disorder I cannot call beautiful, from her head, which was deprived of its coif, for the benefit of scratching with one hand, while she held the stump of a pen in the other. Her forehead was high and wrinkled. Her eyes were large, gray, and prominent. Her nose was long and aquiline, her mouth of vast capacity, her visage meager and freckled, and her chin peaked like a shoemaker's paring knife. Her upper lip contained a large quantity of plain Spanish, which by continual falling had embroidered her neck, that was not naturally very white, and the breast of her gown, that flowed loose about her with a negligence that was truly poetic, discovering linen that was very fine, and, to all appearance, never washed but in Castalian streams. Around her lay heaps of books, globes, quadrants, telescopes, and other learned apparatus. Her snuff-box stood at her right hand. At her left hand lay her handkerchief, sufficiently used, and a convenience to spit in appeared on one side of her chair. She being in a reverie when we entered, the maid did not think proper to disturb her, so that we waited some minutes unobserved, during which time she bit the quill several times, altered her position, made many wry faces, and at length, with an air of triumph, repeated aloud, "Nor dare th immortal gods my rage oppose." Having committed her success to paper, she turned towards the door and perceiving us cried, "What's the matter?" "Here s the young man," replied my conductress, "whom Mrs. sagely recommended as a footman to your ladyship." On this information she stared in my face for a considerable time, and then asked my name, which I thought proper to conceal under that of John Brown. After having surveyed me with a curious eye, she broke out into, "Oh, aye, thou wast shipwrecked, I remember. Whether didst thou come on shore on the back of a whale or a dolphin?" To this I answered, I had swam ashore without any assistance. Then she demanded to know if I had ever been at the Hellespont and swam from Sestos to Abydos. I replied in the negative, upon which she bade the maid order a suit of new livery for me and instruct me in the articles of my duty. So she spit in her snuff-box and wiped her nose with her cap, which lay on the table, instead of a handkerchief. We returned to the kitchen, where I was regaled by the maids, who seemed to vie with each other in expressing their regard for me, and from them I understood that my business consisted in cleaning knives and forks, laying the cloth, waiting at table, carrying messages, and attending my lady when she went abroad. There was a very good suit of livery in the house, which had belonged to my predecessor deceased, and it fitted me exactly, so that there was no occasion for employing a tailor on my account. I had not been long equipped in this manner, when my lady's bell rung, upon which I ran upstairs and found her stalking about the room in her shift and under petticoat only. I would immediately have retired as became me, but she bade me come in, and air a clean shift for her, which operation I having performed with some backwardness, she put it on before me without any ceremony, and I verily believe was ignorant of my sex all that time, as being quite absorbed in contemplation. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon I was ordered to lay the cloth, and place 2 covers, which I understood were for my mistress and her niece, whom I had not as yet seen. Though I was not very dexterous at this work, I performed it pretty well for a beginner, and, when dinner was upon the table, saw my mistress approach, accompanied by the young lady, whose name for the present shall be Narcissa. So much sweetness appeared in the countenance and carriage of this amiable apparition, that my heart was captivated at first sight, and while dinner lasted, I gazed upon her without intermission. Her age seemed to be 17, her stature tall, her shape unexceptionable, her hair that fell down upon her ivory neck in ringlets, black as jet. Her arched eyebrows of the same color, her eyes piercing yet tender, her lips of the consistence and hue of cherries, her complexion clear, delicate, and healthy, her aspect noble, ingenuous, and humane, and the whole person so ravishingly delightful that it was impossible for any creature endued with sensibility to see without admiring and admire without loving her to excess. I began to curse the servile station that placed me so far beneath the regard of this idol of my adoration. And yet I blessed my fate that enabled me to enjoy daily the sight of so much perfection. When she spoke, I listened with pleasure. But when she spoke to me, my soul was thrilled with an ecstasy of tumultuous joy. I was even so happy as to be the subject of their conversation, for Narcissa, having observed me, said to her aunt, "I see your new footman is come." Then, addressing herself to me, asked with ineffable complacency if I was the person who had been so cruelly used by robbers. When I had satisfied her in this, she expressed a desire of knowing the other particulars of my fortune, both before and since my being shipwrecked. Hereupon, as Mrs. Sagely had counselled me, I told her that I had been bound apprentice to the master of a ship, contrary to my inclination, which ship had foundered at sea. That I and 4 more, who chanced to be on deck when she went down, made shift to swim to the shore, when my companions, after having overpowered me, stripped me to the shirt, and left me, as they imagined, dead of the wounds I received in my own defense. Then I related the circumstances of being found in a barn, with the inhuman treatment I met with from the country people and parson, the description of which, I perceived, drew tears from the charming creature's eyes. When I had finished my recital, my mistress said, "Ma foi, legarcin est bien fate," to which opinion Narcissa assented, with a compliment to my understanding, in the same language that flattered my vanity extremely. The conversation, among other subjects, turned upon the young squire, whom my lady inquired after under the title of the Savage, and was informed by her niece that he was still in bed, repairing the fatigue of last night's debauch, and recruiting strength and spirits to undergo a fox chase tomorrow morning, in company with Sir Timothy Thicket, Squire Bumper, and a great many other gentlemen of the same stamp, whom he had invited on that occasion, so that by daybreak the whole house would be in an uproar. This was a very disagreeable piece of news to the virtuoso, who protested she would stuff her ears with cotton when she went to bed, and take a dose of opium to make her sleep the more sound, that she might not be disturbed and distracted by the clamor of the brutes. When their dinner was over, I and my fellow servants sat down to ours in the kitchen, where I understood that Sir Timothy Thicket was a wealthy knight in the neighborhood, between whom and Narcissa a match had been projected by her brother, who promised at the same time to espouse Sir Timothy's sister. By which means, as their fortunes were pretty equal, the young ladies would be provided for, and their brothers be never the poorer. But that the ladies did not concur in the scheme, each of them entertaining a hearty contempt for the person allotted to her for a husband by this agreement. This information begat in me a mortal aversion to Sir Timothy, whom I looked upon as my rival, and cursed in my heart for his presumption. Next morning, by daybreak, being awakened by the noise of the hunters and hounds, I rose to view the cavalcade, and had a sight of my competitor, whose accomplishments, the estate excluded, did not seem brilliant enough to give me much uneasiness with respect to Narcissa, who, I flattered myself, was not to be won by such qualifications as he was master of, either as to person or mind. My mistress, notwithstanding her precaution, was so much disturbed by her nephew's company that she did not rise till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so that I had an opportunity of examining her study at leisure, to which examination I was strongly prompted by my curiosity. Here I found 1,000 scraps of her own poetry, consisting of 3, 4, 10, 12, and 20 lines on an infinity of subjects, which, as whim-inspired, she had begun, without constancy or capacity to bring to any degree of composition. But what was very extraordinary in a female poet, there was not the least mention made of love in any of her performances. I counted fragments of 5 tragedies, the titles of which were The Stern Philosopher, The Double, The Sacrilegious Traitor, The Fall of Lucifer, and The Last Day. From whence I gathered that her disposition was gloomy and her imagination delighted with objects of horror. Her library was composed of the best English historians, poets, and philosophers, of all the French critics and poets, and of a few books in Italian, chiefly poetry, at the head of which were Tasso and Ariosto, pretty much used. Besides these, translations of the classics into French, but not one book in Greek or Latin, a circumstance that discovered her ignorance in these languages. After having taken a full view of this collection, I retired, and at the usual time was preparing to lay the cloth, when I was told by the maid that her mistress was still in bed and had been so affected with the notes of the hounds in the morning that she actually believed herself a hare beset by the hunters and begged a few greens to munch for breakfast. When I expressed my surprise in this unaccountable imagination, she gave me to understand that her lady was very much subject to whims of this nature, sometimes fancying herself an animal, sometimes a piece of furniture, during which conceited transformations it was very dangerous to come near her, especially when she represented a beast. For that lately, in the character of a cat, she had flown at her and scratched her face in a terrible manner. That some months ago she prophesied the general conflagration was at hand, and nothing would be able to quench it but her water, which therefore she kept so long, that her life was in danger, and she must needs have died of the retention, had they not found an expedient to make her evacuate, by kindling a bonfire under her chamber window and persuading her that the house was in flames. Upon which, with great deliberation, she bade them bring all the tubs and vessels they could find to be filled for the preservation of the house, into one of which she immediately discharged the cause of her distemper. I was also informed that nothing contributed so much to the recovery of her reason as music, which was always administered on those occasions by Narcissa, who played perfectly well on the harpsichord, and to whom she, the maid, was just then going to intimate her aunt's disorder. She was no sooner gone than I was summoned by the bell to my lady's chamber, where I found her sitting squat on her hands on the floor, in the manner of puss when she listens to the outcries of her pursuers. When I appeared, she started up with an alarmed look and sprang to the other side of the room to avoid me, whom, without doubt, she mistook for a beagle thirsting after her life. Perceiving her extreme confusion, I retired, and on the staircase met the adorable Narcissa coming up, to whom I imparted the situation of my mistress. She said not a word, but smiling with unspeakable grace, went into her aunt's apartment, and in a little time my ears were ravished with the efforts of her skill. She accompanied the instrument with a voice so sweet and melodious that I did not wonder at the surprising change it produced on the spirits of my mistress, which composed to peace and sober reflection. About 7 o'clock, the hunters arrived with the skins of 2 foxes and 1 badger, carried before them as trophies of their success. And when they were about to sit down to dinner or supper, Sir Timothy Thicket desired that Narcissa would honor the table with her presence, but this request, notwithstanding her brother's threats and entreaties, she refused on pretense of attending her aunt, who was indisposed. So I enjoyed the satisfaction of seeing my rival mortified. But this disappointment made no great impression on him, who consoled himself with the bottle, of which the whole company became so enamored that, after a most horrid uproar of laughing, singing, swearing, and fighting, they were all carried to bed in a state of utter oblivion. My duty being altogether detached from the squire and his family, I led a pretty easy and comfortable life, drinking daily intoxicating draughts of love from the charms of Narcissa, which brightened on my contemplation every day more and more. Inglorious as my station was, I became blind to my own unworthiness, and even conceived hopes of one day enjoying this amiable creature, whose affability greatly encouraged these presumptuous thoughts. Chapter 40. My mistress is surprised at my learning, communicates her performances to me. I impart some of mine to her, am mortified at her faint praise. Narcissa approves of my conduct. I gain an involuntary conquest over the cookwench and dairymaid, their mutual resentment and insinuations, the jealousy of their lovers. During this season of love and tranquility, my muse, which had lain dormant so long, awoke, and produced several small performances on the subject of my flame. But as it concerned me nearly to remain undiscovered in my character and sentiments, I was under a necessity of mortifying my desire of praise, by confining my works to my own perusal and applause. In the meantime, I strove to insinuate myself into the good opinion of both ladies, and succeeded so well, by my diligence and dutiful behavior, that in a little time I was at least a favorite servant, and frequently enjoyed the satisfaction of hearing myself mentioned in French and Italian, with some degree of warmth and surprise, by the dear object of all my wishes, as a person who had so much of the gentleman in my appearance and discourse, that she could not for her soul treat me like a common lackey. My prudence and modesty were not long proof against these bewitching compliments. One day, while I waited at dinner, the conversation turned upon a naughty passage of Tasso's Jerusalem, which it seems had puzzled them both. After a great many unsatisfactory conjectures, my mistress, taking the book out of her pocket, turned up the place in question and read the sentence over and over without success. At length, despairing of finding the author's meaning, she turned to me, saying, "Come hither, Bruno, let us see what fortune will do for us. I will interpret to thee what goes before, and what follows this obscure paragraph, the particular words of which I will also explain, that thou mayst, by comparing one with another, guess the sense of that which perplexes us." I was too vain to let slip this opportunity of displaying my talents, therefore, without hesitation, read and explain the whole of that which had disconcerted them, to the utter astonishment of both. Narcissa's face and lovely neck were overspread with blushes, from which I drew a favorable opinion, while her aunt, after having stared at me a good while with a look of amazement, exclaimed, "In the name of heaven, who art thou?" I told her I had picked up a smattering of Italian during a voyage up the Straits. At this explanation she shook her head and observed that no smatterer could read as I had done. She then desired to know if I understood French, to which question I answered in the affirmative. She asked if I was acquainted with the Latin and Greek. I replied, "A little." "Oh ho," continued she, "and with philosophy and mathematics, I suppose?" I owned I knew something of each. Then she repeated her stare and interrogation. I began to repent of my vanity, and in order to repair the fault I committed, said, it was not to be wondered at if I had a tolerable education, for learning was so cheap in my country that every peasant was a scholar. But I hoped her ladyship would think my understanding no exception to my character. No, no, God forbid. But during the rest of the time they sat at table, they behaved with remarkable reserve. This alteration gave me great uneasiness, and I passed the night without sleep, in melancholy reflections on the vanity of young men, which prompts them to commit so many foolish actions, contrary to their own sober judgment. Next day, however, instead of profiting by this self-condemnation, I yielded still more to the dictates of the principle I had endeavored to chastise, and if fortune had not befriended me more than prudence could expect, I should have been treated with the contempt it deserved. After breakfast my lady, who was a true author, bade me follow her into the study, where she expressed herself thus: "Since you are so learned, you cannot be void of taste, therefore I am to desire your opinion of a small performance in poetry, which I lately composed. You must know that I have planned a tragedy, the subject of which shall be the murder of a prince before the altar, where he is busy at his devotions. After the deed is perpetrated, the regicide will harangue the people with the bloody dagger in his hand, and I have already composed a speech, which I think will suit the character extremely. Here it is." Then, taking up a scrap of paper, she read, with violent emphasis and gesture, as follows: "Thus have I sent the simple king to hell, without or coffin, shroud, or passing bell. To me what are divine and human laws, I court no sanction but my own applause. Rapes, robberies, treasons yield my soul delight, and human carnage gratifies my sight. I drag the parent by the hoary hair, and toss the sprawling infant on the spear, while the fond mother's cries regale my ear. I fight, I vanquish, murder friends and foes, nor dare the immortal gods my rage oppose." Though I did great violence to my understanding in praising this unnatural rhapsody, I nevertheless extolled it as a production that of itself deserved immortal fame, and besought her ladyship to bless the world with the fruits of those uncommon talents heaven had bestowed upon her. She smiled with a look of self-complacency, and encouraged by the incense I had offered, communicated all her poetical works which I applauded, one by one, with as little candor as I had shown at first. Satiated with my flattery, which I hope my situation justified, she could not in conscience refuse me an opportunity of shining in my turn and, therefore, after a compliment to my nice discernment and taste, observed that doubtless I must have produced something in that way myself, which she desired to see. This was temptation I could by no means resist. I own that while I was at college, I wrote some detached pieces at the desire of a friend who was in love, and at her request repeated the following verses, which indeed my love for Narcissa had inspired. On Celia, playing on the harpsichord and singing. When Sappho struck the quivering wire, the throbbing breast was all on fire, and when she raised the vocal lay, the captive soul was charmed away. But had the nymph possessed with these thy softer, chaster power to please, thy beauteous air of sprightly youth, thy native smiles of artless truth, the worm of grief had never preyed on the forsaken lovesick maid, nor had she mourned a hapless flame, nor dashed on rocks her tender frame. My mistress paid me a cold compliment on the versification, which, she said, was elegant enough, but the subject beneath the pen of a true poet. I was extremely nettled at her indifference, and looked at Narcissa, who by this time had joined us, for her approbation. But she declined giving her opinion, protesting she was no judge of these matters, so that I was forced to retire very much balked in my expectation, which was generally a little too sanguine. In the afternoon, however, the waiting maid assured me that Narcissa had expressed her approbation of my performance with great warmth, and desired her to procure a copy of it as for herself, that she, Narcissa, might have an opportunity to peruse it at pleasure. I was elated to an extravagant pitch at this intelligence, and immediately transcribed a fair copy of my ode, which was carried to the dear charmer, together with another on the same subject, as follows. Thy fatal shaft unerring move, I bow before thine altar, love. I feel thou soft resistless flame glide swift through all my vital frame. For while I gaze my bosom glows, my blood in tides impetuous flows, hope, fear, and joy alternate roll, and floods of transports whelm my soul. My faltering tongue attempts in vain in soothing murmurs to complain. My tongue some secret magic ties, my murmurs sink in broken sighs. Condemned to nurse eternal care, and ever drop the silent tear, unheard I mourn, unknown I sigh unfriended live, unpitied die. Whether or not Narcissa discovered my passion, I could not learn from her behavior, which, though always benevolent to me, was henceforth more reserved and less cheerful. While my thoughts aspired to a sphere so far above me, I had unwittingly made a conquest of the cookwench and dairymaid, who became so jealous of each other that, if their sentiments had been refined by education, it is probable one or other of them would have had recourse to poison or steel to be avenged of her rival. But, as their minds were happily adapted to their humble station, their mutual enmity was confined to scolding and fistcuffs, in which exercise they were both well skilled. My good fortune did not long remain a secret, for it was disclosed by the frequent broils of these heroines, who kept no decorum in their encounters. The coachman and gardener, who paid their devoirs to my admirers, each to his respective choice, alarmed at my success, laid their heads together, in order to concert a plan of revenge, and the former, having been educated at the academy at Tottenham Court, undertook to challenge me to single combat. He accordingly, with many opprobrious invectives, bade me defiance, and offered to box me for 20 guineas. I told him that, although I believed myself a match for him even at that work, I would not descend so far below the dignity of a gentleman as to fight like a porter. But if he had anything to say to me, I was his man at blunderbuss, musket, pistol, sword, hatchet, spit, cleaver, fork, or needle. Nay, I swore that should he give his tongue any more saucy liberties at my expense, I would crop his ears without any ceremony. This rhodomontade, delivered with a stern countenance and resolute tone, had the desired effect upon my antagonist, who, with some confusion, sneaked off and gave his friend an account of his reception. The story, taking air among the servants, procured for me the title of Gentleman John, with which I was sometimes honored, even by my mistress and Narcissa, who had been informed of the whole affair by the chambermaid. In the meantime, the rival queens expressed their passion by all the ways in their power. The cook entertained me with choice bits, the dairymaid with strokings. The first would often encourage me to declare myself by complimenting me upon my courage and learning, and observing that if she had a husband like me, to maintain order and keep accounts, she could make a great deal of money by setting up an eating house in London for gentlemen's servants on board wages. The other courted my affection by showing her own importance and telling me that many a substantial farmer in the neighborhood would be glad to marry her, but she was resolved to please her eye if she should plague her heart. Then she would launch out into the praise of my proper person, and say she was sure I would make a good husband, for I was very good-natured. I began to be uneasy at the importunities of these inamoratas, whom, at another time perhaps, I might have pleased without the disagreeable sauce of matrimony. But at present, my whole soul was engrossed by Narcissa, and I could not bear the thoughts of doing anything derogatory to the passion I entertained for her. Chapter 41. Narcissa, being in danger from the brutality of Sir Timothy, is rescued by me, who revenge myself on my rival. I declare my passion, and retreat to the seaside, am surrounded by smugglers, and carried to Boulogne, find my uncle Lieutenant Bowling in great distress, and relieve him, our conversation. At certain intervals my ambition would revive. I would despise myself for my tame resignation to my sordid fate, and revolve 100 schemes for assuming the character of a gentleman, to which I thought myself entitled by birth and education. In these fruitless suggestions time stole away unperceived, and I had already remained 8 months in the station of a footman, when an accident happened that put an end to my servitude, and, for the present, banished all hopes of succeeding in my love. Narcissa went one day to visit Miss Thicket, who lived with her brother within less than a mile of our house, and was persuaded to walk home in the cool of the evening, accompanied by Sir Timothy, who, having a good deal of the brute in him, was instigated to use some unbecoming familiarities with her, encouraged by the solitariness of a field through which they passed. The lovely creature was incensed at his rude behavior, for which she reproached him in such a manner that he lost all regard to decency, and actually offered violence to this pattern of innocence and beauty. But heaven would not suffer so much goodness to be violated, and sent me, who, passing by accident near the place, was alarmed with her cries for her succor. What were the emotions of my soul when I beheld Narcissa almost sinking beneath the brutal force of this satyr! I flew like lightning to her rescue, and he, perceiving me, quitted his prey and drew his hanger to chastise my presumption. My indignation was too high to admit one thought of fear, so that, rushing upon him, I struck his weapon out of his hand, and used my cudgel so successfully that he fell to the ground, and lay, to all appearance, without sense. Then I turned to Narcissa, who had swooned, and sitting down by her, gently raised her head and supported it on my bosom, while, with my hand around her waist, I kept her in that position. My soul was thrilled with tumultuous joy at feeling the object of my dearest wishes within my arms, and while she lay insensible, I could not refrain from applying my cheeks to hers and ravishing a kiss. In a little time the blood began to revisit her face, she opened her enchanting eyes, and having recollected her late situation said, with a look full of tender acknowledgment, "Dear John, I am eternally obliged to you." So saying, she made an effort to rise, in which I assisted her, and she proceeded to the house, leaning upon me all the way. I was 1,000 times tempted by this opportunity to declare my passion, but the dread of disobliging her restrained my tongue. We had not moved 100 paces from the scene of her distress, when I perceived Sir Timothy rise and walk homeward, a circumstance which, though it gave me some satisfaction, inasmuch as I thereby knew I had not killed him, filled me with just apprehension of his resentment, which I found myself in no condition to withstand. Especially when I considered his intimacy with our squire, to whom I knew he could justify himself for what he had done, by imputing it to his love, and desiring his brother Bruin to take the same liberty with his sister, without any fear of offense. When we arrived at the house, Narcissa assured me she would exert all her influence in protecting me from the revenge of Thicket, and likewise engage her aunt in my favor. At the same time, pulling out her purse, offered it as a small consideration for the service I had done her. But I stood too much upon the punctilios of love to incur the least suspicion of being mercenary, and refused the present, by saying I had merited nothing by barely doing my duty. She seemed astonished at my disinterestedness and blushed. I felt the same suffusion, and with a downcast eye and broken accent, told her I had one request to make, which, if her generosity would grant, I should think myself fully recompensed for an age of misery. She changed color at this preamble, and with great confusion replied she hoped my good sense would hinder me from asking anything she was bound in honor to refuse, and therefore bade me signify my desire. Upon which I kneeled and engaged to kiss her hand. She immediately, with an averted look, stretched it out. I imprinted on it an ardent kiss, and bathing it with my tears, cried, "Dear madam, I am an unfortunate gentleman and love you to distraction, but would have died 1,000 deaths rather than make this declaration under such a servile appearance, were I not determined to yield to the rigor of my fate, to fly from your bewitching presence, and bury my presumptuous passion in eternal silence." With these words I rose, and went away before she could recover her spirits so far as to make any reply. My first care was to go and consult Mrs. Sagely, with whom I had entertained a friendly correspondence ever since I left her house. When she understood my situation, the good woman, with real concern, condoled with me on my unhappy fate, and approved of my resolution to leave the country, as being perfectly well acquainted with the barbarous disposition of my rival, who, by this time, said she, has no doubt meditated a scheme of revenge. Indeed, I cannot see how you will be able to elude his vengeance. Being himself in the commission, he will immediately grant warrants for apprehending you, and as almost all the people in this country are dependent on him or his friend, it will be impossible for you to find shelter among them. If you should be apprehended, he will commit you to jail, where you may possibly in great misery languish till the next assizes, and then be transported for assaulting a magistrate. While she thus warned me of my danger, we heard a knocking at the door, which threw us both into great consternation, as in all probability it was occasioned by my pursuers. Whereupon this generous old lady, putting 2 guineas into my hand, with tears in her eyes, bade me, for God's sake, get out at the back door and consult my safety as Providence should direct me. There was no time for deliberation. I followed her advice, and escaped by the benefit of a dark night to the seaside, where, while I ruminated on my next excursion, I was all of a sudden surrounded by armed men, who, having bound my hands and feet, bade me make no noise on pain of being shot, and carried me on board of a vessel, which I soon perceived to be a smuggling cutter. This discovery gave me some satisfaction at first, because I concluded myself safe from the resentment of Sir Timothy. But when I found myself in the hands of ruffians, who threatened to execute me for a spy, I would have thought myself happily quit for a year's imprisonment or even transportation. It was in vain for me to protest my innocence. I could not persuade them that I had taken a solitary walk to their haunt at such an hour merely for my own amusement, and I did not think it my interest to disclose the true cause of my retreat, because I was afraid they would have made their peace with justice by surrendering me to the penalty of the law. What confirmed their suspicion was the appearance of a custom-house yacht, which gave them chase, and had well-nigh made a prize of their vessel. When they were delivered from their fears by a thick fog which effectually screened them and favored their arrival at Boulogne. But before they got out of sight of their pursuer, they held a council of war about me, and some of the most ferocious among them would have thrown me overboard as a traitor who had betrayed them to their enemies. But others, more considerate, alleged that if they put me to death and should afterwards be taken, they could expect no mercy from the legislature, which would never pardon outlawry aggravated by murder. It was therefore determined by a plurality of votes that I should be set on shore in France and left to find my way back to England, as I should think proper, this being punishment sufficient for the bare suspicion of a crime in itself not capital. Although this favorable determination gave me great pleasure, the apprehension of being robbed would not suffer me to be perfectly at ease. To prevent this calamity, as soon as I was untied, in consequence of the aforesaid decision, I tore a small hole in one of my stockings, into which I dropped 6 guineas, reserving half a piece and some silver in my pocket, that, finding something, they might not be tempted to make any further inquiry. This was a very necessary precaution, for when we came within sight of the French shore, one of the smugglers told me I must pay for my passage. To this declaration I replied that my passage was none of my own seeking, therefore they could not expect a reward from me for transporting me into a strange country by force. Me, said the outlaw, none of your palaver, but let me see what money you have got. So saying, he thrust his hand into my pocket without any ceremony, and emptied it of the contents. Then, casting an eye at my hat and wig, which captivated his fancy, he took them off, clapping his own on my head, declared that a fair exchange was no robbery. I was fain to put up with this bargain, which was by no means favorable to me, and a little while after we went all on shore together. I resolved to take my leave of those desperadoes without much ceremony, when one of them cautioned me against appearing to their prejudice if ever I returned to England, unless I had a mind to be murdered. For which service, he assured me, the gang never wanted agents. I promised to observe his advice and departed for the upper town, where I inquired for a cabaret or public house, into which I went with an intention of taking some refreshment. In the kitchen, 5 Dutch sailors sat at breakfast with a large loaf, a firkin of butter, and a keg of brandy, the bung of which they often applied to their mouths with great perseverance and satisfaction. At some distance from them, I perceived another person in the same garb, sitting in a pensive, solitary manner, entertaining himself with a whiff of tobacco from the stump of a pipe as black as jet. The appearance of distress never failed to attract my regard and compassion. I approached this forlorn tar with a view to offer him my assistance, and notwithstanding the alteration of dress and disguise of a long beard, I discovered in him my long-lost and lamented uncle and benefactor, Lieutenant Bowling. Good heaven! What were the agitations of my soul, between the joy of finding again such a valuable friend and the sorrow of seeing him in such a low condition? The tears gushed down my cheeks. I stood motionless and silent for some time. At length, recovering the use of speech, I exclaimed, "Gracious God, Mr. Bowling!" My uncle no sooner heard his name mentioned than he started up, crying with some surprise, "Holla!" And after having looked at me steadfastly, without being able to recollect me, said, "Did you call me, brother?" I told him I had something extraordinary to communicate, and desired him to give me the hearing for a few minutes in another room. But he would by no means consent to this proposal, saying, "Avast there, friend! None of your tricks upon travelers. If you have anything to say to me, do it above board. You need not be afraid of being overheard. Here are none who understand our lingo." Though I was loth to discover myself before company, I could no longer refrain from telling him I was his own nephew, Roderick Random. On this information, he considered me with great earnestness and astonishment, and, recalling my features, which, though enlarged, were not entirely altered since he had seen me, came up and shook me by the hand very cordially, protesting he was glad to see me well. After some pause, he went on thus, "And yet, my lad, I am sorry to see you under such colors, the more so as it is not in my power at present to change them for the better, times being very hard with me." With these words I could perceive a tear trickle down his furrowed cheek, which affected me so much that I wept bitterly. Imagining my sorrow was the effect of my own misfortunes, he comforted me with observing that life was a voyage in which we must expect to meet with all weathers. Sometimes was calm, sometimes rough, that a fair gale often succeeded a storm, that the wind did not always sit one way, and that despair signified nothing, that resolution and skill were better than a stout vessel. For why? Because they require no carpenter, and grow stronger the more labor they undergo. I dried up my tears, which I assured him were not shed for my own distress, but for his, and begged leave to accompany him into another room, where we could converse more at our ease. There I recounted to him the ungenerous usage I had met with from potion, at which relation he started up, stalked across the room 3 or 4 times in a great hurry, and grasping his cudgel, cried, "I would I were alongside of him. That's all, I would I were alongside of him." I then gave him a detail of my adventures and sufferings, which affected him more than I could have imagined, and concluded with telling him that Captain Okun was still alive, and that he might return to England when he would to solicit his affairs, without danger or molestation. He was wonderfully pleased with this piece of information, of which, however, he said he could not at present avail himself, for want of money to pay for his passage to London. This objection I soon removed, by putting 5 guineas into his hand, and telling him I thought myself extremely happy in having an opportunity of manifesting my gratitude to him in his necessity. But it was with the utmost difficulty I could prevail upon him to accept of 2, which he affirmed were more than sufficient to defray the necessary expense. After this friendly contest was over, he proposed we should have a mess of something. "For," said he, "it has been banyan day with me a great while. You must know I was shipwrecked 5 days ago, near a place called Lycia, in company with those Dutchmen who are now drinking below, and having but little money when I came ashore, it was soon spent, because I let them have share and share while it lasted. Howsomever, I should have remembered the old saying, every hog his own apple, for when they found my hold unstowed, they went all hands to shuling and begging, and because I would not take a spell at the same duty, refused to give me the least assistance, so that I have not broke bread these 2 days. I was shocked at the extremity of his distress, and ordered some bread, cheese, and wine to be brought immediately, to allay his hunger, until a fricassee of chickens could be prepared. When he had recruited his spirits with this homely fare, I desired to know the particulars of his peregrination since the accident at Cape Tibrune, which were briefly these. The money he had about him being all spent at Port Louis, the civility and hospitality of the French cooled to such a degree, that he was obliged to list on board one of their king's ships as a common foremast man, to prevent himself from starving on shore. In this situation he continued 2 years, during which time he had acquired some knowledge of their language and the reputation of a good seaman. The ship he belonged to was ordered home to France, where she was laid up as unfit for service, and he was received on board one of Monsieur Danton's squadron, in quality of quartermaster, which office he performed in a voyage to the West Indies, where he engaged with our ship, as before related. But his conscience upbraiding him for serving the one enemies of his country, he quitted the ship at the same place where he first listed, and got to Curacoa in a Dutch vessel. There he bargained with a skipper, bound to Europe, to work for his passage to Holland, from whence he was in hopes of hearing from his friends in England, but was cast away, as he mentioned before, on the French coast, and must have been reduced to the necessity of traveling on foot to Holland, and begging for his subsistence on the road, or of entering on board of another French man-of-war, at the hazard of being treated as a deserter, if Providence had not sent me to his succor. And now, my lad, continued he, I think I shall steer my course directly to London, where I do not doubt of being replaced, and of having the R taken off me by the Lords of the Admiralty, to whom I intend to write a petition, setting forth my case. If I succeed, I shall have wherewithal to give you some assistance, because, when I left the ship, I had 2 years' pay due to me, therefore I desire to know whither you are bound. And besides, perhaps, I may have interest enough to procure a warrant appointing you surgeon's mate of the ship to which I shall belong, for the beadle of the Admiralty is my good friend. And he and one of the under clerks are sworn brothers, and that under clerk has a good deal to say with one of the upper clerks, who is very well known to the under secretary, who, upon his recommendation, I hope, will recommend my affair to the first secretary, and he again will speak to one of the lords in my behalf. So that you see I do not want friends to assist me on occasion. As for the fellow Crampley, thof I know him not. I am sure he is neither seaman nor officer, by what you have told me, or else he could never be so much mistaken in his reckoning, as to run the ship on shore on the coast of Sussex before he believed himself in soundings. Neither, when that accident happened, would he have left the ship until she had been stove to pieces, especially when the tide was making. Wherefore, by this time, I do suppose, he has been tried by a court-martial, and executed for his cowardice and misconduct. I could not help smiling at the description of my uncle's ladder, by which he proposed to climb to the attention of the Board of Admiralty and, though I knew the world too well to confide in such dependence myself, I would not discourage him with doubts, but asked if he had no friend in London who would advance a small sum of money to enable him to appear as he ought, and make a small present to the under-secretary, who might possibly dispatch his business the sooner on that account. He scratched his head, and after some recollection, replied, "Why, yes, I believe Daniel Whipcord, the ship-chandler in Wapping, would not refuse me such a small matter. I know I can have what credit I want for lodging, liquor, and clothes, but as to money, I won't be positive. Had honest Block been living, I should not have been at loss." I was heartily sorry to find a worthy man so destitute of friends, when he had such need of them, and looked upon my own situation as less miserable than his, because I was better acquainted with the selfishness and roguery of mankind, consequently less liable to disappointment and imposition. Chapter 42. He takes his passage in a cutter for Deal. We are accosted by a priest, who proves to be a Scotchman, his profession on friendship. He is affronted by the lieutenant, who afterwards appeases him by submission. My uncle embarks. I am introduced by a priest to a Capuchin in whose company I set out for Paris. The character of my fellow traveler, an adventure on the road. I am shocked at his behavior. When our repast was ended, we walked down to the harbor, where we found a cutter that was to sail for Deal in the evening, and Mr. Bowling agreed for his passage. In the meantime, we sauntered about the town to satisfy our curiosity, our conversation turning on the subject of my designs, which were not as yet fixed. Neither can it be supposed that my mind was at ease, when I found myself reduced almost to extreme poverty, in the midst of foreigners, among whom I had not one acquaintance to advise or befriend me. My uncle was sensible of my forlorn condition, and pressed me to accompany him to England, where he did not doubt of finding some sort of provision for me. But besides the other reasons I had for avoiding that kingdom, I looked upon it, at this time, as the worst country in the universe for a poor honest man to live in, and therefore determined to remain in France at all events. I was confirmed in this resolution by a reverend priest, who, passing by at this time, and overhearing us speak English, accosted us in the same language, telling us he was our countryman, and wishing it might be in his power to do us any service. We thanked this grave person for his courteous offer, and invited him to drink a glass with us, which he did not think proper to refuse, and we went altogether into a tavern of his recommending. After having drunk to our healths in a bumper of good Burgundy, he began to inquire into our situation, particularly the place of our nativity, which we no sooner named than he started up, and, wringing our hands with great fervor, shed a flood of tears, crying, "I come from the same part of the country. Perhaps you are my own relations." I was on my guard against his caresses, which I suspected very much, when I remembered the adventure of the money-dropper. But without any appearance of diffidence, observed that, as he was born in that part of the country, he must certainly know our families, which, howsoever mean our present appearance might be, were none of the most obscure or inconsiderable. Then I discovered our names, to which I found he was no stranger. He had known my grandfather personally, and, notwithstanding an absence of 50 years from Scotland, recounted so many particulars of the families in the neighborhood that my scruples were entirely removed, and I thought myself happy in his acquaintance. In the course of our conversation, I disclosed my condition without reserve and displayed my talents to such advantage that the old father looked upon me with admiration and assured me that if I stayed in France and listened to reason, I could not fail of making my fortune, to which he would contribute all in his power. My uncle began to be jealous of the priest's insinuation, and very abruptly declared that if ever I should renounce my religion, he would break off all connection and correspondence with me. For it was his opinion that no honest man would swerve from his principles in which he was bred, whether Turkish, Protestant, or Roman. The father, affronted at this declaration, with great vehemence began a long discourse, setting forth the danger of obstinacy and shutting one's eyes against the light. He said that ignorance would be no plea towards justification, when we had opportunities of being better informed, and that, if the minds of people had not been open to conviction, the Christian religion could not have been propagated in the world, and we should now be in a state of pagan darkness and barbarity. He endeavored to prove, by some texts of Scripture and many quotations from the Fathers, that the Pope was the successor of Saint Peter and vicar of Jesus Christ, that the Church of Rome was the true, holy, Catholic Church, and that the Protestant faith was an impious heresy and damnable schism, by which many millions of souls would suffer everlasting perdition. When he had finished his sermon, which I thought he pronounced with more zeal than discretion, he addressed himself to my uncle, desired to know his objections to what had been said. The lieutenant, whose attention had been wholly engrossed by his own affairs, took the pipe out of his mouth and replied, "As for me, friend, d'ye see, I have no objection to what you say. It may be either truth or false, for what I know. I meddle with nobody's affairs but my own, the gunner to his linstock, and the steersman to the helm, as the saying is. I trust to no creed but the compass, and do unto every man as I would be done by, so that I defy the Pope, the devil, and the pretender, and hope to be saved as well as another." This association of persons gave great offense to the friar, who protested, in a mighty passion, that if Mr. Bowling had not been his countryman, he would have caused him to be imprisoned for his insolence. I ventured to disapprove of my uncle's rashness, and appeased the old gentleman, by assuring him there was no offense intended by my kinsman, who, by this time sensible of his error, shook the injured party by the hand, and asked pardon for the freedom he had taken. Matters being amicably compromised, he invited us to come and see him in the afternoon at the convent to which he belonged, and took his leave for the present, when my uncle recommended it strongly to me to persevere in the religion of my forefathers, whatever advantages might propose to myself by a change, which could not fail of disgracing myself and dishonoring my family. I assured him no consideration would induce me to forfeit his friendship and good opinion on that score, at which assurance he discovered great satisfaction and put me in mind of dinner, which we immediately bespoke, and when it was ready, ate together. I imagined my acquaintance with the Scottish priest, if properly managed, might turn out to my advantage, and therefore resolved to cultivate it as much as I could. With this view, we visited him at his convent, according to his invitation, where he treated us with wine and sweetmeats, and showed us everything that was remarkable in the monastery. Having been thus entertained, we took our leave, though not before I had promised to see him next day, and the time fixed for my uncle's embarking being come, I accompanied him to the harbor and saw him on board. We parted not without tears, after we had embraced and wished one another all manner of prosperity, and he entreated me to write to him often, directing to Lieutenant Bowling, at the sign of the Union flag, near the Hermitage, London. I returned to the house in which we had met, where I passed the night in a very solitary manner, reflecting on the severity of my fate and endeavoring to project some likely scheme of life for the future. But my invention failed me. I saw nothing but insurmountable difficulties in my way and was ready to despair at the miserable prospect. That I might not, however, neglect any probable reason, I got up in the morning and went directly to the father, whose advice and assistance I implored. He received me very kindly and gave me to understand that there was one way of life in which a person of my talents could not fail of making a great figure. I guessed his meaning and told him, once for all, I was fully determined against any alteration in point of religion. Therefore, if his proposal regarded the church, he might save himself the trouble of explaining it. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "Ah, son, what a glorious prospect is here spoiled by your stubborn prejudice. Suffer yourself to be persuaded by reason, and consult your temporal welfare, as well as the concerns of your eternal soul. I can, by my interest, procure your admission as a novitiate to this convent, where I will superintend and direct you with a truly paternal affection." Then he launched out into the praises of a monastic life, which no noise disturbs, no cares molest, and no danger invades, where the heart is weaned from carnal attachments, the grosser appetite subdued and chastised, and the soul wafted to divine regions of philosophy and truth on the wing of studious contemplation. But his eloquence was lost upon me, whom two considerations enabled to withstand his temptation, namely, my promise to my uncle and my aversion to an ecclesiastical life. For as to the difference of religion, I looked upon it as a thing of too small moment to come in competition with a man's fortune. Finding me immovable on this head, he told me he was more sorry than offended at my noncompliance, and still ready to employ his good offices in my behalf. "The same erroneous maxims," said he, "that obstruct your promotion in the church will infallibly prevent your advancement in the army. But, if you can brook the condition of a servant, I am acquainted with some people of rank at Versailles, to whom I can give you letters of recommendation, that you may be entertained by some one of them in quality of maître d'hôtel, and I do not doubt that your qualifications will soon entitle you to a better provision." I embraced his offer with great eagerness, and he appointed me to come back in the afternoon, when he would not only give me letters, but likewise introduce me to a Capuchin of his acquaintance, who intended to set out for Paris next morning, in whose company I might travel, without being at the expense of one liver during the whole journey. This piece of good news gave me infinite pleasure. I acknowledged my obligation to the benevolent father in the most grateful expressions, and he performed his promise to a tittle in delivering the letters and making me acquainted with the Capuchin, with whom I departed next morning by break of day. It was not long before I discovered my fellow traveler to be a merry facetious fellow, who, notwithstanding his profession and appearance of mortification, loved good eating and drinking better than his rosary, and paid more adoration to a pretty girl than to the Virgin Mary or Saint Genevieve. He was a thick, brawny young man, with red eyebrows, a hook nose, a face covered with freckles, and his name was Friar Balthazar. His order did not permit him to wear linen, so that, having little occasion to undress himself, he was none of the cleanliest animals in the world, and his constitution was naturally so strongly scented that I always thought it convenient to keep to the windward of him in our march. As he was perfectly well known on the road, we fared sumptuously without any cost, and the fatigue of our journey was much alleviated by the good humor of my companion, who sang an infinite number of catches on the subjects of love and wine. We took up our lodging the first night at a peasant's house not far from Abbeville, where we were entertained with an excellent ragout, cooked by our landlord's daughters, one of whom was very handsome. After having eaten heartily and drank a sufficient quantity of small wine, we were conducted to a barn, where we found a couple of carpets spread upon clean straw for our reception. We had not lain in this situation above half an hour, when we heard somebody knock softly at the door, upon which Balthazar got up and led in our host's two daughters, who wanted to have some private conversation with him in the dark. When they had whispered together some time, the Capuchin came to me, and asked if I was insensible to love, and so hard-hearted as to refuse a share of my bed to a pretty maid who had a tender for me. I must own to my shame that I suffered myself to be overcome by my passion, and with great eagerness seized the occasion, when I understood that the amiable Nanette was to be my bedfellow. In vain did my reason suggest the respect that I owed to my dear mistress Narcissa. The idea of that lovely charmer rather increased than allayed the ferment of my spirits, and the young paysan had no reason to complain of my remembrance. Early in the morning, the kind creatures left us to our repose, which lasted till 8 o'clock when we got up, and were treated at breakfast with chocolate and eau de vie by our paramours, of whom we took a tender leave, after my companion had confessed and given them absolution. While we proceeded on our journey, the conversation turned upon the night's adventure, being introduced by the Capuchin, who asked me how I liked my lodging. I declared my satisfaction and talked in rapture of the agreeable Nanette, at which he shook his head, and smiling said she was a morceau pour la bonne bouche. I never valued myself, continued he, upon anything so much as the conquest of Nanette, and vanity apart, I have been pretty fortunate in my amours. This information shocked me not a little, as I was well convinced of his intimacy with her sister. And though I did not care to tax him with downright incest, I professed my astonishment at his last night's choice, when, I supposed, the other was at his devotion. To this hint he answered that, besides his natural complaisance to the sex, he had another reason to distribute his favors equally between them, namely, to preserve peace in the family, which could not otherwise be maintained. That, moreover, Nanette had conceived an affection for me, and he loved her too well to balk her inclination, more especially when he had an opportunity of obliging his friend at the same time. I thanked him for this instance of his friendship, though I was extremely disgusted at his want of delicacy, and cursed the occasion that threw me in his way. Libertine as I was, I could not bear to see a man behave so wide of the character he assumed. I looked upon him as a person of very little worth or honesty, and should even have kept a wary eye upon my pocket if I had thought he could have had any temptation to steal. But I could not conceive the use of money to a Capuchin, who is obliged, by the rules of his order, to appear like a beggar, and enjoy all other necessaries of life gratis. Besides, my fellow traveler seemed to be of a complexion too careless and sanguine to give me any apprehension on that score, so that I proceeded with great confidence, in expectation of being soon at my journey's end. Chapter 43. We lodge at a house near Amiens, where I am robbed by the Capuchin, who escapes while I am asleep. I go to Noyons in search of him, but without success. Make my condition known to several people, but find no relief, grow desperate, find a company of soldiers, enlist in the regiment of Picardy. We are ordered into Germany. I find the fatigues of the march almost intolerable, quarrel with my comrade in a dispute about politics. He challenges me to the field, wounds and disarms me. The third night of our pilgrimage we passed at a house near Amiens, where, being unknown, we supped upon indifferent fare and sour wine, and were fain to be in a garret upon an old mattress, which, I believe, had been in the possession of 10,000 myriads of fleas time out of mind. We did not invade their territory with impunity. In less than a minute we were attacked by stings innumerable, in spite of which, however, I fell fast asleep, being excessively fatigued with our day's march, and did not wake till 9 next morning, when, seeing myself alone, I started up in a terrible fright, and examining my pockets, found my presaging fear too true. My companion had made free with my cash and left me to seek my way to Paris by myself. I ran downstairs immediately, and, with a look full of grief and amazement, inquired for the mendicant, who, they gave me to understand, had set out 4 hours before, after having told them I was a little indisposed, and desired I might not be disturbed, but be informed when I should wake that he had taken the road to Noyons, where he would wait for my coming at the cock door. I spoke not a word, but with a heavy heart directed my course to that place, at which I arrived in the afternoon, fainting with weariness and hunger, but learned to my utter confusion that no such person had been there. It was happy for me that I had a good deal of resentment in my constitution, which animated me on such occasions against the villainy of mankind, and enabled me to bear misfortunes otherwise intolerable. Boiling with indignation, I discovered to the host my deplorable condition, and inveighed with great bitterness against the treachery of Balthazar, at which he shrugged up his shoulders, and with a peculiar grimace on his countenance said he was sorry for my misfortune, but there was no remedy like patience. At that instant some guests arrived, to whom he hastened to offer his service, leaving me mortified at his indifference, and fully persuaded that an innkeeper is the same sordid animal all the world over. While I stood in the porch forlorn and undetermined, venting ejaculations of curses against the thief who had robbed me, and the old priest who recommended him to my friendship, a young gentleman richly dressed, attended by a valet de chamber and 2 servants in livery, arrived at the inn. I thought I perceived a great deal of sweetness and good nature in his countenance. Therefore he had no sooner alighted than I accosted him, and, in a few words, explained my situation. He listened with great politeness, and when I made an end of my story, said, "Well, monsieur, what would you have me to do?" I was effectually abashed at this interrogation, which, I believe, no man of common sense or generosity could make, and made no other compliment than a low bow. He returned the compliment still lower, and tripped into an apartment, while the landlord let me know that my standing there to interrupt company gave offense, and might do him infinite prejudice. He had no occasion to repeat his insinuation. I moved from the place immediately, and was so much transported with grief, anger, and disdain that a torrent of blood gushed from my nostrils. In this ecstasy, I quitted Noyons and betook myself to the fields, where I wandered about like one distracted, till my spirits were quite exhausted, and I was obliged to throw myself down at the root of a tree to rest my wearied limbs. Here my rage forsook me. I began to feel the importunate cravings of nature, and relapsed into silent sorrow and melancholy reflection. I revolved all the crimes I had been guilty of, and found them too few and venial, that I could not comprehend the justice of that providence, which, after having exposed me to so much wretchedness and danger, left me a prey to famine at last in a foreign country, where I had not one friend or acquaintance to close my eyes and do the last offices of humanity to my miserable carcass. 1,000 times I wished myself a bear, that I might retreat to woods and deserts, far from the inhospitable haunts of man, where I could live by my own talents, independent of treacherous friends and supercilious scorn. As I lay in this manner, groaning over my hapless fate, I heard the sound of a violin, and raising my head, perceived a company of men and women dancing on the grass at some distance from me. I looked upon this to be a favorable season for distress to attract compassion, when every selfish thought is banished, and the heart dilated with mirth and social joy. Wherefore I got up and approached those happy people, whom I soon discovered to be a party of soldiers, with their wives and children, unbending and diverting themselves at this rate, after the fatigue of a march. I had never before seen such a parcel of scarecrows together, neither could I reconcile their meager and gaunt looks, their squalid and ragged attire, and every other external symptom of extreme woe, with this appearance of festivity. I saluted them, however, and was received with great politeness, after which they formed a ring and danced around me. This jollity had a wonderful effect upon my spirits. I was infected with their gaiety, and in spite of my dismal situation, forgot my cares and joined in their extravagance. When we had recreated ourselves a good while at this diversion, the ladies spread their manteaus on the ground, upon which they emptied their knapsacks of some onions, coarse bread, and a few flasks of poor wine. Being invited to a share of the banquet, I sat down with the rest, and in the whole course of my life, never made a more comfortable meal. When our repast was ended, we got up again to dance, and, now that I found myself refreshed, I behaved to the admiration of everybody. I was loaded with 1,000 compliments and professions of friendship. The men commended my person and agility, and the women were loud in the praise of my bonne grace. The sergeant in particular expressed so much regard for me, and described the pleasures of a soldier's life to me with so much art, that I began to listen to his proposal of enlisting me in the service. And the more I considered my own condition, the more I was convinced of the necessity I was under to come to a speedy determination. Having therefore maturely weighed the circumstances pro and con, I signified my consent, and was admitted into the regiment of Picardy, said to be the oldest corps in Europe. The company to which this commander belonged was quartered at a village not far off, whither we marched next day, and I was presented to my captain, who seemed very well pleased with my appearance, gave me a crown to drink, and ordered me to be accommodated with clothes, arms, and accoutrements. Then I sold my livery suit, purchased linen, and, as I was at great pains to learn the exercise, in a very short time became a complete soldier. It was not long before we received orders to join several more regiments, and march with all expedition into Germany, in order to reinforce Marshal Duc de Noailles, who was then encamped with his army on the side of the river Main, to watch the motions of the English, Hanoverians, Austrians, and Hessians, under the command of the Earl of Stair. We began our march accordingly, and then I became acquainted with that part of a soldier's life to which I had been hitherto a stranger. It is impossible to describe the hunger and thirst I sustained, and the fatigue I underwent in a march of so many 100 miles, during which I was so much chafed with the heat and motion of my limbs, that in a very short time the inside of my thighs and legs were deprived of skin, and I proceeded in the utmost torture. This misfortune I owed to the plumpness of my constitution, which I cursed, and envied the withered condition of my comrades, whose bodies could not spare juice enough to supply a common issue, and were indeed proof against all manner of friction. The continual pain I felt made me fretful, and my peevishness was increased by the mortification of my pride in seeing those miserable wretches, whom a hard gale of wind would have scattered through the air like chaff, bear those toils with alacrity under which I was ready to sink. One day, while we enjoyed a halt, and the soldiers with their wives had gone out to dance, according to custom, my comrade stayed at home with me on pretense of friendship, and insulted me with his pity and consolation. He told me that, though I was young and tender at present, I should soon be seasoned to the service, and he did not doubt but I should have the honor to contribute in some measure to the glory of the king. "Have courage, therefore, my child," said he, "and pray to the good God that you may be as happy as I am, who have had the honor of serving Louis the Great and of receiving many wounds in helping to establish his glory." When I looked upon the contemptible object that pronounced these words, I was amazed at the infatuation that possessed him, and could not help expressing my astonishment at the absurdity of a rational who thinks himself highly honored in being permitted to encounter abject poverty, oppression, famine, disease, mutilation, and evident death merely to gratify the vicious ambition of a prince, by whom his sufferings were disregarded and his name utterly unknown. I observed that, if his situation were the consequence of compulsion, I would praise his patience and fortitude in bearing his lot. If he had taken up arms in defense of his injured country, he was to be applauded for his patriotism. Or if he had fled to this way of life as a refuge from a greater evil, he was justifiable in his own conscience, though I could have no notion of misery more extreme than he suffered. But to put his condition on the footing of conducing to the glory of his prince was no more than professing himself a desperate slave, who voluntarily underwent the utmost wretchedness and peril, and committed the most flagrant crimes, to soothe the barbarous pride of a fellow creature, his superior in nothing but the power he derived from the submission of such wretches as him. The soldier was very much affronted at the liberty I took with his king, which, he said, nothing but my ignorance could excuse. He affirmed that the characters of princes were sacred, and ought not to be profaned by the censure of their subjects, who were bound by their allegiance to obey their commands, of what nature soever, without scruple or repining, and advised me to correct the rebellious principles I had imbibed among the English, who, for their insolence to their kings, were notorious all over the world, even to a proverb. In vindication of my countrymen, I repeated all the arguments commonly used to prove that every man has a natural right to liberty, that allegiance and protection are reciprocal, that, when the mutual tie is broken by the tyranny of the king, he is accountable to the people for his breach of contract and subject to the penalties of the law, and that those insurrections of the English, which are branded with the name of rebellion by the slaves of arbitrary power, were no other than glorious efforts to rescue that independence which was their birthright from the ravenous claws of usurping ambition. The Frenchmen, provoked at the little deference I paid to the kingly name, lost all patience, and reproached me in such a manner that my temper forsook me. I clenched my fist, with an intention to give him a hearty box on the ear. Perceiving my design, he started back and demanded a parley, upon which I checked my indignation, and he gave me to understand that a Frenchman never forgave a blow. Therefore, if I were not weary of my life, I would do well to spare him that mortification, and do him the honor of measuring his sword with mine, like a gentleman. I took his advice and followed him to a field hard by, where indeed I was ashamed at the pitiful figure of my antagonist, who was a poor little shivering creature, decrepit with age, and blind of one eye. But I soon found the folly of judging from appearances, being at the second pass wounded in the sword hand, and immediately disarmed with such a jerk, that I thought the joint was dislocated. I was no less confounded than enraged at this event, especially as my adversary did not bear his success with all the moderation that might have been expected, for he insisted upon my asking pardon for affronting his king and him. This proposal I would by no means comply with, but told him it was a mean condescension, which no gentleman in his circumstances ought to propose, nor any in my situation ought to perform, and that, if he persisted in his ungenerous demand, I would in my turn claim satisfaction with my musket, when we should be more upon a par than with the sword, of which he seemed so much master. Chapter 44. In order to be revenged, I learn the science of defense. We join Marshal Duc de Noailles, are engaged with the allies of Dettingen, and put to flight. The behavior of the French soldiers on that occasion. I industriously seek another combat with the old Gascon, and vanquish him in my turn. Our regiment is put into winter quarters at Rheims, where I find my friend Strap, our recognition. He supplies me with money, and procures my discharge. We take a trip to Paris, from whence, by the way of Flanders, we set out for London, where we safely arrive. He was disconcerted at this declaration, to which he made no reply, but repaired to the dancers, among whom he recounted his victory with many exaggerations and gasconades, while I, taking up my sword, went to my quarters and examined my wound, which I found was of no consequence. The same day an Irish drummer, having heard of my misfortune, visited me, and after having condoled me on the chance of war, gave me to understand that he was master of the sword, and would in a very short time instruct me so thoroughly in that noble science, that I should be able to chastise the old Gascon for his insolent boasting at my expense. This friendly office he proffered on pretense of the regard he had for his countrymen, But I afterwards learned the true motive was no other than a jealousy he entertained of a correspondence between the Frenchman and his wife, which he did not think proper to resent in person. Be this as it will, I accepted his offer and practiced his lessons with such application that I soon believed myself a match for my conqueror. In the meantime, we continued our march, and arrived at the camp of Marshal Noailles the night before the battle at Dettingen. Notwithstanding the fatigue we had undergone, our regiment was one of those that were ordered next day to cross the river, under the command of the Duc de Gramont, to take possession of a narrow defile, through which the Allies must of necessity have passed at a great disadvantage, or remain where they were, and perish for want of provision, if they would not condescend to surrender at discretion. How they suffered themselves to be pent up in this manner, it is not my province to relate. I shall only observe that, when we had taken possession of our ground, I heard an old officer in conversation with another express a surprise at the conduct of Lord Stair, who had the reputation of a good general. But it seems, at this time, that nobleman was overruled, and only acted in an inferior character, so that no part of the blame could be imputed to him, who declared his disapprobation of the step, in consequence of which the whole army was in the utmost danger. But Providence or destiny acted miracles in their behalf, by disposing the Duc de Gramont to quit his advantageous post, pass the defile, and attack the English, who were drawn up in order of battle on the plain, and who handled us so roughly that, after having lost a great number of men, we turned our backs without ceremony, and fled with such precipitation that many hundreds perished in the river through pure fear and confusion. For the enemy were so generous that they did not pursue us 1 inch of ground, and, if our consternation would have permitted, we might have retreated with great order and deliberation. But notwithstanding the royal clemency of the King of Great Britain, who headed the Allies in person, and no doubt put a stop to the carnage, our loss amounted to 5,000 men, among whom were many officers of distinction. Our miscarriage opened a passage for the foe to Haynau, whither they immediately marched, leaving their sick and wounded to the care of the French, who next day took possession of the field of battle, buried the dead, and treated the living with humanity. This circumstance was a great consolation to us, who thence took occasion to claim the victory, and the genius of the French nation never appeared more conspicuous than now, in the rhodomontades they uttered on the subject of their generosity and courage. Every man, by his own account, performed feats that eclipsed all the heroes of antiquity. One compared himself to a lion retiring at leisure from his cowardly pursuers, who keep at a wary distance and gall him with their darts. Another likened himself to a bear that retreats with his face to the enemy, who dare not assail him, and the third assumed the character of a desperate stag, that turns upon the hounds and keeps them at bay. There was not a private soldier engaged who had not by the prowess of his single arm demolished a whole platoon, or put a squadron of horse to flight. And, among others, the meager Gascon extolled his exploits above those of Hercules or Charlemagne. As I still retained my resentment for the disgrace I suffered in my last rencontre with him, and, now that I thought myself qualified, longed for an opportunity to retrieve my honor, I magnified the valor of the English with all the hyperboles I could imagine, and described the pusillanimity of the French in the same style, comparing them to hares flying before greyhounds or mice pursued by cats, and passed an ironical compliment on the speed he exerted in his flight, which, considering his age and infirmities, I said was surprising. He was stung to the quick by this sarcasm, and, with an air of threatening disdain, bade me know myself better, and remember the correction I had already received from him for my insolence, for he might not always be in the humor of sparing a wretch who abused his goodness. To this innuendo I made no reply but by a kick on the breech, which overturned him in an instant. He started up with wonderful agility and, drawing his sword, attacked me with great fury. Several people interposed, but when he informed them of its being an affair of honor, they retired and left us to decide the battle by ourselves. I sustained his onset with little damage, having only received a small scratch on my right shoulder, and, seeing his breath and vigor almost exhausted, assaulted him in my turn, closed with him, and wrested his sword out of his hand in the struggle. Having thus acquired the victory, I desired him to beg his life, to which demand he made no answer, but shrugged up his shoulders to his ears, expanded his hands, elevated the skin on his forehead and eyebrows, and depressed the corners of his mouth in such a manner that I could scarce refrain from laughing aloud at his grotesque appearance. That I might, however, mortify his vanity, which triumphed without bounds over my misfortune, I thrust his sword up to the hilt in something, it was not a tansy, that lay smoking on the plain, and joined the rest of the soldiers with an air of tranquillity and indifference. There was nothing more of moment attempted by either of the armies during the remaining part of the campaign, which being ended, the English marched back to the Netherlands. Part of our army was detached to French Flanders, and our regiment ordered into winter quarters in Champagne. It was the fate of the Grenadier Company, to which I now belonged, to lie at Rheims, where I found myself in the utmost want of everything, my pay, which amounted to 5 sols a day, far from supplying me with necessaries, being scarce sufficient to procure a wretched subsistence to keep soul and body together. So that I was, by hunger and hard duty, brought down to the meager condition of my fellow soldiers, and my linen reduced from 3 tolerable shirts to 2 pair of sleeves and necks, the bodies having been long ago converted into spatterdakes. And after all, I was better provided than any private man in the regiment. In this urgency of my affairs, I wrote to my uncle in England, though my hopes from that quarter were not at all sanguine, for the reasons I have already explained, and in the meantime had recourse to my old remedy patience, consoling myself with the flattering suggestions of a lively imagination that never abandoned me in my distress. One day, while I stood sentinel at the gate of a general officer, a certain nobleman came to the door, followed by a gentleman in mourning, to whom, at parting, I heard him say, "You may depend upon my good offices." This assurance was answered by a low bow of the person in black, who, turning to go away, discovered to me the individual countenance of my old friend and adherent Strap. I was so much astonished at the sight that I lost the power of utterance, and before I could recollect myself, he was gone without taking any notice of me. Indeed, had he stayed, I scarcely should have ventured to accost him, because, though I was perfectly well acquainted with the features of his face, I could not be positively certain as to the rest of his person, which was very much altered for the better since he left me at London, neither could I conceive by which means he was enabled to appear in the sphere of a gentleman, to which, while I knew him, he had not even the ambition to aspire. But I was too much concerned in the affair to neglect further information, and therefore took the first opportunity of asking the porter if he knew the gentleman to whom the Marquis spoke. The Swiss told me his name was Monsieur d'Estrapes, that he had been valet-de-chamber to an English gentleman lately deceased, and that he was very much regarded by the Marquis for his fidelity to his master, between whom and that nobleman a very intimate friendship had subsisted. Nothing could be more agreeable to me than this piece of intelligence, which banished all doubt of its being my friend, who had found means to Frenchify his name as well as his behavior since we parted. As soon, therefore, as I was relieved, I went to his lodging, according to a direction given me by the Swiss, and had the good fortune to find him at home. That I might surprise him the more, I concealed my name and business, and only desired the servant of the house to tell Monsieur d'Estrapes that I begged the honor of half an hour's conversation with him. He was confounded and dismayed at this message, when he understood it was sent by a soldier. Though he was conscious to himself of no crime, all that he had heard of the Bastille appeared to his imagination with aggravated horror. But it was not before I had waited a considerable time that he had resolution enough to bid the servant show me upstairs. When I entered his chamber, he returned my bow with great civility, and endeavored, with forced complaisance, to disguise his fear, which appeared in the paleness of his face, the wildness of his looks, and the shaking of his limbs. I was diverted at his consternation, which redoubled when I told him in French I had business for his private ear and demanded a particular audience. The valet being withdrawn, I asked in the same language if his name was d'Estrapes, to which he answered with a faltering tongue, "The same, at your service." "Are you a Frenchman?" said I. "I have not the honor of being a Frenchman born," replied he, "but I have an infinite veneration for the country." I then desired he would do me the honor to look at me, which he no sooner did than, struck with my appearance, he started back and cried in English, "Oh, Jesus! Sure it can't. No, 'tis impossible." I smiled at his interjections, saying, "I suppose you are too much of a gentleman to own your friend in adversity." When he heard me pronounce these words in our own language, he leaped upon me in a transport of joy, hung about my neck, kissed me from ear to ear, and blubbered like a great schoolboy who had been whipped. Then, observing my dress, he set up his throat, crying, O Lord, that ever I should live to see my dearest friend reduced to the condition of a foot soldier in the French service. Why did you consent to my leaving you? But I know the reason. You thought you had got more creditable friends and grew ashamed of my acquaintance. Ah, Lord help us. Though I was a little short-sighted, I was not altogether blind. And though I did not complain, I was not the less sensible of your unkindness, which was indeed the only thing that induced me to ramble abroad, the Lord knows whither. But I must own it has been a lucky ramble for me, and so I forgive you, and may God forgive you. O Lord. Lord, is it come to this? I was nettled at the charge, which, though just, I could not help thinking unseasonable, and told him with some tartness that whether his suspicions were well or ill-grounded, he might have chosen a more convenient opportunity of introducing them, and that the question now was whether or no he found himself disposed to lend me any assistance. Disposed, replied he with great emotion. I thought you had known me so well as to assure yourself without asking that I, and all that belongs to me, are at your command. In the meantime you shall dine with me, and I will tell you something that perhaps will not be displeasing unto you. Then, wringing my hand, he said, It makes my heart bleed to see you in that garb. I thanked him for his invitation, which, I observed, could not be unwelcome to a person who had not eaten a comfortable meal these 7 months. But I had another request to make, which I begged he would grant before dinner, and that was the loan of a shirt. For although my back had been many weeks a stranger to any comfort of that kind, my skin was not yet familiarized to the want of it. He stared in my face with a woeful countenance at this declaration, which he could scarce believe, until I explained it by unbuttoning my coat and disclosing my naked body, a circumstance which shocked the tender-hearted Strap, who, with tears in his eyes, ran to a chest of drawers, and taking out some linen, presented to me a very fine ruffled holland shirt and cambric neckcloth, assuring me he had 3 dozen of the same kind at my service. I was ravished at this piece of good news, and having accommodated myself in a moment, hugged my benefactor for his generous offer, saying, I was overjoyed to find him undebauched by prosperity, which seldom fails to corrupt the heart. He bespoke for dinner some soup and bouilli, a couple of pullets roasted, and a dish of asparagus, and in the interim entertained me with biscuit and burgundy, after which repast he entreated me to gratify his longing desire of knowing every circumstance of my fortune since his departure from London. This request I complied with, beginning at the adventure of Gawky, and relating every particular event in which I had been concerned from that day to the present hour. During the recital, my friend was strongly affected, according to the various situations described. He stared with surprise, glowed with indignation, gaped with curiosity, smiled with pleasure, trembled with fear, and wept with sorrow, as the vicissitudes of my life inspired these different passions, and when my story was ended, signified his amazement on the whole, by lifting up his eyes and hands and protesting that, though I was a young man, had suffered more than all the blessed martyrs. After dinner, I desired in my turn to know the particulars of his peregrination, and he satisfied me in a few words, by giving me to understand that he had lived a year at Paris with his master, who, in that time having acquired the language, as well as the fashionable exercises to perfection, made a tour of France and Holland, during which excursion he was so unfortunate as to meet with 3 of his own countrymen on their travels, in whose company he committed such excesses, that his constitution failed, and he fell into a consumption, that by the advice of physicians, he went to Montpelier for the benefit of good air, and recovered so well in 6 weeks that he returned to Rheims seemingly in good health, where he had not continued above a month, when he was seized with a looseness that carried him off in 10 days, to the unspeakable sorrow of all who knew him and especially of Strap, who had been very happy in his service, and given such satisfaction that his master, on his deathbed, recommended him to several persons of distinction for his diligence, sobriety, and affection, and left him by will his wearing apparel, gold watch, sword, rings, ready money, and all the movables he had in France, to the value of 300 pounds, which I now, said he, in the sight of God and man, surrender to your absolute disposal. Here are my keys, take them, I beseech you, and God give you joy of the possession. My brain was almost turned by this sudden change of fortune, which I could scarce believe real. However, I positively refused this extravagant proffer of my friend and put him in mind of my being a soldier. At which hint he started, crying, "Odso, that's true, we must procure your discharge. I have some interest with a nobleman who is able to do me that favor." We consulted about this affair, and it was determined that Monsieur d'Estrapes should wait upon the Marquis in the morning, and tell him he had by accident found his brother, whom he had not seen for many years before, a private soldier in the regiment of Picardy, and implore that nobleman's interest for his discharge. In the meantime, we enjoyed ourselves over a bottle of good Burgundy, and spent the evening in concerting schemes for our future conduct, in case I should be so lucky as to get rid of the army. The business was to make ourselves easy for life by means of his legacy, a task very difficult, and, in the usual methods of laying out money, altogether impracticable, so that, after much canvassing, we could come to no resolution that night, but when we parted, recommended the matter to the serious attention of each other. As for my own part, I puzzled my imagination to no purpose. When I thought of turning merchant, the smallness of our stock, and the risk of seas, enemies, and markets, deterred me from that scheme. If I should settle as a surgeon in my own country, I would find the business already overstocked. Or, if I pretended to set up in England, must labor under want of friends and powerful opposition, obstacles insurmountable by the most shining merit. Neither should I succeed in my endeavors to rise in the state, inasmuch as I could neither flatter nor pimp for courtiers, nor prostitute my pen in defense of a wicked and contemptible administration. Before I could form any feasible project, I fell asleep, and my fancy was blessed with the image of the dear Narcissa, who seemed to smile upon my passion and offer her hand as a reward for all my toils. Early in the morning, I went to the lodgings of my friend, whom I found exulting over his happy invention. For I no sooner entered his apartment than he addressed himself to me in these words, with a smile of self-applause. "Well, Mr. Random, a lucky thought may come into a fool's head sometimes. I have hit it. I'll hold you a button my plan is better than yours for all your learning. But you shall have the preference in this as in all other things. Therefore proceed, and let us know the effects of your meditation, and then I will impart my own simple excogitations." I told him that not one thought had occurred to me which deserved the least notice, and signified my impatience to be acquainted with the fruits of his reflection. "As we have not," said he, "money sufficient to maintain us during a tedious expectation, it is my opinion that a bold push must be made. And I see none so likely to succeed as your appearing in the character of a gentleman, which is your due, and making your addresses to some lady of fortune, who can render you independent at once. Nay, don't stare. I affirm that this scheme is both prudent and honorable. For I would not have you throw yourself away upon an old toothless wheezing dame, whose breath would stink you into a consumption in less than 3 months. Neither would I advise you to assume the character of a wealthy squire, as your common fortune hunters do, by which means many a poor lady is cheated into matrimony, and instead of enjoying the pomp and grandeur that was promised, sees her dowry seized by her husband's rapacious creditors, and herself reduced to misery and despair. No, I know you have a soul that disdains such imposition, and are master of qualifications, both of mind and body, which alone entitle you to a match that will set you above the world. I have clothes in my possession that a duke need not be ashamed to wear. I believe they will fit you as they are, if not there are plenty of tailors in France. Let us take a short trip to Paris, and provide ourselves with all other necessaries, then set out for England, where I intend to do myself the honor of attending you in quality of a valet. This expedient will save you the expense of a servant, shaving, and dressing, and I doubt not but, by the blessing of God, we shall bring matters to a speedy and fortunate issue." Extravagant as this proposal was, I listened to it with pleasure. Because it flattered my vanity, and indulged a ridiculous hope I began to entertain of inspiring Narcissa with a mutual flame. After breakfast, Monsieur d'Estrapes went to pay his devoirs to the Marquis, and was so successful in his application that I obtained a discharge in a few days, upon which we set out for Paris. Here I had time to reflect and congratulate myself upon this sudden transition of fate, which, to bear with moderation, required some degree of philosophy and self-denial. This truth will be more obvious, if I give a detail of the particulars, to the quiet possession of which I was raised in an instant, from the most abject misery and contempt. My wardrobe consisted of 5 fashionable coats full-mounted, 2 of which were plain, one of cut velvet, one trimmed with gold, and another with silver lace, 2 frocks, one of white drab with large plate buttons, the other of blue with gold binding, one waistcoat of gold brocade, one of blue satin embroidered with silver, one of green silk trimmed with figured broad gold lace, one of black silk with fringes, one of white satin, one of black cloth, and one of scarlet. 6 pair of cloth breeches, 1 pair of crimson and another of black velvet, 12 pair of white silk stockings, as many of black silk and the same number of white cotton, 1 hat laced with gold point d'Espagne, another with silver lace scalloped, a third with gold binding, and a 4th plain 3 dozen of fine ruffled shirts, as many neckcloths, 1 dozen of cambric handkerchiefs, and the like number of silk. The other movables which I possessed by the generosity and friendship of Strap were a gold watch with a chased case, 2 valuable diamond rings, 2 mourning swords, 1 with a silver handle, and a 4th cut steel inlaid with gold, a diamond stock buckle, and a set of stone buckles for the knees and shoes, a pair of silver-mounted pistols with rich housings, a gold-headed cane, and a snuff-box of tortoiseshell, mounted with gold, having the picture of a lady in the top. The gentleman left many other things of value, which my friend had converted into cash before I met with him, so that, over and above these particulars, our stock in ready money amounted to something more than £200. Thus equipped, I put on the gentleman of figure, and, attended by my honest friend, who was contented with the station of my valet, visited the Louvre, examined the Gallery of Luxembourg, and appeared at Versailles, where I had the honor of seeing His Most Christian Majesty eat a considerable quantity of olives. During the month I spent at Paris, I went several times to court, the Italian comedy, opera, and playhouse, danced at a masquerade, and in short saw everything remarkable in and about that capital. Then we set out for England by the way of Flanders, passed through Brussels, Ghent, and Bruges, and took shipping at Ostend, from whence in 14 hours we arrived at Deal, hired a post-chaise, and in 12 hours more got safe to London, having disposed of our heavy baggage in the wagon. Chapter 45. I inquire for my uncle, and understand he is gone to sea, take lodgings at Charing Cross, go to the play, where I meet with an adventure, dine at an ordinary. The guests described, become acquainted with Medlar and Dr. Wagtail. As soon as we alighted at the inn, I dispatched Strap to inquire for my uncle at the Union Flag in Wapping, and he returned in a little time with an account of Mr. Bowling's having gone to sea, mate of a merchant ship, after a long and unsuccessful application attendance at the Admiralty, where, it seems, the interest he depended upon was not sufficient to reinstate him, or recover the pay that was due to him when he quitted the Thunder. Next day I hired very handsome lodgings not far from Charing Cross, and in the evening dressed myself in a plain suit of the true Paris cut, and appeared in a front box at the play, where I saw a good deal of company, and was vain enough to believe that I was observed with an uncommon degree of attention and applause. This silly conceit intoxicated me so much that I was guilty of 1,000 ridiculous coquetries, and I dare say how favorable soever the thoughts of the company might be at my first appearance, they were soon changed by my absurd behavior into pity or contempt. I rose and sat down, covered and uncovered my head 20 times between the acts, pulled out my watch, clapped it to my ear, wound it up, set it, gave it the hearing again, displayed my snuff box, affected to take snuff, that I might have all opportunity of showing my brilliant, and wiped my nose with perfumed handkerchief. Then dangled my cane, and adjusted my sword knot, and acted many more fooleries of the same kind, in hopes of obtaining the character of a pretty fellow, in the acquiring of which I found two considerable obstructions in my disposition, namely, a natural reserve and jealous sensibility. Fain would I have entered into conversation with the people around me, but I was restrained by the fear of being censured for my assurance, as well as by reflecting that I was more entitled to a compliment of this kind from them than they to such condescension from a stranger like me. How often did I redden at the frequent whispers and loud laughter of my fellow beaux, which I imagined were excited by me, and how often did I envy the happy indifference of those choice spirits, who behold the distress of the scene without discovering the least symptom of approbation or concern. My attention was engaged in spite of myself, and I could not help weeping with the heroine of the stage, though I practiced a great many shifts to conceal this piece of unpolite weakness. When the play was ended, I sat waiting for an opportunity of handing some lady to her coach, but everyone was attended by such a number of officious gallants that for a long time I was balked in my expectation. At length, however, I perceived a very handsome creature, genteelly dressed, sitting by herself in a box at some distance from me, upon which I went up to her and offered my service. She seemed to be in some confusion, thanked me for my complaisance, and with a tender look declined giving me the trouble, looking at her watch and testifying her surprise at the negligence of her footman, whom she had ordered to have a chair ready for her at that hour. I repeated my entreaty with all the eloquence and compliment I was master of, and, in the event, she was prevailed upon to accept of a proposal I made, to send my servant for a chair or coach. Accordingly, Strap was detached for that purpose, and returned without success. By this time the playhouse was quite empty, and we were obliged to retire. As I led her through the passage, I observed 5 or 6 young fellows of fashion standing in a corner, one of whom, as I thought, tipped my charmer the wink, and when we were past, I heard a loud laugh. This note aroused my attention, and I was resolved to be fully satisfied of this lady's character before I should have any nearer connection with her. As no convenience appeared, I proposed to conduct her to a tavern where we might stay a few minutes, until my servant could fetch a coach from the Strand. She seemed particularly shy of trusting herself in a tavern with a stranger, but at last yielded to my pathetic remonstrances rather than endanger her health by remaining in a cold, damp thoroughfare. Having thus far succeeded, I begged to know what wine she would be pleased to drink a glass of, but she professed the greatest aversion to all sorts of strong liquors, and it was with much difficulty that I could persuade her to eat a jelly. In the meantime, I endeavored to alleviate the uneasiness she discovered by saying all the agreeable things I could think of, at which she would often sigh and regard me with a languishing look that seemed, however, too near akin to the lewd leer of a courtesan. This discovery added to my former suspicion, while it put me upon my guard against her arts, divested me of reserve, and enabled me to entertain her with gaiety and freedom. In the course of our conversation, I pressed her to allow me the honor of waiting upon her next day at her lodgings, a request which she, with many apologues, refused, lest it should give umbrage to Sir John, who was of a disposition apt to be fretted with trifles. This information, by which I was to understand that her husband was a knight, did not check my addresses, which became more and more importunate, and I was even hearty enough to ravish a kiss. But, oh heavens! Instead of banqueting on the ambrosial flavor that her delicacy of complexion promised, I was almost suffocated with the steams of Geneva. An exhalation of this kind, from a mouth which had just before declared an utter abhorrence of all spirituous liquors, not only changed my doubts into certainty, but my raptures into loathing, and it would have been impossible for me to have preserved common complaisance 5 minutes longer, when my servant returned with a coach. I took the advantage of this occasion, and presented my hand to the lady, who put in practice against me the whole artillery of her charms, ogling, languishing, sighing and squeezing, with so little reserve that Strap perceived her tenderness, and rubbed his hands with joy as he followed us to the door. But I was proof against all her endearments, and handed her into the coach with an intention to take my leave immediately. She guessed my design and invited me to her house, whispering that now Sir John was gone to bed, she could have the pleasure of my conversation for half an hour without interruption. I told her there was no mortification I would not undergo, rather than endanger the repose of her ladyship, and, bidding the coachman drive on, wished her a good night. She lost all temper at my indifference, and stopping the coach at the distance of about 20 yards from me, popped out her head, and howled with the lungs of a fishwoman, "D-N-U, you dog, won't you pay the coach hire?" As I made no answer, she held forth against me with an eloquence peculiar to herself, calling me pitiful fellow, scoundrel, and 100 such appellations, concluding with an oath that, for all my appearance, she believed I had got no money in my pocket. Having thus vented her indignation, she ordered her coachman to proceed, and I returned to the tavern, where I bespoke something for supper, very well pleased at the issue of this adventure. I dispensed with the attendance of the waiter at table, on pretense that my own servant was present, and when we were alone, said to Strap, "Well, Monsieur Destrapes, what do you think of this lady?" My friend, who had not opened his mouth since her departure, could make no other reply than the monosyllable "think," which he pronounced with a note of fear and astonishment. Surprised at this emphasis, I surveyed my valet, and perceiving a wildness in his looks, asked if he had seen his grandfather's ghost. "Ghost," said he, "I am sure I have seen a devil incarnate. Who would have thought that so much devilish malice and Billingsgate could lurk under so much sweetness of countenance and modesty of behavior? Ah, God help us. Fronti nulla fides, nimium ne creed colori. But we ought to down on our knees, and bless God for delivering us from the jaws of that painted sepulchre." I was pretty much of Strap's opinion, and though I did not believe myself in any danger from the allurements of that sisterhood, I determined to act with great circumspection for the future, and shun all commerce of that kind, as equally prejudicial to my purse and constitution. My next care was to introduce myself into a set of good acquaintance, for which purpose I frequented a certain coffee house, noted for the resort of good company, English as well as foreigners, where my appearance procured all the civilities and advances I could desire. As there was an ordinary in the same house, I went upstairs to dinner with the other guests, and found myself at a table with 13 people, the greatest part of whom were better dressed than myself. The conversation, which was mostly carried on in French, turned chiefly on politics, and I soon found the whole company were in the French interest, myself excepted, and a testy old gentleman, who contradicted everything that was advanced in favor of his most Christian majesty, with a surliness truly English. But this trusty patriot, who had never been out of his own country, and drew all his maxims and notions from prejudice and hearsay, was very unequal to his antagonists, who were superior to him in learning and experience, and often took the liberty of travelers in asserting things which were not strictly true, because they thought themselves in no danger of being detected by him. The claim of the Queen of Spain to the Austrian dominions in Italy was fully explained and vindicated by a person who sat opposite to me, and, by the solemnity of his manner and the richness of his apparel, seemed to be a foreign ambassador. This dissertation produced another on the pragmatic sanction, handled with great warmth by a young gentleman at my right hand, dressed in a green frock, trimmed with gold, who justified the French king for his breach of that contract, and affirmed that he could not have observed it without injuring his own glory. Although I was not at all convinced by this gentleman's arguments, I could not help admiring his vivacity, which, I imagined, must be the effect of his illustrious birth and noble education, and accordingly rated him, in my conjecture, as a young prince on his travels. The discourse was afterwards shifted by an old gentleman, of a very martial appearance, to the last campaign, when the Battle of Dettingen was fought over again, with so many circumstances to the honor of the French and disadvantages if the Allies, that I began to entertain some doubts of my having been there in person, and took the liberty to mention some objections to what he advanced. This freedom introduced a dispute, which lasted a good while, to the mortification of all present, and was at last referred to the determination of a grave person, whom they styled doctor, and who, under a show of great moderation, decided it against me, with so little regard to truth, that I taxed him with partiality in pretty severe terms, to the no small entertainment of the true English politician, who rejoiced at my defense of a cause he had so often espoused without success. My opponent, pleased with the victory he had gained, affected a great deal of candor, and told me he should not have been so positive if he had not been at great pains to inform himself of each particular. Indeed, said he, I am convinced that the previous steps considered, things could not happen otherwise. For we generals who have seen service, though we may not be on the spot ourselves, know by the least sketch of the disposition what must be the event. He then censured, with great freedom, every circumstance of the conduct of those who commanded the Allies. From thence made a transition to the ministry, which he honored with many invectives for employing people who had neither experience nor capacity, to the prejudice of old officers, who had been distinguished for both, dropped many hints of his own importance, and concluded with observing that the French and Spaniards knew better how to value generals of merit, the good effects of which are seen in the conquests they gain, and the discipline of their troops, which are at the same time better clothed and paid than any soldiers in the universe. These remarks furnished the Green Knight with an opportunity of launching out in the praise of the French government in general, civil as well as military, on which occasion he made many odious comparisons to the disadvantage of the English. Everybody, almost, assented to the observations he made, and the doctor gave his sanction by saying, the people of France were undoubtedly the happiest subjects in the world. I was so much astonished and confounded at their infatuation and effrontery that I had not power to utter one word in opposition to their assertions. But my morose associate could not put up with the indignity that was offered to Old England, and therefore, with a satirical grin, addressed himself to the general in these words. Sir, I have often heard it said, she's a villainous bird that befouls her own nest. As for what those people who are foreigners say, I don't mind it. They know no better. But you who were bred and born and have got your bread under the English government should have more regard to gratitude, as well as truth in censuring your native country. If the ministry have thought fit to lay you aside, I suppose they have their own reasons for so doing, and you ought to remember that you still live on the bounty of this nation. As for these gentlemen, meaning the prince and ambassador, who make so free with our constitution, laws, and genius of our people, I think they might show a little more respect for their benefactors, who, I must own, are to blame in harboring and protecting, and encouraging such ungrateful vagrants as they are. At these words, the chevalier in green started up in a great passion, and laying his hand on the hilt of his hanger, exclaimed, Ah, fouter! The Englishman, on the other hand, grasping his cane, cried, Don't fouter me, sirrah, or by G, I'll knock you down. The company interposed, the Frenchman sat down again, and his antagonist proceeded. Look ye, monsieur, you know very well that had you dared to speak so freely of the administration of your own country in Paris as you have done of ours in London, you would have been sent to the Bastille without ceremony, where you might have rotted in a dungeon and never seen the light of the sun again. Now, sir, take my word for it, although our constitution screens us from such oppression, we want not laws to chastise the authors of seditious discourse, and if I hear another syllable out of your mouth in contempt or prejudice of this kingdom, I will give you a convincing proof of what I advance, and have you laid by the heels for your presumption. This declaration had an effect on the company as sudden as surprising. The young prince became as supple as a spaniel, the ambassador trembled, the general sat silent and abashed, and the doctor, who, it seems, had felt the rod of power, grew pale as death and assured us all that he had no intention to affront any person or people. Your principles, doctor, resumed the old gentleman, are no secret. I have nothing to say upon that head, but am very much surprised that a man who despises us so much should notwithstanding live among us when he has no visible motive for so doing. Why don't you take up your habitation in your beloved France, where you may rail at England without censure? To this remonstrance the doctor thought proper to make no reply, and an unsocial silence ensued, which I, perceiving, took notice that it was pity such idle disputes, maintained very often through whim or diversion, should create any misunderstanding among gentlemen of good sense, and proposed to drink down all animosity in another bottle. This motion was applauded by the whole company. The wine was brought, and the English champion, declaring he had no spleen against any man for differing in opinion from him, any more than for difference of complexion, drank to the good health of all present. The compliment was returned, and the conversation once more became unreserved, though more general than before. Among other topics, the subject of war was introduced, on which the general declaimed with great eloquence, recounting many of his own exploits by way of illustration. In the course of his harangue, he happened to mention the word epaulement, upon which the testy gentleman asked the meaning of that term. "I'll tell you what an epaulement is," replied he. "I never saw an epaulement but once, and that was at the siege of Namur. In a council of war, Monsieur Cohorn, the famous engineer, affirmed that the place could not be taken. 'Yes,' said the Prince of Vandemont, 'it may be taken by an epaulement.' This was immediately put into execution, and in 24 hours Marshal Boufflers was fain to capitulate." Here he made a full stop, and the old gentleman repeated the question, "But pray what is an epaulement?" To this interrogation, the officer made no immediate reply, but rang the bell and called for the bill, which being brought, he threw down his proportion of the reckoning. And telling the company he would show them an epaulement when his Majesty should think fit to entrust him with the command of our army abroad, strutted away with great dignity. I could not imagine why he was so shy of explaining one of the most simple terms of fortification, which I forthwith described as a side work composed of earth, gabions, or fascines. But I was very much surprised when I afterwards understood that his reserve proceeded from his ignorance. Having paid our bill, we adjourned to the coffee-room, where my fellow laborer insisted on treating me with a dish, giving me to understand, at the same time, that I had acquired his good opinion, both with respect to my principles and understanding. I thanked him for his compliment, and professing myself an utter stranger in this part of the world, begged he would have the goodness to inform me of the quality and characters of the people who dined above. This request was a real favor to one of his disposition, which was no less communicative than curious. He therefore complied with great satisfaction, and told me, to my extreme astonishment, that the supposed young prince was a dancer at one of the theaters, and the ambassador no other than a fiddler belonging to the opera. "The doctor," said he, "is a Roman Catholic priest, who sometimes appears in the character of an officer and assumes the name of captain, but more generally takes the garb, title, and behavior of a physician, in which capacity he wheedles himself into the confidence of weak-minded people, and by arguments no less specious than false, converts them from their religion and allegiance. He has been in the hands of justice more than once for such practices, but he is a sly dog, and manages matters with so much craft, that hitherto he has escaped for a short imprisonment. As for the general, you may see he has owed his promotion more to his interest than his capacity. And now that the eyes of the ministry are opened, his friends dead or become inconsiderable, he is struck off the list, and obliged to put up with a yearly pension. In consequence of this reduction, he has become malcontent, and inveighs against the government in all companies, with so little discretion that I am surprised at the lenity of the administration in overlooking his insolence, but the truth of the matter is, he owes his safety to his weakness and want of importance. He has seen a little, and but a little, service, and yet, if you will take his word to it, there has not been a great action performed in the field since the Revolution, in which he was not principally concerned. When a story is told of any great general, he immediately matches it with one of himself, though he is often unhappy in his invention and commits such gross blunders in the detail that everybody is in pain for him. Caesar, Pompey, and Alexander the Great are continually in his mouth, and as he reads a good deal without any judgment to digest it, his ideas are confused, and his harangues as unintelligible as infinite. For, if once he begin, there is no chance of his leaving off speaking while one person remains to yield attention. Therefore the only expedient I know, for putting a stop to his loquacity, is to lay hold of some incongruity he has uttered, and demand an explanation. Or ask the meaning of some difficult term that he knows by name. This method will effectually put him to silence, if not to flight, as it happened when I inquired about an epaulement. Had he been acquainted with the signification of that word, his triumph would have been intolerable, and we must have quitted the field first, or been worried with impertinence. Having thus gratified my curiosity, the old gentleman began to discover his own in questions relating to myself, to which I thought proper to return ambiguous answers. "I presume, sir," said he, "you have traveled." I answered, "Yes." I dare say you have found it very expensive, said he. I replied, to be sure, one cannot travel without money. That I know by experience, said he, for I myself take a trip to Bath or Tunbridge every season, and one must pay sauce for what he has on the road, as well in other countries as in this. That's a pretty stone in your ring, give me leave, sir. The French have attained to a wonderful skill in making compositions of this kind. Why now, this looks almost as well as a diamond. Almost as well, sir, said I. Why not altogether? I am sure if you understand anything of jewels, you must perceive at first sight that this stone is a real diamond and that of a very fine water. Take it in your hand and examine it. He did so with some confusion and returned it, saying, I ask your pardon. I see it is a true brilliant of immense value. I imagined his respect to me increased after this inquiry. Therefore, to captivate his esteem the more, I told him I would show him a seal of composition, engraved after a very valuable antique. Upon which I pulled out my watch with a rich gold chain, adorned with 3 seals set in gold, and an opal ring. He viewed each of them with great eagerness, handled the chain, admired the chased case, and observed that the whole must have cost me a vast sum of money. I affected indifference and replied in a careless manner, some trifle of 60 or 70 guineas. He stared in my face for some time, and then asked if I was an Englishman. I answered in the negative. You are from Ireland then, sir, I presume, said he. I made the same reply. Oh, perhaps, said he, you were born in one of our settlements abroad. I still answered no. He seemed very much surprised and said he was sure I was not a foreigner. I made no reply, but left him upon the tenterhooks of impatient uncertainty. He could not contain his anxiety, but asked pardon for the liberties he had taken, and to encourage me the more to disclose my situation, displayed his own without reserve. I am, said he, a single man, have a considerable annuity, on which I live according to my inclination, and make the ends of the year meet very comfortably. As I have no estate to leave behind, I am not troubled with the importunate officiousness of relations or legacy hunters, and I consider the world as made for me, not me for the world. It is my maxim, therefore, to enjoy it while I can, and let futurity shift for itself. While he thus indulged his own talkative vein, and at the same time, no doubt, expected retaliation from me, a young man entered, dressed in black velvet and an enormous tie wig, with an air in which natural levity and affected solemnity were so jumbled together, that on the whole he appeared a burlesque on all decorum. This ridiculous oddity danced up to the table at which we sat, and after 1,000 grimaces, asked my friend by the name of Mr. Medlar if we were not engaged upon business. My companion put on a surly countenance and replied, no great business, doctor, but however. Oh, then, cried the physician, I must beg your indulgence a little. Pray pardon me, gentlemen. Sir, said he, addressing himself to me, your most humble servant. I hope you will forgive me, sir. I must beg the favor to sit, sir. I have something of consequence to impart to my friend Mr. Medlar, sir. I hope you will excuse my freedom in whispering, sir. Before I had time to give this complacent person my permission, Mr. Medlar cried, I'll have no whispering. If you have anything to say to me, speak with an audible voice. The doctor seemed a little disconcerted at this exclamation, and, turning again to me, made 1,000 apologies for pretending to make a mystery of anything. A piece of caution which he said was owing to his ignorance of my connection with Mr. Medlar. But now he understood I was a friend, and would communicate what he had to say in my hearing. He then began, after 2 or 3 hems in this manner, You must know, sir, I am just come from dinner at my Lady Flaret's, then addressing himself to me, a lady of quality, sir, at whose table I have the honor of dining sometimes. There was Lady Stately and my Lady Larum, and Mrs. Dainty, and Miss Biddy Giggler, upon my word, a very good-natured young lady with a very pretty fortune, sir. There was also my Lord Straddle, Sir John Shrug, and Master Billy Chatter, who is actually a very facetious young gentleman. So, sir, her ladyship seeing me excessively fatigued, for she was the last of 15 patients, people of distinction, sir, whom I had visited this forenoon, insisted upon my staying dinner, though upon my word I protest I had no appetite. However, in compliance with her ladyship's request, sir, I sat down, and the conversation turning on different subjects, among other things, Mr. Chatter asked very earnestly when I saw Mr. Medlar. I told him I had not had the pleasure of seeing you these 19 hours and a half, for you may remember, sir, it was nearly about that time. I won't be positive as to a minute. No, says he. Then I desire you will go to his lodgings immediately after dinner and see what's the matter with him, for he must certainly be very bad from having eaten last night such a vast quantity of raw oysters. The crusty gentleman, who, from the solemnity of his delivery, expected something extraordinary, no sooner heard his conclusion than he started up in a testy humor, crying pshaw peashaw, d-n your oysters, and walked away after a short compliment of, your servant, sir, to me. The doctor got up also, saying, I vow and protest, upon my word, I am actually amazed, and followed Mr. Medlar to the bar, which was hard by, where he was paying for his coffee. There he whispered so loud that I could overhear, Pray, who is this gentleman? His friend replied hastily, I might have known that before now, if it had not been for your impertinent intrusion, and walked off very much disappointed. The ceremonious physician returned immediately and sat down by me, asking 1,000 pardons for leaving me alone, and giving me to understand that what he had communicated to Mr. Medlar at the bar was an affair of the last importance that would admit of no delay. He then called for some coffee, and launched out into the virtues of that berry, which, he said, in cold, phlegmatic constitutions like his, dried up the superfluous moisture and braced the relaxed nerves. He told me it was utterly unknown to the ancients, and derived its name from an Arabian word, which I might easily perceive by the sound and termination. From this topic he transferred his disquisitions to the verb drink, which he affirmed was improperly applied to the taking of coffee, inasmuch as people did not drink, but sip or sipple that liquor, that the genuine meaning of drinking is to quench one's thirst or commit a debauch by swallowing wine, that the Latin word which conveyed the same idea was biber or pater, and that of the Greeks pinene or potine, though he was apt to believe they were differently used on different occasions. For example, to drink a vast quantity, or, as the vulgar express it, to drink an ocean of liquor, was in Latin pater and in Greek potine. And on the other hand, to use it moderately was by burr and pinene. That this was only a conjecture of his, which, however, seemed to be supported by the word bibulus, which is particularly applied to the pores of the skin, and can only drink a very small quantity of the circumambient moisture, by reason of the smallness of their diameters. Whereas, from the verb potine is derived the substantive potamos, which signifies a river or vast quantity of liquor. I could not help smiling at this learned and important investigation, and to recommend myself the more to my new acquaintance, whose disposition I was by this time well informed of, I observed that what he alleged did not, to the best of my remembrance, appear in the writings of the ancients. For Horace uses the words podo and bibo indifferently for the same purpose, as in the 20th ode of his first book. Vile potibus modicis sabinum cantharis, et prolo domitam calino tu bibs juvem. That I had never heard of the verb potine, but that potamos, potma, and podos were derived from pino, poso, pepoka, in consequence of which, the Greek poets never use any other word for festal drinking. Homer describes Nestor at his cups in these words. Nestor adauk, elathan iach pinonta params. And Anacreon mentions it, on the same occasion always in every page. Pinonti de oinan hedon, aten pinotan oinan oplis ego de pino. And in 1,000 other places. The doctor, who doubtless intended by his criticism to give me a high idea of his erudition, was infinitely surprised to find himself schooled by one of my appearance, and after a considerable pause cried, Upon my word, you are in the right, sir. I find I have not considered this affair with my usual accuracy. Then accosting me in Latin, which he spoke very well, the conversation was maintained full 2 hours, on a variety of subjects, in that language, and indeed he spoke so judiciously that I was convinced, notwithstanding his whimsical appearance and attention to trifles, that he was a man of extensive knowledge, especially in books. He looked upon me, as I afterwards understood from Mr. Medlar, as a prodigy in learning, and proposed that very night, if I were not engaged, to introduce me to several young gentlemen of fortune and fashion, with whom I had an appointment at the Bedford Coffee House. Chapter 46. Wagtail introduces me to a set of fine gentlemen with whom I spend the evening at a tavern, our conversation. The characters of my new companions, the doctor is roasted, our issue of our debauch. I accepted his offer with pleasure, and we went thither in a hackney coach, where I saw a great number of gay figures fluttering about, most of whom spoke to the doctor with great familiarity. Among the rest stood a group of them round the fire, whom I immediately knew to be the very persons who had the night before, by their laughing, alarmed my suspicion of the lady who had put herself under my protection. They no sooner perceived me enter with Dr. Wagtail, for that was my companion's name, than they tittered and whispered one to another, and I was not a little surprised to find that they were the gentlemen to whose acquaintance he designed to recommend me. For, when he observed them together, he told me who they were, and desired to know by what name he should introduce me. I satisfied him in that particular, and he advanced with great gravity, saying, "Gentlemen, your most obedient servant, give me leave to introduce my friend Mr. Random to your society." Then, turning to me, "Mr. Random, this is Mr. Bragwell, Mr. Banter, sir, Mr. Chatter, my friend Mr. Slyboot, and Mr. Ranter, sir." I saluted each of them in order, and when I came to take Mr. Slyboot by the hand, I perceived him thrust his tongue in his cheek, to the no small entertainment of the company. But I did not think proper to take any notice of it on this occasion. Mr. Ranter, too, who I afterwards learned was a player, displayed his talents, by mimicking my air features and voice, while he returned my compliment. This feat I should not have been so sensible of, had I not seen him behave in the same manner to my friend Wagtail, when he made up to them at first. But for once I let him enjoy the fruits of his dexterity without question or control, resolved, however, to chastise his insolence at a more convenient opportunity. Mr. Slyboot, guessing I was a stranger, asked if I had been lately in France, and when I answered in the affirmative, inquired if I had seen the Luxembourg Gallery. I told him I had considered it more than once with great attention. Upon this, a conversion ensued, in which I discovered him to be a painter. While we were discoursing upon the particulars of this famous performance, I overheard Banter ask Dr. Wagtail where he had picked up this Mr. Random. To which question the physician answered, "Upon my word, a mighty pretty sort of a gentleman, a man of fortune, sir. He has made the grand tour and seen the best company in Europe, ere." "What, he told you so, I suppose?" said the other. "I take him to be neither more nor less than a French valet-de-chamber." "Oh, barbarous, barbarous!" cried the doctor. "This is actually, upon my word, altogether unaccountable. I know all his family perfectly well, sir. He is of the Randoms of the North, a very ancient house, sir, and a distant relation of mine." I was extremely nettled at the conjecture of Mr. Banter, and began to entertain a very indifferent opinion of my company in general. But, as I might possibly by their means acquire a more extensive and agreeable acquaintance, I determined to bear these little mortifications as long as I could without injuring the dignity of my character. After having talked for some time on the weather, plays, politics, and other coffee-house subjects, it was proposed that we should spend the evening at a noted tavern in the neighborhood, whither we repaired in a body. Having taken possession of a room, called for French wine, and bespoke supper, the glass went about pretty freely, and the characters of my associates opened upon me more and more. It soon appeared that the doctor was entertained as but for the painter and player to exercise their wit upon, for the diversion of the company. Mr. Ranter began the game by asking him what was good for a hoarseness, lowness of spirits, and indigestion, for he was troubled with all these complaints to a very great degree. Wagtail immediately undertook to explain the nature of his case, and in a very prolix manner harangued upon prognostics, diagnostics, symptomatics, therapeutics, inanition, and repletion. Then calculated the force of the stomach and lungs in their respective operations. Ascribed the player's malady to a disorder in these organs, proceeding from hard drinkings and vociferations, and prescribed a course of stomachics, with abstinence from venery, wine, loud speaking, laughing, singing, coughing, sneezing, or hallowing. "Pa, pa," cried Ranter, interrupting him, "the remedy is worse than the disease. I wish I knew where to find some tinder water." "Tinder water," said the doctor. "Upon my word, I don't apprehend you, Mr. Ranter." "Water extracted from tinder," replied the other, "a universal specific for all distempers incident to man. It was invented by a learned German monk, who, for a valuable consideration, imparted the secret to Paracelsus. "Pardon me," cried the painter. "It was first used by Solomon, as appears by a Greek manuscript in his civil handwriting, lately found at the foot of Mount Lebanon by a peasant who was digging for potatoes." "Well," said Wagtail, "in all my vast reading I never met with such a preparation. Neither did I know till this minute that Solomon understood Greek or that potatoes grew in Palestine." Here Banter interposed, saying he was surprised that Dr. Wagtail should make the least doubt of Solomon's understanding Greek, when he is represented to us as the wisest and best-educated prince in the world. And as for potatoes, they were transplanted thither from Ireland, in the time of the Crusade, by some knights of that country. "I profess," said the doctor, "there is nothing more likely. I would actually give a vast sum for a sight of that manuscript, which must be inestimable, and, if I understood the process, would set about it immediately." The player assured him the process was very simple, that he must cram 100 weight of dry tinder into a glass retort, and distilling it by the force of animal heat, it would yield half a scruple of insipid water, 1 drop of which is a full dose. "Upon my integrity," exclaimed the incredulous doctor, "this is very amazing and extraordinary, that a caput mortuum should yield any water at all. I must own I have always been an enemy to specifics, which I thought inconsistent with the nature of the animal economy. But certainly the authority of Solomon is not to be questioned. I wonder where I shall find a glass retort large enough to contain such a vast quantity of tinder, the consumption of which must, undoubtedly, raise the price of paper. Or where shall I find animal heat sufficient even to warm such a mass?" Slyboot informed him that he might have a retort blown for him as big as a church, and that the easiest method of raising the vapor by animal heat would be to place it in the middle of an infirmary for feverish patients, who might be upon mattresses around and in contact with it. He had sooner pronounced these words than Wagtail exclaimed in a rapture, "An admirable expedient, as I hope to be saved. I will positively put it in practice." This simplicity of the physician furnished excellent diversion for the company, who, in their turns, sneered at him in ironical compliments, which his vanity swallowed as the genuine sentiments of their hearts. Mr. Chatter, impatient of so long a silence, now broke out and entertained us with a catalogue of all the people who danced at the last Hampstead Assembly, with a most circumstantial account of the dress and ornaments of each, from the lappets of the ladies to the shoe buckles of the men, concluding with telling Bragwell that his mistress Melinda was there and seemed to miss him, and soliciting his company at the next occasion of that kind. "No, D," said Bragwell, "I have something else to mind than dangling after a parcel of giddy-headed girls. Besides, you know my temper is so unruly that I am apt to involve myself in scrapes when a woman is concerned. The last time I was there, I had an affair with Tom Trippett." "Oh, I remember that," cried Banter. "You lugged out before the ladies, and I commend you for so doing because you had an opportunity of showing your manhood without running any risk." "Risk?" said the other with a fierce countenance. "D and my blood, I fear no risks. I ain't afraid of lugging out against any man that wears a head D me. 'Tis well known that I have drawn blood more than once and lost some too, but what does that signify?" The player begged this champion to employ him as his second the next time he intended to kill, for he wanted to see a man die of a stab, that he might know how to act such an art the more naturally on the stage. "Die," replied the hero. "No, by G. I know better things than to incur the verdict of a Middlesex jury. I should look upon my fencing master to be an ignorant son of a b. H, if he had not taught me to prick any of my antagonist's body that I pleased to disable." "Oh ho," cried Slyboot, "if that be the case, I have a favor to ask. You must know I am employed to paint a Jesus on the cross, and my purpose is to represent him at that point of time when the spear is thrust into his side. Now I should be glad if you would, in my presence, pink some impertinent fellow into convulsions, without endangering his life, that I may have an opportunity of taking a good clever agony from nature. The doctor will direct you where to enter and how far to go, but pray let it be as near the left side as possible." Wagtail, who took this proposal seriously, observed that it would be a very difficult matter to penetrate into the left side of the thorax without hurting the heart, and in consequence killing the patient. But he believed it was possible for a man of a very nice hand and exact knowledge of anatomy to wound the diaphragma somewhere about the skirts, which might induce a singultus, without being attended with death. that he was ready to demonstrate the insertion of that muscle to Mr. Bragwell, but desired to have no concern with the experiment, which might essentially prejudice his reputation in case of a miscarriage. Bragwell was as much imposed upon by the painter's waggery as the doctor, and declined engaging in the affair, saying he held a very great regard for Mr. Slyboot, but had laid it down as a maxim, never to fight except when his honor was engaged. 1,000 jokes of this kind were uttered. The wine circulated, supper was served in, we ate heartily, returned to the bottle, Bragwell became noisy and troublesome, banter grew more and more severe, ranter rehearsed, Slyboot made faces at the whole company, I sang French catches, and Chatter kissed me with great affection, while the doctor, with a waffle countenance, sat silent like a disciple of Pythagoras. At length it was proposed by Bragwell that we should scour the hundreds, sweat the constable, maul the watch, and then reel soberly to bed. While we deliberated upon this expedition, the waiter came into the room and asked for Dr. Wagtail. When he understood he was present, he told him there was a lady below to inquire for him, at which message the physician started from his melancholy contemplation, and, with a look of extreme confusion, assured the company he could not possibly be the person wanted, for he had no connection with any lady whatever, and bade the drawer tell her so. For shame! Cried Banter, would you be so impolite as to refuse a lady a hearing? Perhaps she comes for a consultation. It must be some extraordinary affair that brings a lady to a tavern at this time of night. Mr. Ranter, pray do the doctor's base mains to the lady, and squire her hither. The player immediately staggered out, and returned, leading in with much ceremony, a tall strapping wench, whose appearance proclaimed her occupation. We received her with the utmost solemnity, and with a good deal of entreaty she was persuaded to sit, when a profound silence ensued, during which she fixed her eyes with a disconsolate look upon the doctor, who was utterly confounded at her behavior and returned her melancholy fourfold. At length, after a good many piteous sighs, she wiped her eyes and accosted him thus. What, not one word of comfort? Will nothing soften that stony heart of thine? Not all my tears, not all my affliction. Not the inevitable ruin thou hast brought upon me? Where are thy vows, thou faithless, perjured man? Hast thou no honor, no conscience, no remorse for thy perfidious conduct towards me? Answer me, wilt thou at last do me justice, or must I have recourse to heaven or hell for my revenge? If poor Wagtail was amazed before she spoke, what must his confusion be on hearing this address? His natural paleness changed into a ghastly clay color, his eyes rolled, his lip trembled, and he answered in an accent not to be described. Upon my word, honor, and salvation, madam, you are actually mistaken in my person. I have a most particular veneration for your sex, and am actually incapable of injuring any lady in the smallest degree. Madam, besides, madam, to the best of my recollection, I never had the honor of seeing you before, as I hope to be saved, madam. How, traitor! Cried she, dost thou disown me then? Mistaken? No, too well I know that fair bewitching face, too well I know that false enchanting tongue. Alas! Gentlemen, since the villain compels me by his unkindness to expose myself and him, know that this betrayer, under the specious pretense of honorable addresses, won my heart, and taking advantage of his conquest, robbed me of my virgin treasure, and afterwards abandoned me to my fate. I am now 4 months gone with child by him, turned out of doors by my relations, and left a prey to misery and want. Yes, thou barbarian, said she, turning to Wagtail, thou tiger, thou succubus, too well thou knowest my situation. But I will tear out thy faithless heart and deliver the world from such a monster. So saying, she sprang forward at the doctor, who with incredible agility jumped over the table and ran behind Bragwell, while the rest of us endeavored to appease the furious heroine. Although everybody in the company affected the utmost surprise, I could easily perceive it was a scheme concerted among them to produce diversion at the doctor's expense, and being under no concern about the consequence, I entered into the confederacy and enjoyed the distress of Wagtail, who with tears in his eyes begged the protection of the company, declaring himself as innocent of the crime laid to his charge as the fetus in utero, and hinting at the same time that nature had not put it in his power to be guilty of such a trespass. Nature, cried the lady, there was no nature in the case. He abused me by the help of charms and spells. Else how is it possible that any woman could have listened to the addresses of such a scarecrow? Were these owlish eyes made for ogling, that carrion complexion to be admired, or that mouth, like a horseshoe, to be kissed? No, no, you owe your success to your filters, to your drugs and incantations, and not to your natural talents, which are, in every respect, mean and contemptible. The doctor thought he had got an opportunity of vindicating himself effectually, and desired the complainant to compose herself but for half an hour, in which he undertook to prove the absurdity of believing in the power of incantations, which were only idle dreams of ignorance and superstition. He accordingly pronounced a very learned discourse upon the nature of ideas, the power and independence of the mind, the properties of stimulating medicines, the difference between a proneness to venery, which many simples would create, and a passion limited to one object, which can only be the result of sense and reflection, and concluded with a pathetic remonstrance, setting forth his unhappiness in being persecuted with the resentment of a lady whom he had never injured, nor even seen before that occasion, and whose faculties were, in all likelihood, so much impaired by her misfortunes that an innocent person was in danger of being ruined by her disorder. He had no sooner finished his harangue than the forlorn princess renewed her lamentations and cautioned the company against his eloquence, which, she said, was able to bias the most impartial bench in Christendom. Ranter advised him to espouse her immediately, as the only means to save his reputation, and offered to accompany him to the fleet for that purpose. But Slyboot proposed that a father should be purchased for the child, and a comfortable alimony settled on the mother. Ranter promised to adopt the infant gratis. Wagtail was ready to worship him for his generosity, and, though he persisted in protesting his innocence, condescended to everything rather than his unblemished character should be called into question. The lady rejected the proposal and insisted on matrimony. Bragwell took up the cudgels for the doctor, and undertook to rid him of her importunity for half a guinea. Upon which Wagtail, with great eagerness, pulled out his purse, and put it into the hand of his friend, who, taking half a piece out of it, gave it to the plaintiff, and bade her thank God for her good fortune. When she had received this bounty, she affected to weep, and begged, since the physician had renounced her, he would at least vouchsafe her a parting kiss. This he was prevailed upon to grant with great reluctance, and went up with his usual solemnity to salute her, when she laid hold of his cheek with her teeth, and held fast, while he roared with anguish to the unspeakable diversion of all present. When she thought proper to release him, she dropped a low courtesy to the company, and quitted the room, leaving the doctor in the utmost horror, not so much on account of the pain as the apprehension of the consequence of the bite. For by this time he was convinced of her being mad. Banter prescribed the actual cautery, and put the poker in the fire to be heated, in order to sear the place. The player was of opinion that Bragwell should scoop out the part affected with the point of his sword. But the painter prevented both these dreadful operations by recommending a balsam he had in his pocket, which never failed to cure the bite of a mad dog. So saying, he pulled out a small bladder of black paint, with which he instantly anointed not only the sore, but the greatest part of the patient's face, and left it in a frightful condition. In short, the poor creature was so harassed with fear and vexation that I pitied him extremely, and sent him home in a chair, contrary to the inclination of everybody present. This freedom of mine gave umbrage to Bragwell, who testified his displeasure by swearing a few threats, without making any application, which, being perceived by Slyboot, who sat by me, he, with a view of promoting a quarrel, whispered to me that he thought Bragwell used me very ill, but every man was the best judge of his own affairs. I answered aloud that I would neither suffer Mr. Bragwell nor him to use me ill with impunity, and that I stood in no need of his counsel in regard to the regulation of my conduct. He thought proper to ask 1,000 pardons, and assure me he meant no offense, while Bragwell feigned himself asleep, that he might not be obliged to take notice of what passed. But the player, who had more animal spirits and less discretion than Slyboot, unwilling to let the affair rest where he had dropped it, jogged Mr. Bragwell and told him softly that I had called him names and threatened to cudgel him. This particular I understood by his starting up and crying, "Blood and wounds, you lie. No man durst treat me so ignominiously. Mr. Random, did you call me names and threaten to drub me?" I denied the imputation, and proposed to punish the scoundrel who endeavored to foment disturbance in the company. Bragwell signified his approbation and drew his sword. I did the same and accosted the actor in these words: "Look'ee, Mr. Ranter, I know you possess all the mimicry and mischievous qualities of an ape, because I have observed you put them all in practice more than once tonight, on me and others. Now I want to see if you resemble one in nimbleness also. Therefore, I desire you leap over this sword without hesitation." So saying, I held it parallel to the horizon, at the distance of about 3 feet from the floor, and called, "Once, twice, thrice, and away." But instead of complying with my demand, he snatched his hat and hanger, and assuming the looks, swagger, and phrase of pistol, burst out into the following exclamation: "Ha! Must I then perform inglorious prank of sylvan ape in mountain forest caught? Death rock me asleep, abridge my doleful days, and lay my head in fury's lap. Have we not Hiern here?" This buffoonery did not answer his expectation, for, by this time, the company was bent on seeing him in a new character. Mr. Banter desired me to hold my sword a foot or two higher, that he might have the better opportunity of exerting himself. The painter told him, if he performed well, he would recommend him as a vaulter to the proprietors of Sadler's Wells, and Bragwell, crying, "Leap for the king," applied the point of his sword to the player's posteriors with such success that he sprang over in a trice, and, finding the door unguarded, vanished in a twinkling, glad, no doubt, of having paid his share of the reckoning so easily. It being now near 2 o'clock in the morning, we discharged the bill and sallied out into the street. The painter slunk away without taking his leave. Billy Chatter, being unable to speak or stand, was sent to a bagnio, and Banter and I accompanied Bragwell to Mall King's coffee house, where after he had kicked half a dozen hungry whores, we left him asleep on a bench and directed our course towards Charing Cross, near which place both he and I lodged. The natural dryness of my companion being overcome by liquor, he honored me by the way with many compliments and professions of friendship, for which I made suitable acknowledgments, and told him I thought myself happy in having, by my behavior, removed the unfavorable opinion he entertained of me at first sight. He was surprised at this declaration, and begged me to explain myself, upon which I mentioned what I had overheard him say of me to Wagtail in the coffee house. He laughed and made an apology for his freedom, assuring me that my appearance had very much prepossessed him in my favor, and what he said was only intended as a joke on the doctor's solemnity. I was highly pleased at being undeceived in this particular, and not a little proud of the good opinion of this wit, who shook me by the hand at parting, and promised to meet me the next day at the ordinary. Chapter 47. Strap communicates to me a conquest he had made of a chandler's widow, finds himself miserably mistaken. I go to the opera, admire Melinda, am cautioned by Banter, go to the assembly at Hampstead, dance with that young lady, receive an insolent message from Bragwell, whose mettle is soon cooled, am in favor with my mistress, whom I visit next day, and am bubbled out of 18 guineas at cards. Strap triumphs at my success, but is astonished at my expense. Banter comes to my lodging, is very sarcastic at my expense, and borrows 5 guineas from me, as a proof of his friendship. In the morning, before I got up, Strap came into my chamber, and finding me awake, hemmed several times, scratched his head, cast his eyes upon the ground, and with a very foolish kind of simper upon his face gave me to understand he had something to communicate. "By your countenance," said I expect to hear good tidings." "Indifferently," replied he, tittering, "that is, hereafter as it shall be. You must know I have some thoughts of altering my condition." "What?" cried I, astonished. "A matrimonial scheme? O rare strap, thou hast got the heels of me at last." "And no less, I assure you," said he, bursting into a laugh of self-approbation. "A tallow chandler's widow that lives hard by has taken a liking to me, a fine jolly dame as plump as a partridge. She has a well-furnished house, a brisk trade, and a good deal of the ready. I may have her for the asking. She told a friend of mine, a brother footman, that she would take me out of a stinking clout. But I refused to give my final answer, till I knew your opinion of the matter. I congratulated Monsieur d'Estrapes upon his conquest, and approved of the scheme, provided he could be assured of those circumstances of her fortune, but advised him to do nothing rashly, and give me an opportunity of seeing the lady before matters should be brought to a conclusion. He assured me he would do nothing without my consent and approbation, and that very morning, while I was at breakfast, introduce his inamorata to my acquaintance. She was a short, thick woman, about the age of 36, and had a particular prominence of belly, which I perceived at first sight, not without some suspicion of foul play. I desired her, however, to sit, and treated her with a dish of tea, the discourse turning on the good qualities of Strap, whom I represented as a prodigy of sobriety, industry, and virtue. When she took her leave, he followed her to the door, and returned licking his lips, and asking if I did not think she was a luscious creature. I made no mystery of my apprehension, but declared my sentiments of her without reserve, at which he was not surprised, telling me he had observed the same symptom, but was informed by his friend that she was only liver-grown and would in few months be as small in the waist as ever. "Yes," said I, "a few weeks, I believe, will do the business. In short, Strap, it is my opinion that you are egregiously imposed upon, and that this friend is no other than a rascal who wants to palm his trull upon you for a wife, that he may at once deliver himself from the importunities of the mother and the expense of her bantling. For which reason I would not have you trust implicitly to the report he makes of her wealth, which is inconsistent with his behavior, nor run your head precipitately into a noose, that you may afterwards wish exchanged for the hangman S." He seemed very much startled at my insinuation, and promised to look twice before he leaped, saying, with some heat, "Odds, if I find his intention is to betray me, we shall see which of us is the better man." My prediction was verified in less than a fortnight, her great belly producing an infant, to the unspeakable amazement of Strap, who was before this happened, inclinable to believe I had refined a little too much in my penetration. His false friend disappeared, and a few days after an execution was issued against her goods and household furniture, which were seized by the creditors. Meanwhile I met my friend Banter at the ordinary, and in the evening went to the opera with him and Mr. Chatter, who pointed out Melinda in one of the boxes, and offered to introduce me to her, observing at the same time that she was a reigning toast worth £10,000. This piece of information made my heart bound with joy, and I discovered great eagerness to accept the proposal. Upon which he assured me I should dance with her at the next assembly, if he had any influence in that quarter. So saying, he went round, spoke to her some minutes, and, as I imagined, pointed at me. Then returning, told me to my inexpressible pleasure that I might depend upon what he had promised, for she was now engaged as my partner. Banter, in a whisper, gave me to understand that she was an incorrigible coquette, who would grant the same favor to any young fellow in England of a tolerable appearance, merely to engage him among the herd of her admirers, that she might have the pleasure of seeing them daily increase. That she was of a cold, insensible disposition, dead to every passion but vanity, and so blind to merit, that he would lay any wager the wealthiest fool would carry her at last. I attributed a good deal of this intelligence to the satirical turn of my friend, or resentment for having himself suffered a rebuff from the lady in question, and, at any rate, trusted so much to my own accomplishments as to believe no woman could resist the ardor of my addresses. Full of this confidence, I repaired to Hampstead in company with Billy Chatter, my Lord Hobble, and Dr. Wagtail. There I saw a very brilliant assembly, before whom I had the honor to walk a minuet with Melinda, who charmed me with her frank manner and easiness of behavior. Before the country dances began, I received a message by a person I did not know from Bragwell, who was present, importing that nobody who knew him presumed to dance with Melinda while he was there in person, that I would do well to relinquish her without noise, because he had a mind to lead up a country dance with her. This extraordinary intimation, which was delivered in the lady's hearing, did not at all discompose me, who, by this time, was pretty well acquainted with the character of my rival. I therefore, without the least symptom of concern, bade the gentleman tell Mr. Bragwell that since I was so happy as to obtain the lady's consent, I should not be solicitous about his, and desired the bearer himself to bring me no such impertinent messages for the future. Melinda affected a sort of confusion, and pretended to wonder that Mr. Bragwell should give himself such liberties with regard to her, who had no manner of connection with the fellow. I laid hold of this opportunity to display my valor, and offered to call him to an account for his insolence, a proposal which she absolutely refused, under pretense of consulting my safety, though I could perceive, by the sparkling of her eyes, that she would not have thought herself affronted by being the subject of a duel. I was by no means pleased with this discovery of her thoughts, which not only argued the most unjustifiable vanity, but likewise the most barbarous indifference. However, I was allured by her fortune, and resolved to gratify her pride in making her the occasion of a public quarrel between me and Bragwell, who, I was pretty certain, would never drive matters to a dangerous extremity. While we danced together, I observed this formidable rival at one end of the room, encircled with a cluster of beaux, to whom he talked with great vehemence, casting many big looks at me from time to time. I guessed the subject of his discourse, and as soon as I had handed my partner to her seat, strutted up to the place where he stood, and cocking my hat in his face, demanded aloud if he had anything to say to me. He answered with a sullen tone, "Nothing at present, sir," and turned about upon his heel. "Well," said I, "you know where I am to be found at any time." His companions stared at one another, and I returned to the lady, whose features brightened at my approach, and immediately a whisper ran through the whole room, after which so many eyes were turned upon me that I was ready to sink with confusion. When the ball broke up, I led her to her coach, and, like a true French gallant, would have got up behind it, in order to protect her from violence on the road. But she absolutely refused my offer, and expressed her concern that there was not an empty seat for me within the vehicle. Next day, in the afternoon, I waited on her at her lodgings, by permission, in company with Chatter, and was very civilly received by her mother, with whom she lived. There were a good many fashionable people present, chiefly young fellows, and immediately after tea, a couple of card tables were set, at one of which I had the honor to play with Melinda, who in less than 3 hours made shift to plunder me of 8 guineas. I was well enough content to lose a little money with a good grace, that I might have an opportunity in the meantime to say soft things, which are still most welcome when attended with good luck. But I was by no means satisfied of her fair play, a circumstance that shocked me not a little, and greatly impaired my opinion of her disinterestedness and delicacy. However, I was resolved to profit by this behavior, and treat her in my turn with less ceremony. Accordingly, I laid close siege to her, and, finding her not at all disgusted with the gross incense I offered, that very night made a declaration of love in plain terms. She received my addresses with great gaiety, and pretended to laugh them off, but at the same time treated me with such particular complacency that I was persuaded I had made a conquest of her heart, and concluded myself the happiest man alive. Elevated with these flattering ideas, I sat down again to cards after supper, and with great cheerfulness suffered myself to be cheated of 10 guineas more. It was late before I took my leave, after being favored with a general invitation, and when I got into bed, the adventures of the day hindered me from sleeping. Sometimes I pleased myself with the hopes of possessing a fine woman with £10,000. Then I would ruminate on the character I had heard of her from Banter, and compare it with the circumstances of her conduct towards me, which seemed to bear too great a resemblance to the picture he had drawn. This introduced a melancholy reflection on the expense I had undergone, and the smallness of my funds to support it, which, by the by, were none of my own. In short, I found myself involved in doubts and perplexities that kept me awake the greatest part of the night. In the morning, Strap, with whom I had not conversed for 2 days, presented himself with the utensils for shaving me, upon which I asked his opinion of the lady he had seen me conduct to her coach at Hampstead. "Odds, she's a delicious creature," cried he, "and, as I am informed, a great fortune. I am sorry you did not insist on going home with her. I dare say she would not have refused your company, for she seems to be a good-humored soul. There's a time for all things, said I. You must know, Strap, I was in company with her till 1 o'clock this morning. I had no sooner pronounced these words than he began to caper about the room and snap his fingers, crying in a transport, "The day's our own, the day's our own." I gave him to understand that his triumph was a little premature, and that I had more difficulties to surmount than he was aware of. Then I recounted to him the intelligence I had received from Banter. At which he changed color, shook his head, and observed there was no faith in woman. I told him I was resolved to make a bold push notwithstanding, although I foresaw it would lead me into a great expense, and bade him guess the sum I had lost last night at cards. He scratched his chin, and protested his abhorrence of cards, the very name of which being mentioned, made him sweat with vexation, as it recalled the money-dropper to his remembrance. "But however," said he, "you have to do with other guest people now. Why, I suppose, if you had a bad run last night, you would scarce come off for less than 10 or 12 shilling. I was mortified at this piece of simplicity, which I imagined at that time was all affected by way of reprimand for my folly, and asked with some heat if he thought I had spent the evening in a cellar with chairmen and bunters, giving him to know at the same time that my expense had amounted to 18 guineas. It would require the pencil of Hogarth to express the astonishment and concern of Strap on hearing this piece of news. The basin, in which he was preparing the lather for my chin, dropped out of his hands, and he remained some time immovable in that ludicrous attitude, with his mouth open, and his eyes thrust forward considerably beyond their station. But remembering my disposition, which was touchy and impatient of control, he smothered his chagrin and attempted to recollect himself. With this view he endeavored to laugh, but in spite of his teeth, broke out in a whimper, took up his wash-ball and pewter-pot, scrubbed my beard with the one, and discharged the other upon my face. I took no notice of this confusion, but after he had fully recovered himself, put him in mind of his right, and assured him of my readiness to surrender my effects whenever he should think proper to demand them. He was nettled at my insinuation, which he thought proceeded from my distrust of his friendship, and begged I would never talk to him in that strain again, unless I had a mind to break his heart. This good creature's unalterable friendship for me affected me with the most grateful sentiments, and acted as a spur to my resolution of acquiring a fortune, that I might have it in my power to manifest my generosity in my turn. For this purpose, I determined to bring matters to a speedy conclusion with Melinda, well knowing that a few such nights as the last would effectually incapacitate me from prosecuting that or any other advantageous amour. While my meditation was busied in planning out my future conduct, Mr. Banter favored me with a visit, and after breakfast asked how I had passed the preceding evening. I answered I was very agreeably entertained at a private house. "Yes," said he, with a sarcastic smile, "you deserve something extraordinary for the price you paid." I was surprised at this remark, and pretended ignorance of his meaning. "Come, come, Mr. Random," continued he, "you need not make a mystery of it to me. The whole town has it. I wish that foolish affair between you and Bragwell at Hampstead had been less public. It has set all the busybodies at work to find out your real character and situation, and you cannot imagine what conjectures have already circulated at your expense. One suspects you to be a Jesuit in disguise. Another thinks you are an agent from the Pretender. A third believes you to be an upstart gamester, because nobody knows anything of your family or fortune. A fourth is of opinion that you are an Irish fortune hunter. This last hypothesis touched me so nearly that, to conceal my confusion, I was fain to interrupt his detail, and damn the world for an envious, meddling community that would not suffer a gentleman to live without molestation. He took no notice of this apostrophe, but went on. For my own part, I neither know nor desire to know who or what you are. This I am certain of, that few people make a mystery of their origin or situation, who can boast of anything advantageous in either. And my own opinion of the matter is that you have raised yourself, by your industry, from nothing to the appearance you now maintain, and which you endeavor to support by some matrimonial scheme. Here he fixed his eyes steadfastly upon me, and perceiving my face covered with blushes, told me how he was confirmed in his opinion. "Look ye, Random," said he, "I have divined your plan, and am confident it will never succeed. You are too honest and too ignorant of the town to practice the necessary cheats of your profession, and detect the conspiracies that will be formed against you. Besides, you are downright bashful. What the devil? Set up for a fortune hunter before you have conquered the sense of shame. Perhaps you are entitled by your merit, and I believe you are, to a richer and a better wife than Melinda. But take my word for it, she is not to be won at that rate. Or, if you are so lucky as to carry her, between you and me, you may say, as Teague said, by my soul, I have gained a loss. She would take care to spend her fortune in a twinkling, and soon make you sick of her extravagance. I was alarmed by his discourse, while I resented the freedom of it, and expressed my disgust by telling him he was mistaken in my intentions, and desiring he would give me leave to regulate my conduct according to the dictates of my own reason. He made no apology for the liberty he had taken, and ascribed it to the warmth of his friendship for me, as an uncommon instance of which he borrowed 5 guineas, assuring me there were very few people in the world whom he would so far favor with his confidence. I gave him the money, and professed myself so well convinced of his sincerity that he had no occasion to put it to such extraordinary proofs for the future. I thought, said he, to have asked 5 pieces more, but hearing you were bubbled of 18 last night, I presumed you might be out of cash, and resolved to model my demand accordingly. I could not help admiring the cavalier behavior of this spark, of whom I desired to know his reason for saying I was bubbled. He then gave me to understand that before he came to my lodgings, he had beat up Tom Tossell, who, being present, informed him of the particulars, rehearsed all the fine things I said to Melinda, with which he proposed to entertain the town, and among other circumstances, assured him my mistress cheated with so little art that nobody but a mere novice could be imposed upon. The thoughts of becoming a subject of raillery for coxcombs, and losing my money to boot, stung me to the quick. But I made a virtue of my indignation, and swore that no man should with impunity either asperse the character of Melinda or turn my behavior into ridicule. He replied in a dry manner that I would find it a Herculean task to chastise everybody who should laugh at my expense, and, as for the character of Melinda, he did not see how it could suffer by what was laid to her charge. For that cheating at cards, far from being reckoned a blemish among people of fashion, was looked upon as an honorable indication of superior genius and address. But let us waive this subject, said he, and go to the coffee-house in order to make a party for dinner. Chapter 48. We repair to the coffee-house, where we overhear a curious dispute between Wagtail and Medlar, which is referred to our decision. The doctor gives an account of his experiment. Medlar is roasted by Banter at the ordinary. The old gentleman's advice to me. Being as willing to drop the theme as he was to propose it, I accompanied him thither, where we found Mr. Medlar and Dr. Wagtail disputing upon the word custard, which the physician affirmed should be spelt with a G, observing that it was derived from the Latin verb gustare, to taste. But Medlar pleaded custom in behalf of C, observing that, by the doctor's rule, we ought to change pudding into budding, because it is derived from the French word boudin. And in that case, why not retain the original orthography and pronunciation of all the foreign words we have adopted, by which means our language would become a dissonant jargon without standard or propriety? The controversy was referred to us, and Banter, notwithstanding his real opinion to the contrary, decided it in favor of Wagtail. upon which the peevish annuitant arose, and uttering the monosyllable pish, with great emphasis, removed to another table. We then inquired of the doctor what progress he had made in the experiment of distilling tinder water, and he told us he had been at all the glass houses about town, but could find nobody who would undertake to blow a retort large enough to hold the third part of the quantity prescribed. But he intended to try the process on as much as would produce 5 drops, which would be sufficient to prove the specific, and then he would make it a parliamentary affair. That he had already purchased a considerable weight of rags, in reducing which to tinder he had met with a misfortune, which had obliged him to change his lodgings. For he had gathered them in a heap on the floor, and set fire to them with a candle, on the supposition that the boards would sustain no damage, because it is the nature of flame to ascend. But by some very extraordinary accident, the wood was invaded, and began to blaze with great violence, which disordered him so much, that he had not the presence of mind enough to call for assistance, and the whole house must have been consumed with him in the midst of it, had not the smoke that rolled out of the windows in clouds alarmed the neighborhood and brought people to his succor. That he had lost a pair of black velvet breeches and a tie-wig in the hurry, besides the expense of the rags, which were rendered useless by the water used to quench the flame, and the damage of the floor, which he was compelled to repair. That his landlord, believing him distracted, had insisted on his quitting his apartment at a minute's warning, and he was put to incredible inconvenience. But now he was settled in a very comfortable house, and had the use of a large paved yard for preparing his tinder, so that he hoped in a very short time to reap the fruits of his labor. After having congratulated the doctor on his prospect and read the papers, we repaired to an auction of pictures, where we entertained ourselves an hour or two. From thence we adjourned to the mall, and after 2 or 3 turns went back to dinner, Banter assuring us that he intended to roast Medlar at the ordinary. And indeed, we were no sooner set than this cynic began to execute his purpose, by telling the old gentleman that he looked extremely well, considering the little sleep he had enjoyed last night. To this compliment Medlar made no reply, but by a stare, accompanied with a significant grin, and Banter went on thus: "I don't know whether most to admire the charity of your mind or the vigor of your body. Upon my soul, Mr. Medlar, you do generous things with the best taste of any man I know. You extend your compassion to real objects, and exact only such returns as they are capable of making. You must know, gentlemen," said he, turning to the company, "I had been up most part of the night with a friend who is ill of a fever, and on my return home this morning, chanced to pass by a gin shop still open, whence issued a confused sound of mirth and jollity. Upon which I popped in my head, and perceived Mr. Medlar dancing bareheaded in the midst of 10 or 20 ragged bunters, who rejoiced at his expense. But indeed, Mr. Medlar, you should not sacrifice your constitution to your benevolence. Consider, you grow old apace, and therefore have a reverend care of your health, which must certainly be very much impaired by these nocturnal expeditions." The testy senior could no longer contain himself, but cried hastily, "'Tis well known that your tongue is no slanderer." "I think," said the other, "you might spare that observation, as you are very sensible, that my tongue has done you signal service on many occasions. You may remember that, when you made your addresses to the fat widow who kept a public house at Islington, there was a report spread very much to the prejudice of your manhood, which coming to the ears of your mistress, you were discarded immediately. And I brought matters to a reconciliation, by assuring her you had 3 bastards at nurse in the country. How you ruined your own affair afterwards, it is neither my business nor inclination to relate." This anecdote, which had no other foundation than in Banter's own invention, afforded a good deal of mirth to everybody present, and provoked Mr. Medlar beyond all sufferance, so that he started up in a mighty passion, and, forgetting that his mouth was full, bespattered those who sat next to him, while he discharged his indignation in a volley of oaths, and called Banter insignificant puppy, impertinent jackanapes, and 100 such appellations. Telling the company he had invented these false and malicious aspersions, because he would not lend him money to squander away upon rooks and whores. "A very likely story," said Banter, "that I should attempt to borrow money of a man who is obliged to practice 1,000 shifts to make his weekly allowance hold out till Saturday night. Sometimes he sleeps 24 hours at a stretch, by which means he saves 3 meals, besides coffee-house expense. Sometimes he is fain to put up with bread and cheese and small beer for dinner, and sometimes he regales on twopennyworth of ox cheek in a cellar. "You are a lying miscreant," cried Medlar, in an ecstasy of rage. "I can always command money enough to pay your tailor's bill, which I am sure is no trifle, and I have a good mind to give you a convincing proof of my circumstances by prosecuting you for defamation, sirrah." By this time, the violence of his wrath had deprived him of his appetite, and he sat silent, unable to swallow one mouthful, while his tormentor enjoyed his mortification and increased his chagrin by advising him to lay in plentifully for his next day's fast. Dinner being ended, we came downstairs to the coffee room, and Banter went away to keep an appointment, saying he supposed he should see Wagtail and me in the evening at the Bedford Coffee House. He was no sooner gone than the old gentleman took me aside, and said he was sorry to see me so intimate with that fellow, who was one of the most graceless rakes about town, and had already wasted a good estate and constitution upon harlots, that he had been the ruin of many a young man, by introducing them into debauched company and setting a lewd example of all manner of wickedness, and that, unless I were on my guard, he would strip me in a short time both of my money and reputation. I thanked him for his information, and promised to conduct myself accordingly, wishing, however, his caution had been a few hours more early, by which means I might have saved 5 guineas. Notwithstanding this intelligence, I was inclinable to impute some part of the charge to Medlar's revenge for the liberties taken with him at dinner, and therefore, as soon as I could disengage myself, applied to Wagtail for his opinion of the character in question, resolved to compare their accounts, allowing for the prejudice of each, and to form my judgment upon both, without adhering strictly to either. The doctor assured me that he was a very pretty gentleman of family and fortune, a scholar, a wit, a critic, and perfectly well acquainted with the town, that his honor and courage were unquestionable, though some extravagances he had been guilty of, and his talents for satire had procured him enemies, and made some people shy of his acquaintance. From these different sketches, I concluded that Banter was a young fellow of some parts, who had spent his fortune, but retained his appetites and fallen out with the world, because he could not enjoy it to his wish. I went to the Bedford Coffee House in the evening, where I met my friends, from thence proceeded to the play, and afterwards carried them home to my lodgings, where we supped in great good humor. Chapter 49. I receive a challenge, the consequence of it, the quarrel being made up and put in arrest by the care and affection of Strap, but immediately released upon explaining my affair. The behavior of Mr. Organ and his 2 friends, I visit Melinda, whom I divert with an account of the duel, propose marriage. She refers the matter to her mother, of whom I make a solemn demand of her daughter. The old lady's behavior, I am discarded, resent their disdain. When I was ready to go abroad next day, Strap brought me a letter to Mr. Random, Esquire, these, which, upon opening, I found contained a challenge conceived in these very extraordinary terms. Sir, whereas I am informed that you make love to Miss Melinda Goosetrap, this is to let you know that she is under promise of marriage to me, and that I am at this present waiting at the back of Montague House, with a pair of good pistols in my hand. And if you will keep your appointment, I will make your tongue confess, after the breath is out of your body, that you do not deserve her so well as yours, etc. Rourke Organ. I guessed from the style and superscription of this billet that my rival was a true Milesian, and was not a little uneasy at the contents, especially that part in which he asserted his right to my mistress by promise, a circumstance I did not know how to reconcile to her good sense and penetration. However, this was no time for me to decline the defiance, because the success of my addresses in a great measure depended upon my behavior in that affair. I therefore immediately loaded my pistols, and betook myself in a hackney coach to the place appointed, where I found a tall, raw-boned man, with a hard-featured countenance and black bushy beard, walking by himself, wrapped up in a shabby green coat, over which his own hair descended in leathern queue from his head, that was covered with a greasy hat trimmed with a tarnished point d'Espagne. He had no sooner perceived me advancing than he pulled a pistol from his bosom, and presenting it at me, snapped it without the least preamble. Alarmed at this rude salutation, I made a stand, and before he could adjust his other piece, fired one of mine at him, without doing any damage. By this time he was ready with his second, that flashed in the pan without going off, upon which he called with a true Tipperary cadence, "Fire away, honey," and began to hammer his flint with great deliberation. But I was resolved to make use of the advantage fortune had given me, and therefore stepped up without throwing away my fire, desiring him to ask his life, or prepare for another world. But this stout Hibernian refused to condescend, and complained bitterly of my having quitted my ground before he could return my shot, saying I ought to go back to my station, and let him have an equal chance with me. I endeavored to persuade him that I had given him a double chance already, and it was my business to prevent him from enjoying a third. But now, since I had an opportunity, I demanded a parley, and desired to know his condition and reason for calling me to the field, who, to the best of my remembrance, far from having done him any injury, had never before seen him. He told me that he was a gentleman of fortune, who had spent all he had, and, hearing that Melinda had got £10,000, he intended to make himself master of that sum by espousing her, and he was determined, in an honorable way, to cut the throats of all those who stood between him and his hopes. I then demanded to know the foundation of his hopes, and now that I had seen him, being more and more astonished at the circumstance of the promise, desired that he would explain that mystery. He gave me to understand that he trusted entirely to his birth and personal merit, that he had frequently written to Melinda, setting forth his claim and pretensions, but she was never kind enough to send an answer or even to admit him into her presence, and that the promise he mentioned in his letter was made by his friend Mr. Gahagan, who assured him that no woman could resist a man of his appearance. I could not forbear laughing to excess at the simplicity of my rival, who did not seem to relish my mirth, but began to be very serious, upon which I endeavored to appease him by giving him my word and honor that, far from prejudicing his addresses to the lady, I would represent him to her in the most favorable light I could with any regard to truth. But he must not be surprised if she should remain blind to his deserts, for nothing was more capricious than a woman's mind, and the affection of that sex was seldom purchased with virtue alone. That my declaration might have the better effect, I took notice of his déshabille, and, professing sorrow at seeing a gentleman reduced, slipped 2 guineas into his hand, at sight of which he threw away his pistols, and hugging me in his arms, cried, "Hurrah, by Jassus, now, you are the best friend I have met with these 7 long years." When I had suffered some minutes in his embrace, he quitted me, and picking up his rusty arms, wished the devil might burn him if ever he should give me any further trouble about womankind. The quarrel being thus amicably composed, I begged leave to look at his pistols, which I found so crazy and so foul, that I believe it was happy for him neither of them was discharged, for one of them would certainly have split in the going off, and he would, in all probability, have lost his hand in the explosion. But what gave me a lively idea of the man's character was, to find, upon examination, that one of them had been loaded without being primed, and the other primed without a charge. While we walked home together, I expressed a desire of knowing my new friend's history, and he informed me of his having served in the German army as a volunteer against the Turks, that for his behavior at the siege of Belgrade, he had been honored with an ensign's commission, and afterwards promoted to the rank of lieutenant, in which station it was his misfortune to affront his captain, who challenged him to the field, and was killed in the duel, upon which he was obliged to retreat. That he had been in England some years soliciting his friends for provision in the British army, but being hitherto unsuccessful, was desired by Mr. Gahagan to turn his thoughts to matrimony and make his fortune by an advantageous match, in consequence of which advice he had made up to Melinda. And, having heard by means of an Irish footman in the family that I was her chief favorite, had called me out in hopes of removing by my death the greatest obstruction to his desires. But now he was convinced of my honor and generosity, he swore by the blessed Virgin, he would think of her no more if there were not another woman in the world. As a further proof of his veracity, which I did not at all doubt, he opened an old iron snuff-box, and pulled out his commission in the Imperial Army and his captain's challenge, which he preserved as testimonials of his character. I was so well convinced of this poor man's honesty and courage that I determined to speak in his behalf to some of my acquaintance, who might recommend his case to the consideration of those who could provide for him, and in the meantime to accommodate him with a few clothes, by which his appearance would be much mended, and himself enabled to renew his solicitations in person. As we walked along conversing socially together, we were met by a file of musketeers and Strap at their head, who no sooner approached than with a frantic look he cried, "Seize them! In the name of God, seize them!" We were accordingly surrounded, and I put in arrest by the corporal, who was commanding officer. But Captain Organ disengaged himself, and ran with such speed towards Tottenham Court Road that he was out of sight in a moment. When my arms were delivered up and myself secured, Strap became a little more composed, and asked pardon for the liberty he had taken, which he hoped I would excuse, as it proceeded from his affection. He then told me that, suspecting the letter, which by the by was brought by the author himself, contained something extraordinary, he had peeped through the keyhole and seen me load my pistols. Upon which he ran down to Whitehall and applied to the officer on guard for a party to put me in arrest, but before he returned, I was gone in a coach. That he had inquired which way I went, and, having heard that duels were commonly fought at the back of Montague House, he conducted the guard to this place, where he thanked God for having found me safe and sound. I gave him to understand that I forgave his officious concern for once, but cautioned him in pretty severe terms for making me the subject of idle conversation for the future. Then turning to the corporal, thanked him for his care, and gave him a crown to drink with his men, assuring him that the rencontre was over long before he came up, and everything compromised, as he might have observed by our behavior. As a farther proof of which, he would find upon examination that one of my pistols had been discharged. But this civil person, without giving himself or me any farther trouble, received the bounty with 1,000 bows and acknowledgments, and, returning the pistols, released me immediately. He was not gone 100 yards, when my friend Organ came up in order to rescue me, with 2 tatterdemalions, whom he had engaged for that purpose about the purlieus of St. Giles's. One of them was armed with a musket that wanted a lock, and another with a rusty broadsword, but their dress surpassed all description. When he understood I was already free, he made an apology for his abrupt departure, and introduced me to his 2 companions. First, to Councillor Fitzglaber, who, he told me, was then employed in compiling a history of the kings of Minster, from Irish manuscripts, and then to his friend Mr. Gahagan, who was a profound philosopher and politician, and had projected many excellent schemes for the good of his country. But it seems these literati had been very ill rewarded for their ingenious labors, for between them both there was but 1 shirt and half a pair of breeches. I thanked them very kindly for their readiness to assist me, and having offered my service in my turn, bade them good morrow, desiring Organ to accompany me to my lodgings, where he was fitted with decent clothes from my wardrobe, so much to his satisfaction, that he swore eternal gratitude and friendship to me, and, at my request, recounted all the adventures of his life. In the afternoon, I waited on Melinda, who received me with great kindness and familiarity, and laughed excessively at my adventure with the Irishman, to whose wishes she was no stranger, having more than a dozen letters in her possession, which he had written to her on the subject of love, and which, for my entertainment, she submitted to my perusal. Having made ourselves merry at the expense of this poor admirer, I seized the opportunity of her mother's going out of the room and introduced my own passion, which I recommended to her with all the ardor and eloquence I was master of. I flattered, sighed, swore, entreated, and acted 1,000 extravagancies in hopes of making some impression on her heart. But she heard everything I said without discovering the least emotion, and other company came in before she would vouchsafe one serious reply. After tea, the cards were brought in according to custom, and it was my good fortune to have Melinda for my partner, by which means, instead of losing, I came off with 5 guineas clear gain. I soon became acquainted with a good many people of fashion, and spent my time in the modish diversions of the town, such as plays, operas, masquerades, drums, assemblies, and Muppet shows, chiefly in company with Melinda, whom I cultivated with all the eagerness and address that my prospect could inspire and my education afford. I spared neither my person nor my purse to gratify her vanity and pride. My rivals were intimidated and indeed outshone, and, after all, I began to fear that the dear creature had not a heart to lose. At last, finding myself unable to support the expense of this amour much longer, I was determined to bring the matter to a crisis, and one evening, while we were together by ourselves, complained of her indifference, described the tortures of suspense to a lovesick mind, and pressed her to disclose her sentiments of matrimony and me with such earnestness, that she could not, with all her art, shift the subject, but was obliged to come to an éclaircissement. She told me, with a careless air, that she had no objection to my person, and if I could satisfy her mother in other particulars, I should not find her averse to the match. But she was resolved to do nothing in such a momentous concern without the advice and consent of her parent. This was no very agreeable declaration to me, whose aim had been to win her inclination first, and then secure my conquest by a private marriage to which I flattered myself she would express no reluctance. That I might not, however, desert my cause before it was desperate, I waited on her mother, and, with great formality, demanded the daughter in marriage. The good lady, who was a very notable woman, behaved with great state and civility, thanked me for the honor I intended her family, and said she did not doubt that I was in all respects qualified to make a woman happy, but it concerned her as a parent anxious about the welfare of her child to inquire into the particulars of my fortune and know what settlement I proposed to make. To this intimation, which would have utterly disconcerted me if I had not expected it, I replied, without hesitation, that, though my fortune was very small, I was a gentleman by birth and education, would maintain her daughter in the sphere of a gentlewoman, and settle her own dowry on her and her heirs forever. This careful matron did not seem to relish my proposal, but observed, with a demure countenance, that there was no necessity for settling that upon her child which was her own already. However, if I pleased, her lawyer should confer with mine upon the matter. And, in the meantime, she desired I would favor her with a perusal of my rentroll. Notwithstanding the vexation I was under, I could scarce forbear laughing in her face at the mention of my rentroll, which was indeed a severe piece of satire upon my pretensions. I frankly owned I had no landed estate, and told her that I could not exactly specify the sum I was master of until I had regulated my affairs, which were at present in some disorder, but that I would take an opportunity of satisfying her on that head very soon. It was not long before I took my leave, and returned to my lodgings in a very melancholy mood, persuaded that I had nothing more to expect from that quarter. I was confirmed in this opinion next day, when I went back with a view of explaining myself more fully to the old gentlewoman, and was told by the footman that his ladies were not at home, although I had seen Melinda through the blinds at a parlor window as I went up to the door. Incensed at this affront, I quitted the door without saying one word, and as I repassed the parlor, bowed to Miss, who still remained in the same situation, securely screened, as she thought, from my view. This disappointment gave me more uneasiness on Strap's account than my own, for I was in no danger of dying for love of Melinda. On the contrary, the remembrance of my charming Narcissa was a continual check upon my conscience during the whole course of my addresses, and perhaps contributed to the bad success of my scheme by controlling my raptures and condemning my design. There was a necessity for informing my companion of everything that happened to me, and I performed this piece of duty in an affected passion, swearing I would be his packhorse no longer, and desiring him to take the management of his affairs into his own hands. This finesse had the desired effect, for instead of grumbling over my miscarriage, Strap was frightened at the passion I feigned, and begged me, for the love of God, to be appeased, observing that, although we had suffered a great loss, it was not irreparable, and if fortune frowned today, she might perhaps smile tomorrow. I pretended to acquiesce in his remarks, praise his equanimity, and promise to improve my misfortune. He, on the other hand, pretended to be perfectly well satisfied with my conduct, and conjured me to follow the dictates of my own reflection. But in spite of all his affectation, I could perceive his inward affliction, and his visage sensibly increased in longitude from that day. Chapter 50. I long to be revenged on Melinda, apply to Banter for his assistance. He contrives a scheme for that purpose, which is put in execution with great success. I make an attempt upon the heart of Miss Gripewell, but am disappointed, grow melancholy at my disappointment, and have recourse to the bottle, receive a billet doux, am ravished with the contents, find myself involved in intrigue, which I imagined would make my fortune, am confounded at my mistake, which banishes all thoughts of matrimony. In the meantime, my attention was wholly engrossed in search of another mistress, and the desire of being revenged on Melinda, in both which schemes I was very much assisted by Billy Chatter, who was such a necessary creature among the ladies, that in all private dances he engaged the men. To him therefore I applied, desiring he would introduce me to a partner of some figure, at the next private assembly, for the sake of a frolic, the intention of which I would afterwards communicate. Billy, who had heard something of a difference between Melinda and me, immediately smoked part of my design, and, thinking I only wanted to alarm her jealousy a little, promised to gratify my desire by matching me with a partner worth £30,000, whom the ladies of this end of the town had lately taken under their management and protection. Upon further inquiry, I found this person's name was Miss Biddy Gripewell, that her father, who had been a pawnbroker, died intestate, by which means all his substance descended to his daughter, who was so little a favorite that, could the old man have prevailed with his own rapacious disposition to part with as much money as would have paid the expense of a will, she would not have inherited the sixth part of his fortune. That during his life, far from being educated in a way suitable to such great expectations, she was obliged to live like a servant wench, and do the most menial offices in the family. But his funeral was no sooner performed than she assumed the fine lady, and found so many people of both sexes to flatter, caress, and instruct her, that, for want of discretion and experience, she was grown insufferably vain and arrogant, and pretended to no less than a duke or earl at least for her husband, that she had the misfortune to be neglected by the English quality, but a certain poor Scottish lord was then making interest to be introduced to her acquaintance. In the meantime, she was fallen into the hands of a notable lady, who had already disposed of her to a lieutenant of foot, a distant relation of her ladyship, though Miss as yet knew nothing of the affair. And lastly, that if I proposed to dance with her, I must give him leave to represent me as a knight or foreign count at least. I was ravished at this piece of information, and consented for one night to personate a French marquis, that I might the easier fulfill my revenge. Having made the appointment with Chatter, I went to Banter's lodgings, as I had by this time conceived a great opinion of his penetration and knowledge. And, after I had enjoined secrecy, told him every circumstance of my disgrace with Melinda, and imparted the plan I had projected to mortify that proud coquette, desiring his advice in proving and assistance in executing the scheme. Nothing could be more agreeable to his misanthropical temper than an account of her behavior and my resentment. He applauded my resolution, and proposed that I should not only provide myself with a proper partner, but also procure such a one for Miss Goosetrap, as should infallibly entail upon her the ridicule of all her acquaintance. For this purpose he mentioned his barber, who he said was an exceeding coxcomb lately come from Paris, whose absurd affectation and grimace would easily pass upon her for the sprightly politesse of a gentleman improved by travel. I hugged him for this hint, and he assured me it would be no difficult matter to make him believe that Melinda, having seen him by accident, was captivated by his appearance and begged for his acquaintance. He actually engaged him on this pretense, and painted his good fortune in such colors that the poor shaver was quite beside himself with joy. He was immediately fitted with a tawdry suit of clothes belonging to Banter, and by him recommended to Chatter as a very pretty fellow, just returned from his travels. Master Billy, who acted as a gentleman usher to a great many of the fair sex in and about town, undertook at once to bespeak Melinda in his behalf, and everything happened according to my wish. At the time appointed I appeared dressed to the best advantage, and, in the character of a marquis, had the honor of opening the ball with the rich heiress, who attracted the eyes of the whole company by the prodigious number of jewels with which she was adorned. Among others, I perceived Melinda, who could not more conceal her envy than astonishment at my success. Her curiosity was still more flagrant and tormenting, for she had never seen Miss Gripewell before, and Chatter, who alone could give her any satisfaction on that head, was engaged in conversation at the other end of the room. I observed her impatience and exulted in her chagrin, and after my partner was set, took the opportunity of passing by her to make a slight bow without stopping, which completed my triumph and her indignation. She changed color, bridled up, assumed an air of disdain, and flirted her fan with such a fury that it went to pieces in a moment, to the no small entertainment of those who sat near and observed her. At length the metamorphosed barber took her out, and acted his part with such ridiculous extravagance that the mirth of the whole company was excited at his expense, and his partner was so much ashamed that, before the country dances began, she retired in great confusion, under pretense of being taken suddenly ill, and was followed by her gallant, who no doubt imagined her indisposition was nothing but love, and laid hold of the occasion of conducting her home, to comfort her, with an assurance of his entertaining a reciprocal passion. They were no sooner gone than an inquisitive whisper of "Who is he?" ran round the room, and Chatter could give them no other intelligence about him than that he was a man of fortune, just returned from his travels. I, who alone was acquainted with his real quality, affected ignorance, well knowing that female curiosity would not rest satisfied with such a general account, and that the discovery would proceed with a better grace from anybody than me. Meanwhile, I was tempted by the richness of the prize to practice upon Miss Gripewell's heart, but soon found it too well fortified with pride and indifference to yield to any efforts in my own character, and I neither would nor could preserve the title I had borrowed longer than that night. As I expected, everything came to light next day. The barber, in pure simplicity of heart, detected himself to Melinda and discovered the foundation of his hopes. She sickened at the affront and was ashamed to show her face in public for many weeks after this accident. Poor Chatter found it impossible to justify himself to her satisfaction, was in utter disgrace with Miss Gripewell for having imposed me upon her as a nobleman, and suffered very much in his character and influence among the ladies in general. Finding my finances diminished more than one half, and my project as little advanced as on the first day of my arrival in town, I began to despair of my success, and grew melancholy at the prospect of approaching want. To dispel the horrors of this fiend, I had recourse to the bottle, and kept more company than ever. I became particularly attached to the playhouse, conversed with the actors behind the scenes, grew acquainted with a body of Templars, and in a short time commenced a professed wit and critic. Indeed, I may say, without vanity, that I was much better qualified than any one of my companions, who were, generally speaking, of all the creatures I ever conversed with, the most ignorant and assuming. By means of these avocations, I got the better of care, and learned to separate my ideas in such a manner that, whenever I was attacked by a gloomy reflection, I could shove it aside and call in some agreeable reverie to my assistance. This was not the case with Strap, who practiced 1,000 shifts to conceal the sorrow that preyed upon his carcass and reduced him to the resemblance of a mere skeleton. While I thus posted, in a thoughtless manner, towards poverty, I one day received, by the penny post, a letter written in a woman's hand, containing a great many high-flown compliments, warm protestations of love, couched in a very poetical style, an earnest desire of knowing whether or not my heart was engaged, by leaving an answer at a certain place, directed to R.B., and the whole subscribed your incognita. I was transported with joy on reading the contents of this billet-doux, which I admired as a masterpiece of tenderness and elegance, and was already up to my ears in love with the author, whom my imagination represented as a lady of fortune in the bloom of youth and beauty. Elevated with this conjecture, I went to work, and exhausted my invention in composing an answer suitable to the sublimity of her style and the ardor of her sentiments. I expressed my admiration of her wit in terms the most hyperbolical, and while I acknowledged myself unworthy of her regard, declared myself enamored of her understanding, and in the most pathetic manner implored the honor of an interview. Having finished this performance, and communicated it to Strap, who skipped about for joy, I dispatched him with it to the place appointed, which was the house of a milliner not far from Bond Street, and desired him to keep watch near the door for some time, that he might discover the person who should call for it. In less than an hour he returned with a joyful countenance, and told me that, soon after he had delivered the letter, a chairman was called, to whom it was given, with directions to carry it to the house of a rich gentleman in the neighborhood, whither he, Strap, followed him, and saw him put it into the hands of a waiting woman, who paid the messenger and shut the door. That, upon inquiry at an alehouse hard by, where he called for a pint of beer, he understood the gentleman to whom the house belonged had an only daughter, very handsome, who would inherit his whole estate, and who certainly was the author of the billet I had received. I was of the same opinion, and, hugging myself in the happy prospect, dressed immediately, and passed in great state the house that contained my unknown admirer. Nor was my vanity disappointed, for I perceived a beautiful young creature standing at one of the windows of the dining-room, who, I imagined, observed me with more than common curiosity. That I might indulge her view, and at the same time feast my own, I affected to stop, and gave orders to Strap in the street, just opposite to her station, by which means I had an opportunity of seeing her more distinctly, and of congratulating myself on having made a conquest of so much perfection. In a few moments she retired, and I betook myself to the ordinary in a rapture of hope, which deprived me of my appetite for that meal, and sent me home in the evening to indulge my contemplation. Early next day, I was favored with another epistle from my unknown admirer, signifying her unutterable joy at the receipt of mine, which, while it made a tender of my heart, convinced her of the value of it. Above all things, she professed her extreme pleasure in finding me so much attached to her understanding, a circumstance that not only flattered her in the most sensible part, but at the same time argued my own sagacity. As for the interview I desired, she assured me that I could not be more eager for such an occasion than she. But she must not only sacrifice a little more to decorum, but be satisfied of my honorable intentions before she could grant that request. Meanwhile she gave me to understand that, although she might owe some deference to the opinion of certain persons, she was resolved, in an affair that so nearly concerned her happiness, to consult her own inclination, preferable to the advice of the whole world, especially as she was urged to such condescension by no consideration of fortune, what she depended upon being her own without restriction or control. Struck with admiration at the philosophy and self-denial of my mistress, who seemed insensible of the beauty she possessed, and in particular ravished with that piece of intelligence by which I learned her fortune was independent, I resumed the pen, launched out into encomiums on the dignity of her sentiments, affected to undervalue the charms of external beauty, pretended to ground my passion on the qualities of her mind, complained of her rigor in sacrificing my repose to an over-scrupulous regard to decorum, and declared the purity of my designs in the most solemn and pathetic vows. This performance being sealed and directed, was sent to the place appointed by Strap, who, that we might be still the more confirmed in our belief, renewed his watch, and in a little time brought back the same information as before, with this addition, that Miss Sparkle, the name of my correspondent, looking out at the window, no sooner saw the messenger arrive than she shut the casement in a sort of beautiful confusion, and disappeared, eager no doubt to hear from the dear object of her love. My doubts now vanished, the long-expected port appeared, and I looked upon myself as perfectly secure of that happiness I had been in quest of so long. After dinner, I sauntered in company with Dr. Wagtail to that part of the town in which my inamorata lived, and, as he was a mere register, inquired of him into the name, character, and fortune of everybody who possessed a good house in the streets through which we passed. When it came to his turn to mention Sir John Sparkle, he represented him as a man of an immense estate and narrow disposition, who mewed up his only child, a fine young lady, from the conversation of mankind, under the strict watch and inspection of an old gouvernante, who was either so honest, envious, or insatiable that nobody had been as yet able to make her a friend or get access to her charge, though numbers attempted it every day. Not so much on account of her expectations from her father, who, being a widower, might marry again and have sons, as for a fortune of £12,000 left her by an uncle, of which she could not be deprived. This piece of news, exactly tallying with the last part of the letter I had been honored with in the morning, had such an effect on me that any man except Wagtail might have observed my emotion. But his attention was too much engrossed by the contemplation of his own importance to suffer him to be affected with the deportment of any other body, unless it happened to be so particular that he could not help taking notice of it. When I had disengaged myself from him, whose conversation grew insipid to me, I went home and made Strap acquainted with the fruit of my researches. This faithful squire was almost choked with transport, and even wept with joy. But whether on account of himself or me, I shall not pretend to determine. Next day a third billet-doux was brought to me, containing many expressions of tenderness, mingled with some affecting doubts about the artifice of man, the inconstancy of youth, and the jealousy often attending the most sincere passion, withal desiring I would excuse her if she should try me a little longer, before she declared herself beyond the power of retracting. These interesting scruples added fuel to my flame and impatience to my hope. I redoubled my complaints of her indifference, and pressed her to an assignation with such fervent entreaties, that in a few days she consented to meet me at the house of that milliner who had forwarded all my letters. During the interval between the date of her promise and the hour of appointment, my pride soared beyond all reason and description. I lost all remembrance of the gentle Narcissa, and my thoughts were wholly employed in planning triumphs over the malice and contempt of the world. At length the happy hour arrived. I flew to the place of rendezvous and was conducted into an apartment where I had not waited 10 minutes when I heard the rustling of silk and the sound of feet ascending the stairs. My heart took the alarm and beat quick, my cheeks glowed, my nerves thrilled, and my knees shook with ecstasy. I perceived the door opening, saw a gold brocade petticoat advance, and sprang forward to embrace my charmer. Heaven and earth! How shall I paint my situation when I found Miss Sparkle converted into a wrinkled hag turned of 70? I was struck dumb with amazement and petrified with horror. This ancient Urganda perceived my disorder and, approaching with a languishing air, seized my hand, asking in a squeaking tone if I was indisposed. Her monstrous affectation completed the disgust I had conceived for her at her first appearance, and it was a long time before I could command myself so much as to behave with common civility. At length, however, I recollected myself, and pronounced an apology for my behavior, which I said proceeded from a dizziness that seized me all of a sudden. My hoary Dulcinea, who, no doubt, had been alarmed at my confusion, no sooner learned the cause to which I now ascribed it, than she discovered her joy in 1,000 amorous coquetries, and assumed the sprightly airs of a girl of 16. One while she ogled me with her dim eyes, quenched in rheum. Then, as if she was ashamed of that freedom, she affected to look down, blush, and play with her fan. Then toss her head that I might not perceive a palsy that shook it, ask some childish questions with a lisping accent, giggle and grin with her mouth shut to conceal the ravage of time upon her teeth, leer upon me again, sigh piteously, fling herself about in her chair to show her agility, and act a great many more absurdities that youth and beauty can alone excuse. Shocked as I was at my disappointment, my disposition was incapable of affronting any person who loved me. I therefore endeavored to put a good face to the matter for the present, resolved to drop the whole affair as soon as I should get clear of her company. With this view, I uttered some civil things, and in particular desired to know the name and condition of the lady who had honored me so much. She told me her name was Withers, that she lived with Sir John Sparkle in quality of governess to his only daughter, in which situation she had picked up a comfortable sufficiency to make her easy for life. That she had the pleasure of seeing me at church, where my appearance and deportment made such an impression upon her heart, that she could enjoy no ease until she had inquired into my character, which she found so amiable in all respects, that she yielded to the violence of her inclination, and ventured to declare her passion with too little regard perhaps to the decorum of her sex. But she hoped I would forgive a trespass, of which I myself was in some measure the cause, and impute her intrusion to the irresistible dictates of love. No decayed rake ever swallowed a bolus with more reluctance than I felt in making a reply suitable to this compliment, when, instead of the jewel, I found the crazy casket only in my power. And yet my hopes began to revive a little, when I considered that, by carrying on the appearance of an intrigue with the Duna, I might possibly obtain access to her charge. Encouraged by this suggestion, my temper grew more serene, my reserve wore off, I talked en cavalier, and even made love to this antiquated coquette, who seemed extremely happy in her adorer, and spread all her allurements to make her imagined conquest more secure. The good woman of the house treated us with tea and sweetmeats, and afterwards withdrew, like a civil experienced matron as she was. Left thus to our mutual endearments, Miss Withers, for she was still a maiden, began to talk of matrimony, and expressed so much impatience in all her behavior that, had she been 50 years younger, I might possibly have gratified her longing without having recourse to the church. But this step my virtue as well as interest forbade. When the inclinations of an old maid settle upon a young fellow, he is persecuted with her addresses. But, should he once grant her the favor, he will never be able to disentangle himself from her importunities and reproaches. It was my business to defer the ceremony as long as possible, under the most specious pretenses, with a view of becoming acquainted with Miss Sparkle in the meantime. And I did not despair of success, when I considered that in the course of our correspondence, I should in all probability be invited to visit my mistress in her own apartment, and by these means have an opportunity of conversing with her charming ward. Pleased with this prospect, my heart dilated with joy. I talked in raptures to the state governante, and kissed her shriveled hand with great devotion. She was so much transported with her good fortune that she could not contain her ecstasy, but flew upon me like a tigress, and pressed her skinny lips to mine. When, as it was no doubt concerted by her evil genius, a dose of garlic she had swallowed that morning, to dispel wind, I suppose, began to operate with such a sudden explosion that human nature, circumstanced as I was, could not endure the shock with any degree of temper. I lost all patience and reflection, flung away from her in an instant, snatched my hat and cane, and ran downstairs as if the devil had me in pursuit, and could scarcely retain the convulsion of my bowels, which were grievously offended by the perfume that assaulted me. Strap, who waited my return with impatience, seeing me arrive in the utmost disorder, stood motionless with apprehension, and durst not inquire into the cause. After I had washed my mouth more than once, and recruited my spirits with a glass of wine, I recounted to him every particular of what had happened, to which he made no other reply for some time than lifting up his eyes, clasping his hands, and uttering a hollow groan. At length he observed, in a melancholy tone, that it was 1,000 pities my organs were so delicate as to be offended with the smell of garlic. "Ah! God help us," said he, Tease not the steams of garlic, no, nor of something else that would give me the least uneasiness. See what it is to be a cobbler's son. I replied hastily, I wish then you would go and retrieve my miscarriage. At this suggestion he started, forced a smile, and left the room, shaking his head. Whether the old gentlewoman resented my abrupt departure so much that her love changed into disdain, or was ashamed to see me on account of her infirmity, I know not. But I was never troubled again with her passion. Chapter 51. I cultivate an acquaintance with two noblemen, am introduced to Earl Strutwell, his kind promise and invitation, the behavior of his porter and lacquey. He receives me with an appearance of uncommon affection, undertakes to speak in my behalf to the minister, informs me of his success, and wishes me joy, introduces a conversation about Petronius Arbiter, falls in love with my watch, which I press upon him. I make a present of a diamond ring to Lord Straddle. Impart my good fortune to Strap and Banter, who disabuses me, to my utter mortification. Baffled hitherto in my matrimonial schemes, I began to question my talents for the science of fortune-hunting, and to bend my thoughts towards some employment under the government, with the view of procuring which, I cultivated the acquaintance of Lords Straddle and Swillpot, whose fathers were men of interest at court. I found these young noblemen as open to my advances as I could desire. I accompanied them in their midnight rambles, and often dined with them at taverns, where I had the honor of paying the reckoning. I one day took the opportunity, while I was loaded with protestations of friendship, to disclose my desire of being settled in some sinecure, and to solicit their influence in my behalf. Swillpot, squeezing my hand, said I might depend upon his service by G. The other swore that no man would be more proud than he to run my errands. Encouraged by these declarations, I ventured to express an inclination to be introduced to their fathers, who were able to do my business at once. Swillpot frankly owned he had not spoken to his father these 3 years, and Straddle assured me his father, having lately disobliged the minister by subscribing his name to a protest in the House of Peers, was thereby rendered incapable of serving his friends at present. But he undertook to make me acquainted with Earl Strutwell, who was hand and glove with a certain person who ruled the roast. This offer I embraced with many acknowledgments, and plied him so closely, in spite of 1,000 evasions, that he found himself under a necessity of keeping his word, and actually carried me to the levee of this great man, where he left me in a crowd of fellow dependents, and was ushered to a particular closet audience. From whence, in a few minutes, he returned with his lordship, who took me by the hand, assured me he would do me all the service he could, and desired to see me often. I was charmed with my reception, and, although I had heard that a courtier's promise is not to be depended upon, I thought I discovered so much sweetness of temper and candor in this earl's countenance, that I did not doubt of finding my account in his protection. I resolved therefore to profit by this permission, and waited on him next audience day, when I was favored with a particular smile, squeeze of the hand, and a whisper, signifying that he wanted half an hour's conversation with me in private, when he should be disengaged, and for that purpose desired me to come and drink a dish of chocolate with him tomorrow morning. This invitation, which did not a little flatter my vanity and expectation, I took care to observe and went to his lordship's house at the time appointed. Having rapped at the gate, the porter unbolted and kept it half open, placing himself in the gap, like soldiers in the broach, to dispute my passage. I asked if his lord was stirring. He answered with a surly aspect, "No." "At what hour does he commonly rise?" Said I, "Sometimes sooner, sometimes later," said he, closing the door upon me by degrees. I then told him I was come by his lordship's own appointment, to which intimation this Cerberus replied, "I have received no orders about the matter," and was upon the point of shutting me out, when I recollected myself all of a sudden, and slipping a crown into his hand, begged as a favor that he would inquire, and let me know whether or not the Earl was up. The grim janitor relented at the touch of my money, which he took with all the indifference of a tax-gatherer, and showed me into a parlor, where, he said, I might amuse myself till such time as his lord should be awake. I had not sat 10 minutes in this place, when a footman entered, and without speaking, started at me. I interpreted this piece of his behavior into, "Pray, sir, what is your business?" and asked the same question I had put to the porter, when I accosted him first. The lackey made the same reply, and disappeared before I could get any further intelligence. In a little time he returned, on pretense of poking the fire, and looked at me again with great earnestness. Upon which I began to perceive his meaning, and, tipping him with half a crown, desired he would be so good as to fall upon some method of letting the Earl know that I was in the house. He made a low bow, said, "Yes, sir," and vanished. This bounty was not thrown away, for in an instant he came back, and conducted me to a chamber, where I was received with great kindness and familiarity by his lordship, whom I found just risen, in his morning gown and slippers. After breakfast, he entered into a particular conversation with me about my travels, the remarks I had made abroad, and examined me to the full extent of my understanding. My answers seemed to please him very much. He frequently squeezed my hand, and, looking at me with a singular complacency in his countenance, bade me depend upon his good offices with the ministry in my behalf. "Young men of your qualifications," said he, "ought to be cherished by every administration. For my own part, I see so little merit in the world, that I have laid it down as a maxim, to encourage the least appearance of genius and virtue to the utmost of my power. You have a great deal of both, and will not fail of making a figure one day, if I am not mistaken, but you must lay your account with mounting by gradual steps to the summit of your fortune. Rome was not built in a day. As you understand the languages perfectly well, how would you like to cross the sea as secretary to an embassy?" I assured his lordship with great eagerness that nothing could be more agreeable to my inclination. Upon which he bade me make myself easy. My business was done, for he had a place of that kind in his view. This piece of generosity affected me so much that I was unable for some time to express my gratitude, which at length broke out in acknowledgments of my own unworthiness and encomiums on his benevolence. I could not even help shedding tears at the goodness of this noble lord, who no sooner perceived them than he caught me in his arms, and hugged and kissed me with a seemingly paternal affection. Confounded at this uncommon instance of fondness for a stranger, I remained a few moments silent and ashamed, then rose and took my leave, after he had assured me that he would speak to the minister in my favor that very day, and desired that I would not for the future give myself the trouble of attending at his levee, but come at the same hour every day, when he should be at leisure, that is, 3 times a week. Though my hopes were now very sanguine, I determined to conceal my prospect from everybody, even from Strap, until I should be more certain of success, and in the meantime give my patron no respite from my solicitations. When I renewed my visit, I found the street door open to me as if by enchantment, but in my passage towards the presence room, I was met by the valet-de-chamber, who cast some furious looks at me, the meaning of which I could not comprehend. The Earl saluted me at entrance with a tender embrace, and wished me joy of his success with the Premier, who, he said, had preferred his recommendation to that of 2 other noblemen very urgent in behalf of their respective friends, and absolutely promised that I should go to a certain foreign court, in quality of secretary, to an ambassador and plenipotentiary, who was to set out in a few weeks an affair of vast importance to the nation. I was thunderstruck with my good fortune, and could make no other reply than kneel and attempt to kiss my benefactor's hand, which submission he would not permit, but, raising me up, pressed me to his breast with surprising emotion, and told me he had now taken upon himself the care of making my fortune. What enhanced the value of the benefit still the more was his making light of the favor and shifting the conversation to another subject. Among other topics of discourse, that of the belles letters was introduced, upon which his lordship held forth with great taste and erudition, and discovered an intimate knowledge of the authors of antiquity. "Here's a book," said he, taking one from his bosom, "written with great elegance and spirit. And though the subject may give offense to some narrow-minded people, the author will always be held in esteem by every person of wit and learning." So saying, he put into my hand Petronius Arbiter, and asked my opinion of his wit and manner. I told him that in my opinion he wrote with great ease and vivacity, but was withal so lewd and indecent that he ought to find no quarter or protection among people of morals and taste. "I own," replied the Earl, "that his taste in love is generally decried, and indeed condemned by our laws, but perhaps that may be more owing to prejudice and misapprehension than to true reason and deliberation. The best man among the ancients is said to have entertained that passion. One of the wisest of their legislators has permitted the indulgence of it in his commonwealth. The most celebrated poets have not scrupled to avow it. At this day it prevails not only over all the East, but in most parts of Europe. In our own country, it gains ground apace, and in all probability will become in a short time a more fashionable vice than simple fornication. Indeed, there is something to be said in vindication of it. For, notwithstanding the severity of the law against offenders in this way, it must be confessed that the practice of this passion is unattended with that curse and burthen upon society which proceeds from a race of miserable and deserted bastards, who are either murdered by their parents, deserted to the utmost want and wretchedness, or bred up to prey upon the commonwealth. And it likewise prevents the debauchery of many a young maiden, and the prostitution of honest men's wives. Not to mention the consideration of health, which is much less liable to be impaired in the gratification of this appetite than in the exercise of common venery, which, by ruining the constitutions of our young men, has produced a puny progeny that degenerates from generation to generation. Nay, I have been told that there is another motive perhaps more powerful than all these, that induces people to cultivate this inclination, namely, the exquisite pleasure attending its success. From this discourse I began to be apprehensive that his lordship, finding I had travelled, was afraid I might have been infected with this spurious and sordid desire abroad, and took this method of sounding my sentiments on the subject. Fired at this supposed suspicion, I argued against it with great warmth, as an appetite unnatural, absurd, and of pernicious consequence, and declared my utter detestation and abhorrence of it in these lines of the satirist. "Eternal infamy the wretch confound who planted first that vice on British ground, a vice, that spite of nature and sense reigns, and poisons genial love and manhood stains." The Earl smiled at my indignation, and told me he was glad to find my opinion of the matter so conformable to his own, and that what he had advanced was only to provoke me to an answer, with which he professed himself perfectly well pleased. After I had enjoyed a long audience, I happened to look at my watch, in order to regulate my motions by it, and his lordship, observing the chaste case, desired to see the device, and examine the exception, which he approved with some expressions of admiration. Considering the obligations I lay under to his lordship, I thought there could not be a fitter opportunity than the present to manifest, in some shape, my gratitude. I therefore begged he would do me the honor to accept of the watch as a small testimony of the sense I had of his lordship's generosity. But he refused it in a peremptory manner, and said he was sorry I should entertain such a mercenary opinion of him, observing at the same time that it was the most beautiful piece of workmanship he had ever seen, and desiring to know where he could have such another. I begged 1,000 pardons for the freedom I had taken, which I hoped he would impute to nothing else than the highest veneration for his person, told him that, as it came to my hand by accident in France, I could give him no information about the maker, for there was no name on the inside, and once more humbly entreated that he would indulge me so far as to use it for my sake. He was still positive in refusing it, but was pleased to thank me for my generous offer, saying it was a present that no nobleman need be ashamed of receiving, though he was resolved to show his disinterestedness with regard to me, for whom he had conceived a particular friendship, and insisted, if I were willing to part with the watch upon knowing what it had cost, that he might at least indemnify me by refunding the money. On the other hand, I assured his lordship that I should look upon it as an uncommon mark of distinction, if he would take it without further question. And, rather than disoblige me, he was at last persuaded to put it in his pocket, to my no small satisfaction, who took my leave immediately, after having received a kind squeeze and an injunction to depend upon his promise. Buoyed up with this reception, my heart opened. I gave away a guinea among the lacqueys, who escorted me to the door, flew to the lodgings of Lord Straddle, upon whom I forced my diamond ring as an acknowledgment for the great service he had done me, and from thence hied me home, with an intent of sharing my happiness with honest Strap. I determined, however, to heighten his pleasure by depressing his spirits at first, and then bringing in good news with double relish. For this purpose, I affected the appearance of disappointment and chagrin, and told him in an abrupt manner that I had lost the watch and diamond. Poor Hugh, who had been already harassed into a consumption by intelligence of this sort, no sooner heard these words than, unable to contain himself, he cried with distraction in his looks, "God in heaven forbid." I could carry on the farce no longer, but laughing in his face, told him everything that had passed, as above recited. His features were immediately unbended, and the transition was so affecting that he wept with joy, calling my Lord Strutwell by the appellations of Jewel, Phoenix, Rara Aves, and praising God that there was still some virtue left among our nobility. Our mutual congratulations being over, we gave way to our imagination and anticipated our happiness by prosecuting our success through the different steps of promotion, till I arrived at the rank of a prime minister, and he to that of my first secretary. Intoxicated with these ideas, I went to the ordinary, where, meeting with Banter, I communicated the whole affair in confidence to him, concluding with an assurance that I would do him all the service in my power. He heard me to an end with great patience, then regarding me a good while with a look of disdain, pronounced, "So your business is done, you think?" "As good as done." "I believe," said I, "I'll tell you," replied he, "what will do it still more effectually, a halter, esdeath." If I had been such a gull to two such scoundrels as Strutwell and Straddle, I would, without any more ado, tuck myself up. Shocked at this exclamation, I desired him with some confusion to explain himself, upon which he gave me to understand that Straddle was a poor contemptible wretch, who lived by borrowing and pimping for his fellow-peers, that in consequence of this last capacity, he had doubtless introduced me to Strutwell, who was so notorious for a passion for his own sex that he was amazed his character had never reached my ears. And that, far from being able to obtain for me the post he had promised, his interest at court was so low that he could scarce provide for a superannuated footman once a year in the customs or excise, that it was a common thing for him to amuse strangers, whom his jackals ran down, with such assurances and caresses as he had bestowed on me, until he had stripped them of their cash and everything valuable about them, very often of their chastity, and then leave them a prey to want and infamy. That he allowed his servants no other wages than that part of the spoil which they could glean by their industry. And the whole of his conduct towards me was so glaring that nobody who knew anything of mankind could have been imposed upon by his insinuations. I leave the reader to judge how I relished this piece of information, which precipitated me from the most exalted pinnacle of hope to the lowest abyss of despondence, and well nigh determined me to take Banter's advice and finish my chagrin with a halter. I had no room to suspect the veracity of my friend, because, upon recollection, I found every circumstance of Strutwell's behavior exactly tallying with the character he had described. His hugs, embraces, squeezes, and eager looks were now no longer a mystery, no more than his defense of Petronius and the jealous frown of his valet-de-chamber, who, it seems, had been the favorite pathic of his lord. Chapter 52. I attempt to recover my watch and jewel, but to no purpose. Resolve to revenge myself on Strutwell by my importunity. Am reduced to my last guinea, obliged to inform Strap of my necessity, who is almost distracted with the news, but nevertheless obliged to pawn my best sword for present subsistence. That small supply being exhausted, I am almost stupefied with my misfortunes. Go to the gaming table by the advice of banter, and come off with unexpected success. Strap's ecstasy. Mrs. Gawky waits upon me, professes remorse for her perfidy, and implores my assistance. I do myself a piece of justice by her means, and afterwards reconcile her to her father. I was so confounded that I could make no reply to banter, who reproached me with great indignation for having thrown away upon rascals that which, had it been converted into ready money, would have supported the rank of a gentleman for some months, and enabled me, at the same time, to oblige my friends. Stupefied as I was, I could easily divine the source of his concern, but sneaked away in a solitary manner, without yielding the least answer to his expostulations, and began to deliberate within myself in what manner I should attempt to retrieve the movables I had so foolishly lost. I should have thought it no robbery to take them again by force, could I have done it without any danger of being detected. But, as I could have no such opportunity, I resolved to work by finesse, and go immediately to the lodgings of Straddle, where I was so fortunate as to find him. "My lord," said I have just now recollected, that the diamond I had the honor of presenting to you is loosened a little in the socket, and there is a young fellow just arrived from Paris, who is reckoned the best jeweler in Europe. I knew him in France, and, if your lordship will give me leave, will carry the ring to him to be set to rights." His lordship was not to be caught in the snare. He thanked me for my offer, and told me that, having himself observed the defect, he had sent it to his own jeweler to be mended. And indeed, by this time I believe it was in the jeweler's hands, though not in order to be mended, for it stood in need of no alteration. Balked in this piece of politics, I cursed my simplicity, but resolved to play a surer game with the Earl, which I thus devised. I did not doubt of being admitted into familiar conversation with him, as before, and hoped by some means to get the watch into my hand. Then, on pretense of winding or playing with it, drop it on the floor, when, in all probability, the fall would disorder the work so as to stop its motion. This event would furnish me with an opportunity of insisting upon carrying it away in order to be repaired, and then I should be in no hurry to bring it back. What pity it was I could not find an occasion of putting this fine scheme in execution. When I went to renew my visit to his lordship, my access to the parlor was as free as ever. But after I had waited for some time, the valet-de-chamber came in with his lord's compliments, and a desire to see me tomorrow at his levee, he being at present so much indisposed that he could not see company. I interpreted this message into a bad omen, and came away muttering curses against his lordship's politeness, and ready to go to loggerheads with myself for being so egregiously duped. But that I might have some satisfaction for the loss I had sustained, I besieged him so closely at his levee, and persecuted him with my solicitations, not without faint hopes, indeed, of reaping something more from my industry than the bare pleasure of making him uneasy, though I could never obtain another private hearing the whole course of my attendance. Neither had I resolution enough to undeceive Strap, whose looks in a little time were so wetted with impatience that whenever I came home, his eyes devoured me, as it were, with eagerness of attention. At length, however, finding myself reduced to my last guinea, I was compelled to disclose my necessity, though I endeavored to sweeten the discovery by rehearsing to him the daily assurances I received from my patron. But these promises were not of efficacy sufficient to support the spirits of my friend, who no sooner understood the lowness of my finances, than, uttering a dreadful groan, he exclaimed, "In the name of God, what shall we do?" In order to comfort him, I said that many of my acquaintances, who were in a worse condition than we, supported, notwithstanding, the character of gentlemen, and advising him to thank God that as yet we had incurred no debt, proposed he should pawn my sword of steel, inlaid with gold, and trust to my discretion for the rest. This expedient was wormwood and gall to poor Strap, who, in spite of his invincible affection for me, still retained notions of economy and expense suitable to the narrowness of his education. Nevertheless, he complied with my request and raised 7 pieces on the sword in a twinkling. This supply, inconsiderable as it was, made me as happy for the present as if I had kept £500 in bank. For by this time I was so well skilled in procrastinating every troublesome reflection that the prospect of want seldom affected me very much, let it be ever so near. And now indeed it was nearer than I imagined. My landlord, having occasion for money, put me in mind of my being indebted to him 5 guineas in lodging, and, telling me he had a sum to make up, begged I would excuse his importunity and discharge the debt. Though I could ill spare so much cash, my pride took the resolution of disbursing it. This I did in a cavalier manner, after he had written a discharge, telling him with an air of scorn and resentment, I saw he was resolved that I should not be long in his books, while Strap, who stood by and knew my circumstances, wrung his hands in secret, gnawed his nether lip, and turned yellow with despair. Whatever appearance of indifference my vanity enabled me to put on, I was thunderstruck with this demand, which I had no sooner satisfied than I hastened into company with a view of beguiling my cares with conversation or drowning them with wine. After dinner, a party was accordingly made in the coffee-house, from whence we adjourned to the tavern, where, instead of sharing the mirth of the company, I was as much chagrined at their good humor as a damned soul in hell would be at a glimpse of heaven. In vain did I swallow bumper after bumper. The wine had lost its effect upon me, and far from raising my dejected spirits, could not even lay me asleep. Banter, who was the only intimate I had, Strap excepted, perceived my anxiety, and when we broke up, reproached me with pusillanimity, for being cast down at my disappointment that such a rascal as Strutwell could be the occasion of. I told him I did not at all see how Strutwell, being a rascal, alleviated my misfortune, and gave him to understand that my present grief did not so much proceed from that disappointment, as from the low ebb of my fortune, which was sunk to something less than 2 guineas. At this declaration he cried, "Pshaw, is that all?" and assured me there were 1,000 ways of living in town without a fortune, he himself having subsisted many years entirely by his wit. I expressed an eager desire of being acquainted with some of these methods, and he, without farther expostulation, bade me follow him. He conducted me to a house under the piazzas in Covert Garden, which we entered, and having delivered our swords to a grim fellow who demanded them at the foot of the staircase, ascended to the 2nd story, where I saw multitudes of people standing round 2 gaming tables, loaded, in a manner, with gold and silver. My conductor told me this was the house of a worthy Scotch lord, who, using the privilege of his peerage, had set up public gaming tables, from the profits of which he drew a comfortable livelihood. He then explained the difference between the sitters and the bettors, characterized the first as old rooks and the last as bubbles, and advised me to try my fortune at the silver table by betting a crown at a time. Before I would venture anything, I considered the company more particularly, and there appeared such a group of villainous faces that I was struck with horror and astonishment at the sight. I signified my surprise to Banter, who whispered in my ear that the bulk of those present were sharpers, highwaymen, and apprentices, who, having embezzled their master's cash, made a desperate push in this place to make up their deficiencies. This account did not encourage me to hazard any part of my small pittance, but at length, being teased by the importunities of my friend, who assured me there was no danger of being ill-used, because people were hired by the owner to see justice done to everybody, I began by risking 1 shilling, and, in less than an hour, my winning amounted to 30. Convinced by this time of the fairness of the game, and animated with success, there was no need of further persuasion to continue the play. I lent Banter, who seldom had any money in his pocket, a guinea, which he carried to the gold table and lost in a moment. He would have borrowed another, but finding me deaf to his arguments, went away in a pet. Meanwhile my gain advanced to 6 pieces, and my desire of more increased in proportion, so that I moved to the higher table, where I laid half a guinea on every throw, and fortune still favoring me, I became a sitter, in which capacity I remained until it was broad day, when I found myself, after many vicissitudes, 150 guineas in pocket. Thinking it now high time to retire with my booty, I asked if anybody would take my place and made a notion to rise, upon which an old Gascon who sat opposite to me, and of whom I had won a little money, started up with fury in his looks, crying, "Restez, fouter, restez. Il faut donner moi mon revanchio." At the same time, a Jew, who sat near the other, insinuated that I was more beholden to art than fortune for what I had got, that he had observed me wipe the table very often, and that some of the divisions appeared to be greasy. This intimation produced a great deal of clamor against me, especially among the losers, who threatened with many oaths and imprecations to take me up by a warrant as a sharper, unless I would compromise the affair by refunding the greatest part of my winning. Though I was far from being easy under his accusation, I relied upon my innocence, threatened in my turn to prosecute the Jew for defamation, and boldly offered to submit my cause to the examination of any justice in Westminster. But they knew themselves too well to put their characters on that issue, and finding that I was not to be intimidated into any concession, dropped their plea and made way for me to withdraw. I would not, however, stir from the table until the Israelite had retracted what he had said to my disadvantage, and asked pardon before the whole assembly. As I marched out with my prize, I happened to tread on the toes of a tall, raw-boned fellow with a hooked nose, fierce eyes, black thick eyebrows, a pigtail wig of the same color, and a formidable hat pulled over his forehead, who stood gnawing his fingers in the crowd. And he sooner felt the application of my shoe heel than he roared out in a tremendous voice, "Blood and wounds! You son of a whore, what's that for?" I asked pardon with a great deal of submission, and protested I had no intention of hurting him. But the more I humbled myself, the more he stormed, and insisted on gentlemanly satisfaction, at the same time provoking me with scandalous names that I could not put up with, so that I gave loose to my passion, returned his billingsgate, and challenged him down to the piazzas. His indignation cooling as mine warmed, he refused my invitation, saying he would choose his own time, and returned towards the table muttering threats, which I neither dreaded nor distinctly heard. But, descending with great deliberation, received my sword from the doorkeeper, whom I gratified with a guinea, according to the custom of the place, and went home in a rapture of joy. My faithful valet, who had sat up all night in the utmost uneasiness on my account, let me in with his face beslubbered with tears, and followed me to my chamber, where he stood silent like a condemned criminal, in expectation of hearing that every shilling was spent. I guessed the situation of his thoughts, and, assuming a sullen look, bade him fetch me some water to wash. He replied, without lifting his eyes from the ground, "In my simple conjecture, you have more occasion for rest, not having, I suppose, slept these 24 hours." "Bring me some water," said I, in a peremptory tone, upon which he sneaked away, shrugging his shoulders. Before he returned, I had spread my whole stock on the table in the most ostentatious manner, so that, when it first saluted his view, he stood like one entranced, and having rubbed his eyes more than once to assure himself of his being awake, broke out into, "Lord have mercy upon us, what a vast treasure is here." "'Tis all our own, strap," said I. "Take what is necessary, and redeem the sword immediately." He advanced towards the table, stopped short by the way, looked at the money and me by turns, and with a wildness in his countenance produced from joy checked by distrust, cried, "I dare say it is honestly come by." To remove his scruples, I made him acquainted with the whole story of my success, which, when he heard, he danced about the room in an ecstasy, crying, "God be praised! A white stone! God be praised! A white stone!" So that I was afraid the change of fortune had disordered his intellects, and that he was run mad with joy. Extremely concerned at this event, I attempted to reason him out of his frenzy, but to no purpose, for without regarding what I said, he continued to frisk up and down and repeat his rhapsody of "God be praised, a white stone." At last, I rose in the utmost consternation, and laying violent hands upon him, put a stop to his extravagance by fixing him down to a settee that was in the room. This constraint banished his delirium. He started as if just awoke, and terrified at my behavior, cried, "What is the matter?" When he learned the cause of my apprehension, he was ashamed of his transports, and told me that in mentioning the white stone, he alluded to the dies fasti of the Romans, albo lapide notati. Having no inclination to sleep, I secured my cash, dressed, and was just going abroad, when the servant of the house told me there was a gentlewoman at the door who wanted to speak with me. Surprised at this information, I made Strap show her up, and in less than a minute, saw a young woman of a shabby, decayed appearance enter my room. After half a dozen curtsies, she began to sob, and told me her name was Gawky, upon which information I immediately recollected the features of Miss Lavement, who had been the first occasion of my misfortunes. Though I had all the reason in the world to resent her treacherous behavior to me, I was moved at her distress, and professing my sorrow at seeing her so reduced, desired her to sit, and inquired into the particulars of her situation. She fell upon her knees and implored my forgiveness for the injuries she had done me, protesting before God that she was forced, against her inclination, into that hellish conspiracy which had almost deprived me of my life, by the entreaties of her husband, who, having been afterwards renounced by his father on account of his marriage with her, and unable to support a family on his pay, left his wife at her father's house, and went with the regiment to Germany, where he was broke for misbehavior at the Battle of Dettingen, since which time she had heard no tidings of him. She then gave me to understand, with many symptoms of penitence, that it was her misfortune to bear a child 4 months after marriage, by which event her parents were so incensed that she was turned out of doors with the infant, that died soon after, and had hitherto subsisted in a miserable indigent manner on the extorted charity of a few friends, who were now quite tired of giving. That, not knowing where or how to support herself one day longer, she had fled for succor even to me, who, of all mankind, had the least cause to assist her, relying upon the generosity of my disposition, which, she hoped, would be pleased with this opportunity of avenging itself in the noblest manner on the wretch who had wronged me. I was very much affected with her discourse, and having no cause to suspect the sincerity of her repentance, raised her up, freely pardoned all she had done against me, and promised to befriend her as much as lay in my power. Since my last arrival in London, I had made no advances to the apothecary, imagining it would be impossible for me to make my innocence appear, so unhappily was my accusation circumstanced. Strap indeed had labored to justify me to the schoolmaster, but, far from succeeding in his attempt, Mr. Concordance dropped all correspondence with him because he refused to quit his connection with me. Things being in this situation, I thought a fairer opportunity of vindicating my character could not offer than that which now presented itself. I therefore stipulated with Mrs. Gawky that before I would yield her the least assistance, she should do me the justice to clear my reputation by explaining upon oath before a magistrate the whole of the conspiracy, as it had been executed against me. When she had given me this satisfaction, I presented her with 5 guineas, a sum so much above her expectation that she could scarce believe the evidence of her senses, and was ready to worship me for my benevolence. The declaration, signed with her own hand, I sent to her father, who, upon recollecting and comparing the circumstances of my charge, was convinced of my integrity, and waited on me next day, in company with his friend the schoolmaster, to whom he had communicated my vindication. After mutual salutation, Monsieur Lavement began a long apology for the unjust treatment I had received, but I saved him a good deal of breath by interrupting his harangue, and assuring him that, far from entertaining a resentment against him, I thought myself obliged to his lenity, which allowed me to escape, after such strong assumptions of guilt appeared against me. Mr. Concordance, thinking it now his turn to speak, observed that Mr. Random had too much candor and sagacity to be disobliged at their conduct, which, all things considered, could not have been otherwise with any honesty of intention. Indeed, said he, if the plot had been unraveled to us by any supernatural intelligence, if it had been whispered by a genius, communicated by dream, or revealed by an angel from on high, we should have been to blame in crediting ocular demonstration. But as we were left in the midst of mortality, it cannot be expected we should be incapable of imposition. I must assure you, Mr. Random, no man on earth is more pleased than I am at this triumph of your character. And, as the news of your misfortune panged me to the very entrails, this manifestation of your innocence makes my midriff quiver with joy. I thanked him for this concern, desired them to undeceive those of their acquaintance who judged harshly of me, and, having treated them with a glass of wine, represented to Lavement the deplorable condition of his daughter, and pleaded her cause so effectually that he consented to settle a small annuity on her for life. but could not be persuaded to take her home because her mother was so much incensed that she would never see her. Chapter 53. I purchase new clothes, reprimand Strutwell and Straddle, Banter proposes another matrimonial scheme. I accept of his terms, set out to Bath in the stagecoach with the young lady and her mother, the behavior of an officer and lawyer, our fellow travelers described, a smart dialogue between my mistress and the captain. Having finished this affair to my satisfaction, I found myself perfectly at ease, and, looking upon the gaming table as a certain resource for a gentleman in want, became more gay than ever. Although my clothes were almost as good as new, I grew ashamed of wearing them, because I thought everybody by this time had got an inventory of my wardrobe. For which reason I disposed of a good part of my apparel to a salesman in Monmouth Street for half the value, and bought 2 new suits with the money. I likewise purchased a plain gold watch, despairing of recovering that which I had so foolishly given to Strutwell, whom, notwithstanding, I still continued to visit at his levee, until the ambassador he had mentioned set out with a secretary of his own choosing. I thought myself then at liberty to expostulate with his lordship, whom I treated with great freedom in a letter, for amusing me with vain hopes, when he neither had the power nor inclination to provide for me. Nor was I less reserved with Straddle, whom I in person reproached for misrepresenting to me the character of Strutwell, which I did not scruple to aver was infamous in every respect. He seemed very much enraged at my freedom, talked a great deal about his quality and honor, and began to make some comparisons which I thought so injurious to mine that I demanded an explanation with great warmth, and he was mean enough to equivocate, and condescend in such a manner that I left him with a hearty contempt of his behavior. About this time, Banter, who had observed a surprising and sudden alteration in my appearance and disposition, began to inquire very minutely into the cause, and, as I did not think fit to let him know the true state of the affair, lest he might make free with my purse, on the strength of having proposed the scheme that filled it, I told him that I had received a small supply from a relation in the country, who at the same time had proffered to use all his interest, which was not small, in soliciting some post for me that should make me easy for life. "If that be the case," said Banter, "perhaps you won't care to mortify yourself a little in making your fortune another way. I have a relation who is to set out for Bath next week, with an only daughter, who, being sickly and decrepit, intends to drink the waters for the recovery of her health. Her father, who was a rich Turkey merchant, died about a year ago, and left her with a fortune of £20,000, under the sole management of her mother, who is my kinswoman. I would have put in for the plate myself, but there is a breach at present between the old woman and me. You must know that some time ago I borrowed a small sum of her and promised, it seems, to pay it before a certain time, but being disappointed in my expectation of money from the country, the day elapsed without my being able to take up my note, upon which she wrote a peremptory letter, threatening to arrest me if I did not pay the debt immediately. Nettled at this precise behavior, I sent a severe answer, which enraged her so much that she actually took out a writ against me. Whereupon, finding the thing grow serious, I got a friend to advance the money for me, discharged the debt, went to her house, and abused her for her unfriendly dealing. She was provoked by my reproaches and scolded in her turn. The little deformed urchin joined her mother with such virulence and volubility of tongue that I was fain to make a retreat, after having been honored with a great many scandalous epithets, which gave me plainly to understand that I had nothing to hope from the esteem of the one or the affection of the other. As they are both utter strangers to life, it is 1,000 to 1 that the girl will be picked up by some scoundrel or other at Bath, if I don't provide for her otherwise. You are a well-looking fellow, Random, and can behave as demurely as a Quaker. If you will give me an obligation of £500 to be paid 6 months after your marriage, I will put you in a method of carrying her in spite of all opposition. This proposal was too advantageous for me to be refused. The writing was immediately drawn up and executed, and Banter, giving me notice of the time when, and the stage coach in which they were to set out, I bespoke a place in the same convenience, and, having hired a horse for Strap, who was chagrined with the prospect, set forward accordingly. As we embarked before day, I had not the pleasure for some time of seeing Miss Snapper, that was the name of my mistress, nor even of perceiving the number and sex of my fellow travelers, although I guessed that the coach was full by the difficulty I found in seating myself. The first 5 minutes passed in a general silence, when all of a sudden the coach heeling to one side, a boisterous voice pronounced, "To the right and left, cover your flanks, me, whiz." I easily discovered by the tone and matter of this exclamation that it was uttered by a son of Mars. Neither was it hard to conceive the profession of another person who sat opposite to me, and observed that we ought to have been well satisfied of our security before we entered upon the premises. These two sallies had not the desired effect. We continued a good while as mute as before, till at length the gentleman of the sword, impatient of longer silence, made a second effort by swearing he had got into a meeting of Quakers. "I believe so too," said a shrill female voice at my left hand, "for the spirit of folly begins to move." "Out with it then, madam," replied the soldier. "You seem to have no occasion for a midwife," cried the lady. "D.M.N. my blood," exclaimed the other, "a man can't talk to a woman but she immediately thinks of a midwife." "True, sir," said she, "I long to be delivered." "What of a mouse, madam?" said he. "No, sir," said she, "of a fool." "Are you far gone with a fool?" said he. "Little more than 2 miles," said she. "By gad, you're a wit, madam," cried the officer. "I wish I could with any justice return the compliment," said the lady. "Zounds, I have done," said he. "Your bolt is soon shot, according to the old proverb," said she. The warrior's powder was quite spent. The lawyer advised him to drop the prosecution, and a grave matron, who sat on the left hand of the victorious wit, told her she must not let her tongue run so fast among strangers. This reprimand, softened with the appellation of child, convinced me that the satirical lady was no other than Miss Snapper, and I resolved to regulate my conduct accordingly. The champion, finding himself so smartly handled, changed his battery and began to expatiate on his own exploits. "You talk of shot, madam," said he. "D.me, I have both given and received some shot in my time. I was wounded in the shoulder by a pistol ball at Dettingen, where I say nothing, but by G.D., if it had not been for me, all's one for that. I despise boasting, D.me, whiz." So saying, he whistled one part and hummed another of the black joke, then, addressing himself to the lawyer, went on thus. "Wouldn't you think it D hard, after having, at the risk of your life, recovered the standard of a regiment that had been lost, to receive no preferment for your pains? I don't choose to name no names, sink me. But howsomever, this I will refer by G.D. And that is this: a musketeer of the French Guards, having a standard from a certain cornet of a certain regiment, D.E., was retreating with his prize as fast as his horse's heels could carry him, sink me. Upon which I snatched up firelock that belonged to a dead man, D.me, whiz, and shot his horse under him, D.N. my blood. The fellow got upon his feet and began to repose me, upon which I charged my bayonet breast high, and ran him through the body by G. One of his comrades, coming to his assistance, shot me in the shoulder, as I told you before, and another gave me a contusion on the head with the butt end of his carbine, but D.me, that did not signify. I killed one, put the other to flight, and taking up the standard, carried it off very deliberately. But the best joke of all was the son of a B.Ch. of a cornet, who had surrendered it in a cowardly manner, seeing it in my possession, demanded it from me in the front of the line. "D.N. my blood," says he, "where did you find my standard?" says he. "D.N. my blood," said I. Where, said I, did you lose it? Said I, that's nothing to you, says he. T's my standard, says he, and by G.D. I'll have it, says he. D nation seize me, says I, if you shall, says I, till I have first delivered it to the general, says I, and accordingly I went to the headquarters after the battle, and delivered it to my Lord Stair, who promised to do for me. But I am no more than a poor lieutenant still, D, and my blood. Having vented this repetition of expletives, the lawyer owned he had not been requited according to his deserts, observed that the laborer is always worthy of his hire, and asked if the promise was made before witnesses, because in that case the law would compel the general to perform it. But understanding that the promise was made over a bottle, without being restricted to time or terms, he pronounced it not valid in law, proceeded to inquire into the particulars of the battle, and affirmed that, although the English had drawn themselves into premunire at first, the French managed their cause so lamely in the course of the dispute that they would have been utterly non-suited had they not obtained a noli prosqui. In spite of these enlivening touches, the conversation was like to suffer another long interruption, when the lieutenant, unwilling to conceal any of his accomplishments that could be displayed in his present situation, offered to regale the company with a song, and, interpreting our silence into a desire of hearing, began to warble a fashionable air, the first stanza of which he pronounced thus: Would you task the moontide hair, to yon flagrant bow repair, where, waving with the poplin vow, the bantling fine will shelter you, etc. The sense of the rest he perverted as he went on with such surprising facility that I could not help thinking he had been at some pains to burlesque the performance. Miss Snapper ascribed it to the true cause, namely ignorance, and when he asked her how she relished his music, answered that, in her opinion, the music and the words were much of a piece. Oh, D, and my blood, said he, I take that as a high compliment, for everybody allows the words are D, able fine. They may be so, replied the lady, for aught I know, but they are above my comprehension. I am obliged to find you comprehension, madam, curse me, cried he. No, nor to speak sense neither, said she. D and my heart, said he, I'll speak what I please. Here the lawyer interposed by telling him there were some things he must not speak, and upon being defied to give an instance, mentioned treason and defamation. As for the king, cried the soldier, God bless him, I eat his bread and have lost blood in his cause, therefore I have nothing to say to him, but by G.D. I dare say anything to any other man. No, said the lawyer, you dare not call me rogue. D me for what? Said the other. Because, replied the counsellor, I should have it good action against you and recover. Well, well, cried the officer, if I dare not call you rogue, I dare think you one D me. This stroke of wit he accompanied with a loud laugh of self-approbation, which unluckily did not affect the audience, but effectually silenced his antagonist, who did not open his mouth for the space of an hour, except to clear his pipe with 3 hems, which, however, produced nothing. Chapter 54. Day breaking, I have the pleasure of viewing the person of Miss Snapper, whom I had not seen before. The soldier is witty upon me, is offended, talks much of his valor, is reprimanded by a grave gentlewoman, we are alarmed by the cry of highwaymen, I get out of the coach and stand in my own defense. They ride off without having attacked us. I pursue them. One of them is thrown from his horse and taken. I return to the coach, am complimented by Miss Snapper, the captain's behavior on this occasion. The prude reproaches me in a soliloquy. I upbraid her in the same manner. The behavior of Miss Snapper at breakfast disobliges me. The lawyer is witty upon the officer, who threatens him. In the meantime, the day breaking in upon us, discovered to one another the faces of their fellow travelers. And I had the good fortune to find my mistress not quite so deformed nor disagreeable as she had been represented to me. Her head, indeed, bore some resemblance to a hatchet, the edge being represented by her face. But she had a certain delicacy in her complexion and a great deal of vivacity in her eyes, which were very large and black. And though the protuberance of her breast, when considered alone, seemed to drag her forwards, it was easy to perceive an equivalent on her back which balanced the other, and kept her body in equilibrio. On the whole, I thought I should have great reason to congratulate myself if it should be my fate to possess 20,000 pounds encumbered with such a wife. I began therefore to deliberate about the most probable means of acquiring the conquest, and was so much engrossed by this idea that I scarce took any notice of the rest of the people in the coach, but revolved my project in silence. While the conversation was maintained as before by the object of my hopes, the son of Mars, and the barrister, who by this time recollected himself, and talked in terms as much as ever. At length a dispute happened, which ended in a wager to be determined by me, who was so much absorbed in contemplation, that I neither heard the reference nor the question which was put to me by each in his turn. Affronted at my supposed contempt, the soldier with great vociferation swore I was either dumb or deaf if not both, and that I looked as if I could not say bo to a goose. Aroused at this observation, I fixed my eyes upon him, and pronounced with emphasis the interjection bo. Upon which he cocked his hat in a fierce manner, and cried, "D me, sir, what do you mean by that?" Had I intended to answer him, which by the by was not my design, I should have been anticipated by Miss, who told him my meaning was to show that I could cry bo to a goose, and laughed very heartily at my laconic reproof. Her explanation and mirth did not help to appease his wrath, which broke out in several martial insinuations, such as, "I do not understand such freedoms, me, and my blood. I'm a gentleman, and bear the king's commission. Blood. Some people deserve to have their noses pulled for their impertinence." I thought to have checked these ejaculations by a frown, because he had talked so much of his valor that I had long ago rated him as an ass in a lion's skin, but this expedient did not answer my expectation. He took umbrage at the contraction of my brow, swore he did not value my sulky looks a fig's end, and protested he feared no man breathing. Miss Snapper said she was very glad to find herself in company with a man of so much courage, who, she did not doubt, would protect her from all the attempts of highwaymen during our journey. "Make yourself perfectly easy on that head, madam," replied the officer. "I have got a pair of pistols, here they are, which I took from a horse officer at the Battle of Dettingen. They are double-loaded, and if any highwayman in England robs you of the value of a pin while I have the honor of being in your company, and my heart." When he had expressed himself in this manner, a prim gentlewoman, who had sat silent hitherto, opened her mouth, and said she wondered how any man could be so rude as to pull out such weapons before ladies. "Me, madam," cried the champion, "if you are so much afraid at the sight of a pistol, how do you propose to stand fire if there should be occasion?" She then told him that, if she thought he could be so unmannerly as to use firearms in her presence, whatever might be the occasion, she would get out of the coach immediately and walk to the next village, where she might procure a convenience to herself. Before he could make any answer, my Dulcinea interposed, and observed that, far from being offended at a gentleman's using his arms in his own defense, she thought herself very lucky in being along with one by whose valor she stood a good chance of saving herself from being rifled. The prude cast a disdainful look at Miss, and said that people, who have but little to lose, are sometimes the most solicitous about preserving it. The old lady was affronted at this innuendo, and took notice that people ought to be very well informed before they speak slightingly of other people's fortune, lest they discover their own envy and make themselves ridiculous. The daughter declared that she did not pretend to vie with anybody in point of riches, and if the lady, who insisted upon non-resistance, would promise to indemnify us all for the loss we should sustain, she would be one of the first to persuade the captain to submission in case we should be attacked. To this proposal, reasonable as it was, the reserved lady made no other reply than a scornful glance and a toss of her head. I was very well pleased with the spirit of my young mistress, and even wished for an opportunity of distinguishing my courage under her eye, which I believed could not fail of prepossessing her in my favor, when all of a sudden Strap rode up to the coach door and told us in a great fright that 2 men on horseback were crossing the heath, for by this time we had passed Hounslow and made directly towards us. This piece of information was no sooner delivered than Mrs. Snapper began to scream, her daughter grew pale, the old lady pulled out her purse to be in readiness, the lawyer's teeth chattered while he pronounced, "'Tis no matter, we'll sue the county and recover." The captain gave evident signs of confusion, and I, after having commanded the coachman to stop, opened the door, jumped out, and invited the warrior to follow me. But finding him backward and astonished, I took his pistols, and giving them to Strap, who had by this time alighted and trembled very much, I mounted on horseback, and taking my own, which I could better depend upon from the holsters, cocked them both, and faced the robbers, who were now very near us. Seeing me ready to oppose them on horseback, and another man armed afoot, they made a halt at some distance to reconnoiter us, and after having rode round us twice, myself still facing about as they rode, went off the same way they came, at a hand gallop. A gentleman's servant coming up with a horse at the same time, I offered him a crown to assist me in pursuing them, which he no sooner accepted than I armed him with the officer's pistols, and we galloped after the thieves, who, trusting to the swiftness of their horses, stopped till we came within shot of them and then, firing at us, put their nags to the full speed. We followed them as fast as our beasts could carry us, but not being so well mounted as they, our efforts would have been to little purpose, had not the horse of one of them stumbled and thrown his rider with such violence over his head that he lay senseless when we came up, and was taken without the least opposition, while his comrade consulted his own safety in flight, without regarding the distress of his friend. We scarce had time to make ourselves masters of his arms and tie his hands together, before he recovered his senses, when, learning his situation, he affected surprise, demanded to know by what authority we used a gentleman in that manner, and had the impudence to threaten us with a prosecution for robbery. In the meantime, we perceived Strap coming up with a crowd of people, armed up with different kinds of weapons, and among the rest a farmer, who no sooner perceived the thief, whom we had secured, than he cried with great emotion, "There's the fellow who robbed me an hour ago of 20 pounds, in a canvas bag." He was immediately searched, and the money found exactly as it had been described, upon which we committed him to the charge of the countryman, who carried him to the town of Hounslow, which, it seems, the farmer had alarmed. And I, having satisfied the footman for his trouble according to promise, returned with Strap to the coach, where I found the captain and lawyer busy in administering smelling bottles and cordials to the grave lady, who had gone into a fit at the noise of firing. When I had taken my seat, Miss Snapper, who from the coach had seen everything that happened, made me a compliment on my behavior, and said she was glad to see me returned without having received any injury. Her mother too owned herself obliged to my resolution. The lawyer told me that I was entitled by Act of Parliament to a reward of 40 pounds for having apprehended a highwayman. The soldier observed, with a countenance in which impudence and shame struggling produced some disorder, that if I had not been in such a hurry to get out of the coach, he would have secured the rogues effectually, without all this bustle and loss of time, by a scheme which my heat and precipitation ruined. For my own part, continued he, I am always extremely cool on these occasions. So it appeared by your trembling, said the young lady. Death and iron. Cried he, your sex protects you, madam. If any man on earth durst tell me so much, I'd send him to hell and my heart, in an instant. So saying, he fixed his eyes upon me and asked if I had seen him tremble. I answered without hesitation, yes. Me, sir, said he, d'ye doubt my courage? I replied, very much. This declaration quite disconcerted him. He looked blank and pronounced with a faltering voice, oh, it's very well, and my blood, I shall find a time. I signified my contempt of him by thrusting my tongue in my cheek, which humbled him so much that he scarce swore another oath aloud during the whole journey. The precise lady, having recruited her spirits by the help of some strong waters, began a soliloquy, in which she wondered that any man, who pretended to maintain the character of a gentleman, could, for the sake of a little paltry coin, throw persons of honor into such quandaries as might endanger their lives, and professed her surprise that women were not ashamed to commend such brutality. At the same time, vowing that, for the future, she would never set foot in a stage coach, if a private convenience could be had for love or money. Nettled at her remarks, I took the same method of conveying my sentiments, and wondered in my turn that any woman of common sense should be so unreasonable as to expect that people, who had neither acquaintance nor connection with her, would tamely allow themselves to be robbed and maltreated, merely to indulge her capricious humor. I likewise confessed my astonishment at her insolence and ingratitude in taxing a person with brutality, who deserved her approbation and acknowledgement, and vowed that, if ever she should be assaulted again, I would leave her to the mercy of the spoiler, that she might know the value of my protection. This person of honor did not think fit to carry on the altercation any further, but seemed to chew the cud of her resentment with the crestfallen captain, while I entered into discourse with my charmer, who was the more pleased with my conversation, as she had conceived a very indifferent opinion of my intellects from my former silence. I should have had cause to be equally satisfied with the sprightliness of her genius, could she have curbed her imagination with judgment. But she labored under such a profusion of talk, that I dreaded her unruly tongue, and felt by anticipation the horrors of an eternal clack. However, when I considered, on the other hand, the joys attending the possession of £20,000, I forgot her imperfections, seized occasion by the forelock, and tried to insinuate myself into her affection. The careful mother kept a strict watch over her, and though she could not help behaving civilly to me, took frequent opportunities of discouraging our communication, by reprimanding her for being so free with strangers, and telling her she must learn to speak less and think more. Abridged of the use of speech, we conversed with our eyes, and I found the young lady very eloquent in this kind of discourse. In short, I had reason to believe that she was sick of the old gentlewoman's tuition, and that I should find it no difficult matter to supersede her authority. When we arrived at the place where we were to breakfast, I alighted, and helped my mistress out of the coach, as well as her mother, who called for a private room to which they withdrew in order to eat by themselves. As they retired together, I perceived that Miss had got more twists from nature than I had before observed, for she was bent sideways into the figure of an S, so that her progression very much resembled that of a crab. The prude also chose the captain for her messmate, and ordered breakfast for two only, to be brought into another separate room, while the lawyer and I, deserted by the rest of the company, were fain to put up with each other. I was a good deal chagrined at the stately reserve of Mrs. Snapper, who, I thought, did not use me with all the complaisance I deserved, and my companion declared that he had been a traveler for 20 years, and never knew the stagecoach rules so much infringed before. As for the honorable gentlewoman, I could not conceive the meaning of her attachment to the lieutenant, and asked the lawyer if he knew for which of the soldier's virtues she admired him. The counselor facetiously replied, "I suppose the lady knows him to be an able conveyancer, and wants him to make a settlement in tail." I could not help laughing at the archness of the barrister, who entertained me during breakfast with a great deal of wit of the same kind, at the expense of our fellow travelers, and among other things said, he was sorry to find the young lady saddled with such encumbrances. When we had made an end of our repast, and paid our reckoning, we went into the coach, took our places, and bribed the driver with 6 pence to revenge us on the rest of his fare, by hurrying them away in the midst of their meal. This task he performed to our satisfaction, after he had disturbed their enjoyment with his importunate clamor. The mother and daughter obeyed the summons first, and, coming to the coach door, were obliged to desire the coachman's assistance to get in, because the lawyer and I had agreed to show our resentment by our neglect. They were no sooner seated than the captain appeared, as much heated as if he had been pursued a dozen miles by an enemy, and immediately after him came the lady, not without some marks of disorder. Having helped her up, he entered himself, growling a few oaths against the coachman for his impertinent interruption, and the lawyer comforted him by saying that if he had suffered a nisi prius through the obstinacy of the defendant, he might have an opportunity to join issue at the next stage. This last expression gave offense to the grave gentlewoman, who told him, if she was a man, she would make him repent of such obscenity, and thanked God she had never been in such company before. At this insinuation, the captain thought himself under a necessity of espousing the lady's cause, and accordingly threatened to cut off the lawyer's ears if he should give his tongue any such liberties for the future. The poor counselor begged pardon, and universal silence ensued. Chapter 55. I resolve to ingratiate myself with the mother, and am favored by accident. The precise lady finds her husband and quit the coach. The captain is disappointed of his dinner. We arrive at Bath. I accompany Miss Snapper to the long room, where she is attacked by Beau Nash, and turns the laugh against him. I make love to her, and receive a check, squire her to an assembly, where I am blessed with a sight of my dear Narcissa, which discomposes me so much that Miss Snapper, observing my disorder, is at pains to discover the cause, is piqued at the occasion, and in our way home pays me a sarcastic compliment. I am met by Miss Williams, who is the maid and confidante of Narcissa. She acquaints me with her lady's regard for me while under the disguise of a servant, and describes the transports of Narcissa on seeing me at the assembly, in the character of a gentleman. I am surprised with an account of her aunt's marriage, and make an appointment to meet Miss Williams the next day. During this unsocial interval, my pride and interest maintained a severe conflict on the subject of Miss Snapper, whom the one represented as unworthy of notice, and the other proposed as the object of my whole attention. The advantages and disadvantages of such a match were opposed to one another by my imagination, and, at length, my judgment gave it so much in favor of the first, that I resolved to prosecute my scheme with all the address in my power. I thought I perceived some concern in her countenance, occasioned by my silence, which she, no doubt, imputed to my disgust at her mother's behavior. And, as I believed the old woman could not fail of ascribing my muteness to the same motive, I determined to continue that sullen conduct towards her, and fall upon some other method of manifesting my esteem for the daughter. Nor was it difficult for me to make her acquainted with my sentiments by the expression of my looks, which I modeled into the character of humanity and love, and which were answered by her with all the sympathy and approbation I could desire. But when I began to consider that, without further opportunities of improving my success, all the progress I had hitherto made would not much avail, and that such opportunities could not be enjoyed without the mother's permission, I concluded it would be requisite to vanquish her coldness and suspicion by my assiduities and respectful behavior on the road. And she would, in all likelihood, invite me to visit her at Bath, where I did not fear of being able to cultivate her acquaintance as much as would be necessary to the accomplishment of my purpose. And indeed accident furnished me with an opportunity of obliging her so much that she could not, with any appearance of good manners, forbear to gratify my inclination. When we arrived at our dining place, we found all the eatables at the inn bespoke by a certain nobleman, who had got the start of us, and, in all likelihood, my mistress and her mother must have dined with Duke Humphrey, had I not exerted myself in their behalf, and bribed the landlord with a glass of wine to curtail his lordship's entertainment of a couple of fowls and some bacon, which I sent with my compliments to the ladies. They accepted my treat with a great many thanks, and desired I would favor them with my company at dinner, where I amused the old gentlewoman so successfully, by maintaining a seemingly disinterested ease in the midst of my civility, that she signified a desire of being better acquainted, and hoped I would be so kind as to see her sometimes at Bath. While I enjoyed myself in this manner, the precise lady had the good fortune to meet with her husband, who was no other than gentleman, or, in other words, valet-de-chamber, to the very nobleman whose coach stood at the door. Proud of the interest she had in the house, she affected to show her power by introducing the captain to her spouse as a person who had treated her with great civility, upon which he was invited to a share of their dinner. While the poor lawyer, finding himself utterly abandoned, made application to me, and was through my intercession admitted into our company. Having satisfied our appetites, and made ourselves merry at the expense of the person of honor, the civil captain, and complacent husband, I did myself the pleasure of discharging the bill by stealth, for which I received a great many apologies and acknowledgments from my guests, and we re-embarked at the first warning. The officer was obliged, at last, to appease his hunger with a luncheon of bread and cheese, and a pint bottle of brandy, which he dispatched in the coach, cursing the inappetence of his lordship, who had ordered dinner to be put back a whole hour. Nothing remarkable happened during the remaining part of our journey, which was finished next day, when I waited on the ladies to the house of a relation, in which they intended to lodge, and, passing that night at the inn, took lodgings in the morning for myself. The forenoon was spent in visiting everything that was worth seeing in the place, in company with a gentleman to whom Banter had given me a letter of introduction, and in the afternoon I waited on the ladies, and found Miss a good deal indisposed with the fatigue of their journey. As they foresaw they should have occasion for a male acquaintance to squire them at all public places, I was received with great cordiality, and had the mother's permission to conduct them next day to the long room, which we no sooner entered than the eyes of everybody present were turned upon us. And, when we had suffered the martyrdom of their looks for some time, a whisper circulated at our expense, which was accompanied with many contemptuous smiles and tittering observations. To my utter shame and confusion, I did not so much conduct as follow my charge to a place where she seated her mother and herself with astonishing composure, notwithstanding the unmannerly behavior of the whole company, which seemed to be assumed merely to put her out of countenance. The celebrated Mr. Nash, who commonly attends in this place, as master of the ceremonies, perceiving the disposition of the assembly, took upon himself the task of gratifying their ill nature further, by exposing my mistress to the edge of his wit. With this view he approached us, with many bows and grimaces, and after having welcomed Miss Snapper to the place, asked her in the hearing of all present if she could inform him of the name of Tobit's dog. Miss was so much incensed at his insolence that I should certainly have kicked him where he stood without ceremony, had not the young lady prevented the effects of my indignation, by replying with the utmost vivacity, "His name was Nash, and an impudent dog he was." This repartee, so unexpected and just, raised such a universal laugh at the aggressor, that all his assurance was insufficient to support him under their derision, so that, after he had endeavored to compose himself by taking snuff and forcing a smile, he was obliged to sneak off in a ludicrous attitude, while my Dulcinea was applauded to the skies for the brilliancy of her wit, and her acquaintance immediately courted by the best people of both sexes in the room. This event, with which I was indefinitely pleased at first, did not fail of alarming me, upon further reflection, when I considered that the more she was caressed by persons of distinction, the more her pride would be inflamed, and consequently the obstacles to my success multiplied and enlarged. Nor were my presaging fears untrue. That very night I perceived her a little intoxicated with the incense she had received, and though she still behaved with a particular civility to me, I foresaw that, as soon as her fortune should be known, she would be surrounded with a swarm of admirers, some of whom might possibly, by excelling me on point of wealth, or in the arts of flattery and scandal, supplant me in her esteem, and find means to make the mother of his party. I resolved therefore to lose no time, and, being invited to spend the evening with them, found an opportunity, in spite of the old gentlewoman's vigilance, to explain the meaning of my glances in the coach, by paying homage to her wit, and professing myself enamored of her person. She blushed at my declaration, and in a favorable manner disapproved of the liberty I had taken, putting me in mind of our being strangers to each other, and desiring I would not be the means of interrupting our acquaintance by any such unseasonable strokes of gallantry for the future. My ardor was effectually checked by this reprimand, which was, however, delivered in a gentle manner, that I had no cause to be disobliged, and the arrival of her mother relieved me from a dilemma in which I should not have known how to demean myself a minute longer. Neither could I resume the easiness of carriage with which I came in. My mistress acted on the reserve, and the conversation beginning to flag, the old lady introduced her kinswoman of the house, and proposed a hand at whist. While we amused ourselves at this diversion, I understood from the gentlewoman that there was to be an assembly next night at which I begged to have the honor of dancing with Miss. She thanked me for the favor I intended her, assured me she never did dance, but signified a desire of seeing the company, when I offered my service, which was accepted, not a little proud of being exempted from appearing with her in a situation that, notwithstanding my profession to the contrary, was not at all agreeable to my inclination. Having supped and continued the game, till such time as the successive yawns of the mother warned me to be gone, I took my leave and went home, where I made Strap very happy with an account of my progress. Next day I put on my gayest apparel and went to drink tea at Mrs. Snapper's, according to appointment, when I found, to my inexpressible satisfaction, that she was laid up with the toothache, and that Miss was to be entrusted to my care. Accordingly, we set out for the ballroom pretty early in the evening, and took possession of a commodious place, where we had not sat longer than a quarter of an hour, when a gentleman, dressed in a green frock, came in, leading a young lady, whom I immediately discovered to be the adorable Narcissa. Good heaven! What were the thrillings of my soul at that instant? My reflection was overwhelmed with a torrent of agitation. My heart throbbed with surprising violence. A sudden mist overspread my eyes, my ears were invaded with a dreadful sound. I panted for want of breath, and in short was for some moments entranced. This first tumult subsiding, a crowd of flattering ideas rushed upon my imagination. Everything that was soft, sensible, and engaging, in the character of that dear creature recurred to my remembrance, and every favorable circumstance of my own qualifications appeared in all the aggravation of self-conceit to heighten my expectation. Neither was this transport of long duration. The dread of her being already disposed of intervened, and overcast my enchanting reverie. My presaging apprehension represented her encircled in the arms of some happy rival, and in consequence forever lost to me. I was stung with this suggestion, and, believing the person who conducted her to be the husband of this amiable young lady, already devoted him to my fury, and stood up to mark him for my vengeance, when I recollected, to my unspeakable joy, her brother the fox-hunter, in the person of her gallant. Undeceived so much to my satisfaction in this particular, I gazed in a frenzy of delight on the irresistible charms of his sister, who no sooner distinguished me in the crowd, than her evident confusion afforded a happy omen to my flame. At sight of me she started, the roses instantly vanished from her polished cheeks, and returned in a moment with a double glow that overspread her lovely neck, while her enchanting bosom heaved with strong emotion. I hailed these favorable symptoms, and lying in wait for her looks, did homage with my eyes. She seemed to approve my declaration, by the complacency of her aspect, and I was so transported with the discovery that more than once I was on the point of making up to her, to disclose the throbbings of my heart in person, had not that profound veneration, which her presence always inspired, restrained the unseasonable impulse. All my powers being engrossed in this manner, it may easily be imagined how ill I entertained Miss Snapper, on whom I could not now turn my eyes, without making comparisons very little to her advantage. It was not even in my power to return distinct answers to the questions she asked from time to time, so that she could not help observing my absence of mind, and having a turn for observation, watched my glances, and, tracing them to the divine object, discovered the cause of my disorder. That she might, however, be convinced of the truth of her conjecture, she began to interrogate me with regard to Narcissa, and, notwithstanding all my endeavors to disguise my sentiments, perceived my attachment by my confusion. Upon which, she assumed a stateliness of behavior, and sat silent during the remaining part of the entertainment. At any other time, her suspicion would have alarmed me, but now I was elevated by my passion above every other consideration. the mistress of my soul having retired with her brother, I discovered so much uneasiness at my situation that Miss Snapper proposed to go home, and, while I conducted her to a chair, told me she had too great a regard for me to keep me any longer in torment. I feigned ignorance of her meaning, and having seen her safely at her lodgings, took my leave and went home in an ecstasy, where I disclosed everything that had happened to my confidant and humble servant, Strap, who did not relish the accident so well as I expected, and observed that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. "But however," said he, "you know best, you know best." Next day, as I went to the pump room, in hopes of seeing or hearing some tidings of my fair enslaver, I was met by a gentlewoman, who, having looked hard at me, cried, "O Christ, Mr. Random!" Surprised at this exclamation, I examined the countenance of the person who spoke, and immediately recognized my old sweetheart and fellow sufferer, Miss Williams. I was mightily pleased to find this unfortunate woman under such a decent appearance, professed my joy at seeing her so well, and desired to know where I should have the pleasure of her conversation. She was as heartily rejoiced at the apparent easiness of my fortune, and gave me to know that she, as yet, had no habitation that she could properly call her own, but would wait on me at any place I should please to appoint. Understanding that she was unengaged for the present, I showed her the way to my lodgings, where, after a very affectionate salutation, she informed me of her being very happy in the service of a young lady to whom she was recommended by a former mistress deceased, into whose family she had recommended herself by the honest deceit she had concerted, while she lived with me in the garret at London. She then expressed a vehement desire to be acquainted with the vicissitudes of my life since we parted, and excused her curiosity on account of the concern she had for my interest. I forthwith gratified her request, and when I described my situation in Sussex, perceived her to attend to my story with particular eagerness. She interrupted me, when I had finished that period, with, "Good God, is it possible?" and then begged I would be so good as to continue my relation, which I did as briefly as I could, burning with impatience to know the cause of her surprise, about which I had already formed a very interesting conjecture. When I had brought my adventures down to the present day, who seemed very much affected with the different circumstances of my fortune, and saying, with a smile, she believed my distresses were now at a period, proceeded to inform me that the lady whom she served was no other than the charming Narcissa, who had honored her with her confidence for some time. In consequence of which trust, she had often repeated the story of John Brown with great admiration and regard. That she loved to dwell upon the particulars of his character, and did not scruple to own a tender approbation of his flame. I became delirious at this piece of intelligence, strained Miss Williams in my embrace, called her the angel of my happiness, and acted such extravagances that she might have been convinced of my sincerity had she not been satisfied of my honor before. As soon as was in condition to yield attention, she described the present situation of her mistress, who had no sooner reached her lodgings the night before than she closeted her, and in a rapture of joy gave her to know that she had seen me at the ball, where I appeared in the character which she always thought my due, with such advantage of transformation that, unless my image had been engraven on her heart, it would have been impossible to know me for the person who had worn her aunt's livery. That by the language of my eyes, she was assured of the continuance of my passion for her, and consequently of my being unengaged to any other, and that, though she did not doubt I would speedily fall upon some method of being introduced, she was so impatient to hear of me, that she, Miss Williams, had been sent abroad this very morning, on purpose to learn the name and character I at present bore. My bosom had been hitherto a stranger to such a flood of joy as now rushed upon it. My faculties were overborne by the tide. It was some time before I could open my mouth, and much longer ere I could utter a coherent sentence. At length, I fervently requested her to lead me immediately to the object of my adoration, but she resisted my importunity and explained the danger of such premature conduct. "How favorable soever," said she, "my lady's inclination towards you may be, you may depend upon it, she will not commit the smallest trespass on decorum, either in disclosing her own or in receiving a declaration of your passion. And although the great veneration I have for you has prompted me to reveal what she communicated to me in confidence, I know so well the severity of her sentiments with respect to the punctilios of her sex that, if she should learn the least surmise of it, she would not only dismiss me as a wretch unworthy of her benevolence, but also forever shun the efforts of your love. I assented to the justness of her remonstrance, and desired she would assist me with her advice and direction. Upon which it was concerted between us, that for the present I should be contented with her telling Narcissa that, in the course of her inquiries, she could only learn my name, and that, if in a day or two I could fall upon no other method of being introduced to her mistress, she would deliver a letter from me, on pretense of consulting her happiness, and say that I met her in the streets, and bribed her to this piece of service. Matters being thus adjusted, I kept my old acquaintance to breakfast, and learned from her conversation that my rival Sir Timothy had drunk himself into an apoplexy, of which he died 5 months ago, that the savage was still unmarried, and that his aunt had been seized with a whim which he little expected, and chosen the schoolmaster of the parish for her lord and husband. But matrimony not agreeing with her constitution, she had been hectic and dropsical a good while, and was now at Bath, in order to drink the waters for the recovery of her health. That her niece had accompanied her thither at her request, and attended her with the same affection as before, notwithstanding the mistake she had committed. And that the nephew, who had been exasperated at the loss of her fortune, did not give his attendance out of good will, but purely to have an eye on his sister, lest she should likewise throw herself away without his consent or approbation. Having enjoyed ourselves in this manner, and made an assignation to meet next day at a certain place, Miss Williams took her leave, and Strapp's looks being very inquisitive about the nature of the communication subsisting between us, I made him acquainted with the whole affair, to his great astonishment and satisfaction. Chapter 56. I become acquainted with Narcissa's brother, who invites me to his house, where I am introduced to that adorable creature, after dinner. The squire retires to take his nap. Freeman, guessing the situation of my thought, withdraws likewise on pretense of business. I declare my passion for Narcissa, am well received, charmed with her conversation. The squire detains us to supper. I elude his design by a stratagem, and get home sober. In the afternoon, I drank tea at the house of Mr. Freeman, to whom I had been recommended by Banter, where I had not sat 5 minutes, till the fox-hunter came in, and by his familiar behavior appeared to be intimate with my friend. I was, at first, under some concern, lest he should recollect my features. But when I found myself introduced to him as a gentleman from London, without being discovered, I blessed the opportunity that brought me into his company, hoping that, in the course of my acquaintance, he would invite me to his house. Nor were my hopes frustrated, for, as we spent the evening together, he grew extremely fond of my conversation, asked a great many childish questions about France and foreign parts, and seemed so highly entertained with my answers, that in his cups he shook me often by the hand, pronounced me an honest fellow, and in fine desired our company at dinner next day at his civil house. My imagination was so much employed in anticipating the happiness I was to enjoy next day, that I slept very little that night, but rising early in the morning, went to the place appointed, where I met my she-friend, and imparted to her my success with the squire. She was very much pleased at the occasion, which, she said, could not fail of being agreeable to Narcissa, who, in spite of her passion for me, had mentioned some scruples relating to my true situation and character, which the delicacy of her sentiments suggested, and which she believed I would find it necessary to remove, though she did not know how. I was a good deal startled at this insinuation, because I foresaw the difficulty I should find in barely doing myself justice. For, although it never was my intention to impose myself upon any woman, much less on Narcissa, I laid claim to the character of a gentleman by birth, education, and behavior. And yet, so unlucky had the circumstances of my life fallen out, I should find it a very hard matter to make good my pretensions even to these, especially to the last, which was the most essential. Miss Williams was as sensible as I of this my disadvantage, but comforted me with observing that, when once a woman has bestowed her affections on a man, she cannot help judging of him in all respects with a partiality easily influenced in his favor. She remarked that, although some situations of my life had been low, yet none of them had been infamous, that my indigence had been the crime not of me, but of fortune, and that the miseries I had undergone, by improving the faculties both of mind and body, qualified me the more for any dignified station, and would of consequence recommend me to the good graces of any sensible woman. She therefore advised me to be always open and unreserved to the inquiries of my mistress, without unnecessarily betraying the meanest occurrences of my fate, and trust to the strength of her love and reflection for the rest. The sentiments of this sensible young woman on this, as well as on almost every other subject, perfectly agreed with mine. I thanked her for the care she took of my interests, and, promising to behave myself according to her directions, we parted, after she had assured me that I depend upon her best offices with her mistress, and that she would from time to time communicate to me such intelligence as she could procure, relating to my flame. Having dressed myself to the best advantage, I waited for the time of dinner with the most fearful impatience, and, as the hour drew near, my heart beat with such increased velocity, and my spirits contracted such disorder, that I began to suspect my resolution, and even to wish myself disengaged. At last, Mr. Freeman called at my lodgings in his way, and I accompanied him to the house where all my happiness was deposited. We were very kindly received by the squire, who sat smoking his pipe in a parlor, and asked if we chose to drink anything before dinner. Though I never had more occasion for a cordial, I was ashamed to accept his offer, which was also refused by my friend. We sat down, however, entered into conversation, which lasted half an hour, so that I had time to recollect myself, and so capricious were my thoughts, even to hope that Narcissa would not appear, when, all of a sudden, a servant coming in, gave us notice that dinner was upon the table, and my perturbation returned with such violence that I could scarcely conceal it from the company as I ascended the staircase. When I entered the dining room, the first object that saluted my ravished eyes was the divine Narcissa, blushing like Aurora, adorned with all the graces that meekness, innocence, and beauty can diffuse. I was seized with a giddiness, my knees tottered, and I scarce had strength enough to perform the ceremony of salutation, when her brother, slapping me on the shoulder, cried, "Measure Random, that there is my sister." I approached her with eagerness and fear, but in the moment of our embrace, my soul was agonized with rapture. It was a lucky circumstance for us both that my entertainer was not endued with an uncommon stock of penetration, for our mutual confusion was so manifest that Mr. Freeman perceived it, and as we went home together, congratulated me on my good fortune. But so far was Bruin from entertaining the least suspicion that he encouraged me to begin a conversation with my mistress in a language unknown to him, by telling her that he had a gentleman who could jabber with her in French and other foreign lingoes as fast as she pleased. Then, turning to me, said, "Odds bobs, I wish you would hold discourse with her in your French or Italian, and tell me if she understands it as well as she would be thought to do. There's her aunt, and she will chatter together whole days in it, and I can't have a mouthful of English for love or money." I consulted the look of my amiable mistress, and found her averse to his proposal, which indeed she declined with a sweetness of denial peculiar to herself, as a piece of disrespect to that part of the company which did not understand the language in question. As I had the happiness of sitting opposite to her, I feasted my eyes much more than my palate, which she tempted in vain with the most delicious bits carved by her fair hand, and recommended by her persuasive tongue. But all my other appetites were swallowed up in immensity of my love, which I fed by gazing incessantly on the delightful object. Dinner was scarcely ended when the squire became very drowsy, and after several dreadful yawns, got up, stretched himself, took 2 or 3 turns across the room, begged we would allow him to take a short nap, and having laid a strong injunction on his sister to detain us till his return, went to his repose without further ceremony. He had not been gone many minutes, when Freeman, guessing the situation of my heart, and thinking he could not do me a greater favor than to leave me alone with Narcissa, pretended to recollect himself all of a sudden, and starting up, begged the lady pardon for half an hour, for he had unluckily remembered an engagement of some consequence that he must perform at that instant. So saying, he took his leave, promising to come back time enough for tea, leaving my mistress and me in great confusion. Now that I enjoyed an opportunity of disclosing the paintings of my soul, I had not the power to use it. I studied many pathetic declarations, but when I attempted to give them utterance, my tongue denied its office, and she sat silent with a downcast look full of anxious alarm, her bosom heaving with expectation of some great event. At length I endeavored to put an end to this solemn pause, and began with, "It is very surprising, madam." Here the sound dying away, I made a full stop, while Narcissa, starting, blushed, and with a timid accent answered, "Sir." Confounded at this note of interrogation, I pronounced with the most sheepish bashfulness, "Madam," to which she replied, "I beg pardon, I thought you had spoken to me." Another pause ensued. I made another effort, and though my voice faltered very much at the beginning, made shift to express myself in this manner. "I say, madam, it is very surprising that love should act so inconsistently with itself as to deprive its votaries of the use of their faculties when they have most need of them. Since the happy occasion of being alone with you presented itself, I have made many unsuccessful attempts to declare a passion for the loveliest of her sex, a passion which took possession of my soul, while my cruel fate compelled me to wear a servile disguise so unsuitable to my birth, sentiments, and let me add, my deserts, yet favorable in one respect, as it furnished me with opportunities of seeing and adoring your perfections. Yes, madam, it was then your dear idea entered my bosom, where it has lived unimpaired in the midst of numberless cares, and animated me against 1,000 dangers and calamities." While I spoke thus, she concealed her face with her fan, and when I ceased speaking, recovering herself from the most beautiful confusion, told me she thought herself very much obliged by my favorable opinion of her, and that she was very sorry to hear I had been unfortunate. Encouraged by this gentle reply, I proceeded, own myself sufficiently recompensed by her kind compassion for what I had undergone, and declared the future happiness of my life depended solely upon her. "Sir," said she, "I should be very ungrateful if after the signal protection you once afforded me, I should refuse to contribute towards your happiness in any reasonable condescension." Transported at this acknowledgment, I threw myself at her feet, and begged she would regard my passion with a favorable eye. She was alarmed at my behavior, entreated me to rise lest her brother should discover me in that posture, and to spare her for the present upon a subject for which she was altogether unprepared. In consequence of this remonstrance, I rose, assuring her I would rather die than disobey her, but in the meantime begged her to consider how precious the minutes of this opportunity were, and what restraint I put upon my inclinations in sacrificing them to her desire. She smiled with unspeakable sweetness, and said there would be no want of opportunities, provided I could maintain the good opinion her brother had conceived of me, and I, enchanted by her charms, seized her hand, which I well-nigh devoured with kisses. But she checked my boldness with a severity of countenance, and desired I would not so far forget myself to her, as to endanger the esteem she had for me. She reminded me of our being almost strangers to each other, and of the necessity there was for her knowing me better, before she could take any resolution in my favor. And, in short, mingled so much good sense and complacency in her reproof, that I became as much enamored of her understanding as I had been before of her beauty, and asked pardon for my presumption with the utmost reverence of conviction. She forgave my offense with her usual affability, and sealed my pardon with a look so full of bewitching tenderness, that, for some minutes, my senses were lost in ecstasy. I afterwards endeavored to regulate my behavior according to her desire and turn the conversation upon a more indifferent subject, but her presence was an insurmountable obstacle to my design. While I beheld so much excellence, I found it impossible to call my attention from the contemplation of it. I gazed with unutterable fondness. I grew mad with admiration. "My condition is insupportable," cried I. "I am distracted with passion. Why are you so exquisitely fair? Why are you so enchantingly good? Why has nature dignified you with charms so much above the standard of woman? And, wretch that I am, how dare my unworthiness aspire to the enjoyment of such perfection?" She was startled at my ravings, reasoned down my transport, and by her irresistible eloquence, soothed my soul into a state of tranquil felicity. But lest I might suffer a relapse, industriously promoted other subjects to entertain my imagination. She chid me for having omitted to inquire about her aunt who, she assured me, in the midst of all her absence of temper and detachment from common affairs, often talked of me with uncommon warmth. I professed my veneration for the good lady, excused my omission, by imputing it to the violence of my love, which engrossed my whole soul, and desired to know the situation of her health. Upon which, the amiable Narcissa repeated what I had heard before of her marriage, with all the tenderness for her reputation that the subject would admit of, told me she lived with her husband hard by, and was so much afflicted with the dropsy, and wasted by a consumption, that she had small hopes of her recovery. Having expressed my sorrow for her distemper, I questioned her about my good friend, Mrs. Sagely, who, I learned to my great satisfaction, was in good health, and who had by the encomiums she bestowed upon me after I was gone, confirmed the favorable impression my behavior at parting had made on Narcissa's heart. This circumstance introduced an inquiry into the conduct of Sir Timothy Thicket, who, she informed me, had found means to incense her brother so much against me that she found it impossible to undeceive him, but, on the contrary, suffered very much in her own character by his scandalous insinuations, that the whole parish was alarmed, and actually in pursuit of me, so that she had been in the utmost consternation on my account, well knowing how little my own innocence and her testimony would have weighed with the ignorance, prejudice, and brutality of those who must have judged me, had I been apprehended, that Sir Timothy, having been seized with a fit of apoplexy, from which with great difficulty he was recovered, began to be apprehensive of death, and to prepare himself accordingly for that great event. As a step to which he sent for her brother, owned with great contrition the brutal design he had upon her, and in consequence acquitted me of the assault, robbery, and correspondence with her, which he had laid to my charge. After which confession he lived about a month in a languishing condition, and was carried off by a second assault. Every word that this dear creature spoke riveted the chains with which she held me enslaved. My mischievous fancy began to work, and the tempest of my passion to wake again, when the return of Freeman destroyed the tempting opportunity and enabled me to quell the rising tumult. A little while after, the squire staggered into the room, rubbing his eyes, and called for his tea, which he drank out of a small bowl, qualified with brandy. While we took it in the usual way, Narcissa left us in order to visit her aunt. And when Freeman and I proposed to take our leave, the fox-hunter insisted on our spending the evening at his house with such obstinacy of affection that we were obliged to comply. For my own part, I should have been glad of the invitation, by which, in all likelihood, I should be blessed with more of his sister's company, had I not been afraid of risking her esteem, by entering into a debauch of drinking with him, which, from the knowledge of his character, I foresaw would happen, but there was no remedy. I was forced to rely upon the strength of my constitution, which I hoped would resist intoxication longer than the squire's, and to trust to the good nature and discretion of my mistress for the rest. Our entertainer, resolving to begin by times, ordered the table to be furnished with liquor and glasses immediately after tea, but we absolutely refused to set in for drinking so soon, and prevailed upon him to pass away an hour or two at whist, in which we engaged as soon as Narcissa returned. The savage and I happened to be partners at first, and, as my thoughts were wholly employed in a more interesting game, I played so ill that he lost all patience, swore bitterly, and threatened to call for wine if they would not grant him another associate. This desire was gratified, and Narcissa and I were of a side. He won for the same reason that made him lose before. I was satisfied, my lovely partner did not repine, and the time slipped away very agreeably, until we were told that supper was served in another room. The squire was enraged to find the evening so unprofitably spent, and wreaked his vengeance on the cards, which he tore, and committed to the flames with many execrations, threatening to make us redeem our loss with a large glass and quick circulation. And indeed we had no sooner supped, and my charmer withdrawn, than he began to put his threat in execution. 3 bottles of port, for he drank no other sort of wine, were placed before us, with as many water glasses, which were immediately filled to the brim, after his example, by each out of his respective allowance, and emptied in a trice to the best in Christendom. Though I swallowed this, and the next, as fast as the glass could be replenished, without hesitation or show of reluctance, I perceived that my brain would not be able to bear many bumpers of this sort, and dreading the perseverance of a champion who began with such vigor, I determined to make up for the deficiency of my strength by a stratagem, which I actually put in practice when the second course of bottles was called for. The wine being strong and heady, I was already a good deal discomposed by the dispatch we had made. Freeman's eyes began to reel, and Bruin himself was elevated into a song, which he uttered with great vociferation. When I therefore saw the second round brought in, I assumed a gay air, entertained him with a French catch on the subject of drinking, which, though he did not understand it, delighted him highly, and telling him your choice spirits at Paris never troubled themselves with glasses, asked if he had not a bowl or cup in the house that would contain a whole quart of wine. "Odds niggers," cried he, "I have a silver candle cup that holds just the quantity for all the world. Fetch it hither, Numps." The vessel being produced, I bade him decant his bottle into it, which he having done, I nodded in a very deliberate manner and said, "Pledge you." He stared at me for some time, and crying, "What, all at one pull, Mr. Random?" I answered, "At one pull, sir, you are no milksop, we shall do you justice." "Shall you?" said he, shaking me by the hand. "Odds then, I'll see it out, ant we're a mile to the bottom. Here's to our better acquaintance, Mr. Random." So saying, he applied it to his lips, and emptied it in a breath. I knew the effect of it would be almost instantaneous, therefore taking the cup, began to discharge my bottle into it, telling him he was now qualified to drink with the cam of Tartary. I had no sooner pronounced these words than he took umbrage at them, and after several attempts to spit, made shift to stutter. "A F.T. for your cams of tea Tartary. I am a F.F. free-born Englishman, worth Th. 3,000 a year, and V. value no man d. me." Then, dropping his jaw and fixing his eyes, he hiccuped aloud and fell upon the floor as mute as a flounder. Mr. Freeman, heartily glad at his defeat, assisted me in carrying him to bed, where we left him to the care of his servants, and went home to our respective habitations, congratulating each other on our good fortune. Chapter 57. Miss Williams informs me of Narcissa's approbation of my flame. I appease the squire, write to my mistress. Am blessed with an answer, beg leave of her brother to dance with her at a ball, obtain his consent and hers, enjoy a private conversation with her, am perplexed with reflections, have the honor of appearing her partner at a ball, we are complimented by a certain nobleman. He discovers some symptoms of a passion for Narcissa. I am stung with jealousy, Narcissa, alarmed, retires. I observe Melinda in the company. The squire is captivated by her beauty. I was met next morning at the usual place by Miss Williams, who gave me joy of the progress I had made in the affection of her mistress, and blessed me with an account of that dear creature's conversation with her, after she had retired the night before from our company. I could scarce believe her information when she recounted her expressions in my favor. So much more warm and passionate were they than my most sanguine hopes had presaged, and was particularly pleased to hear that she approved of my behavior to her brother after she withdrew. Transported at the news of my happiness, I presented my ring to the messenger as a testimony of my gratitude and satisfaction. But she was above such mercenary considerations and refused my compliment with some resentment, saying she was not a little mortified to see my opinion of her so low and contemptible. I did myself a piece of justice by explaining my behavior on this head, and to convince her of my esteem, promised to be ruled by her directions in the prosecution of the whole affair, which I had so much at heart that the repose of my life depended upon the consequence. As I fervently wished for another interview, where I might pour out the effusion of my love without danger of being interrupted, and perhaps reap some endearing return from the queen of my desires, I implored her advice and assistance in promoting this event. But she gave me to understand that Narcissa would make no precipitate compliances of this kind, and I would do well to cultivate her brother's acquaintance, in the course of which I should not want opportunities of removing that reserve which my mistress thought herself obliged to maintain during the infancy of our correspondence. In the meantime, she promised to tell her lady that I had endeavored by presents and persuasions to prevail upon her, Miss Williams, to deliver a letter from me, which she had refused to charge herself with until she should know Narcissa's sentiments of the matter, and said, by these means, she did not doubt of being able to open a literary communication between us, which could not fail of introducing more intimate connections. I approved of her counsel, and, our appointment being renewed for the next day, left her with an intent of falling upon some method of being reconciled to the squire, who, I supposed, would be offended with the trick we had put upon him. With this view, I consulted Freeman, who, from his knowledge of the foxhunter's disposition, assured me there was no other method of pacifying him than that of sacrificing ourselves for one night to an equal match with him in drinking. This expedient I found myself necessitated to comply with for the interest of my passion, and therefore determined to commit the debauch at my own lodgings, that I might run no risk of being discovered by Narcissa in a state of brutal degeneracy. Mr. Freeman, who was to be of the party, went, at my desire, to the squire in order to engage him, while I took care to furnish myself for his reception. My invitation was accepted. My guests honored me with their company in the evening, when Bruin gave me to understand that he had drunk many tons of wine in his life, but was never served such a trick as I had played upon him the night before. I promised to atone for my trespass, and, having ordered to every man his bottle, began the contest with a bumper to the health of Narcissa. The toasts circulated with great devotion, the liquor began to operate, our mirth grew noisy, and, as Freeman said, I had the advantage of drinking small French claret. The savage was effectually tamed before our senses were in the least affected, and carried home in an apoplexy of drunkenness. I was next morning, as usual, favored with a visit from my kind and punctual confidante, who, telling me she was permitted to receive my letters for her mistress, I took up the pen immediately, and, following the first dictates of my passion, wrote as follows. Dear Madam, were it possible for the powers of utterance to reveal the soft emotions of my soul, the fond anxiety, the glowing hopes, the chilling flame that rule my breast by turns, I should need no other witness than this paper, to evince the purity and ardor of that flame your charms have kindled in my heart, but alas, expression wrongs my love. I am inspired with conceptions that no language can convey. Your beauty fills me with wonder, your understanding with ravishment, and your goodness with adoration. I am transported with desire, distracted with doubts, and tortured with impatience. Suffer me then, lovely arbitress of my fate, to approach you in person, to breathe in soft murmurs my passion to your ear, to offer the sacrifice of a heart overflowing with the most genuine and disinterested love, to gaze with ecstasy on the divine object of my wishes, to hear the music of her enchanting tongue, and to rejoice in her smiles of approbation, which will banish the most intolerable suspense from the bosom of your enraptured R.R. Having finished this effusion, I committed it to the care of my faithful friend, with an injunction to second my entreaty with all her eloquence and influence, and in the meantime went to dress, with an intention of visiting Mrs. Snapper and Miss, whom I had utterly neglected, and indeed almost forgotten, since my dear Narcissa had resumed the empire of my soul. The old gentlewoman received me very kindly, and Miss affected a frankness and gaiety which, however, I could easily perceive was forced and dissembled. Among other things, she pretended to joke me upon my passion for Narcissa, which she averred was no secret, and asked if I intended to dance with her at the next assembly. I was a good deal concerned to find myself become the town talk on this subject, lest the squire, having notice of my inclinations, should disapprove of them, and by breaking off all correspondence with me, deprive me of the opportunities I now enjoyed. But I resolved to use the interest I had with him while it lasted, and that very night, meeting him occasionally, asked his permission to solicit her company at the ball, which he very readily granted, to my inexpressible satisfaction. Having been kept awake the greatest part of the night by 1,000 delightful reveries that took possession of my fancy, I got up by times, and, flying to the place of rendezvous, had in a little time the pleasure of seeing Miss Williams approach with a smile on her countenance, which I interpreted into a good omen. Neither was I mistaken in my presage. She presented me with a letter from the idol of my soul, which, after having kissed it devoutly, I opened with the utmost eagerness, and was blessed with her approbation in these terms: "Sir, to say I look upon you with indifference would be a piece of dissimulation which I think no decorum requires, and no custom can justify. As my heart never felt an impression that my tongue was ashamed to declare, I will not scruple to own myself pleased with your passion, confident of your integrity, and so well convinced of my own discretion, that I should not hesitate in granting you the interview you desire, were I not overawed by the prying curiosity of a malicious world, the censure of which might be fatally prejudicial to the reputation of your Narcissa. No anchorite in the ecstasy of devotion ever adored a relic with more fervor than that with which I kissed this inimitable proof of my charmer's candor, generosity, and affection. I read it over 100 times, was ravished with her confession in the beginning, but the subscription of your Narcissa yielded me such delight as I had never felt before. My happiness was still increased by Miss Williams, who blessed me with a repetition of her lady's tender expressions in my favor when she received and read my letter. In short, I had all the reason in the world to believe that this gentle creature's bosom was possessed by a passion for me, as warm, though perhaps not so impetuous as mine for her. I informed my friend of the squire's consent to my dancing with Narcissa at the ball, and desired her to tell her mistress that I would do myself the honor of visiting her in the afternoon, in consequence of his permission, when I hoped to find her as indulgent as her brother had been complacent in that particular. Miss Williams expressed a good deal of joy at hearing I was so much in favor with the foxhunter, and ventured to assure me that my visit would be very agreeable to my mistress, the rather because Bruin was engaged to dine abroad. This was a circumstance which, I scarce need say, pleased me. I went immediately to the long room where I found him, and affecting to know nothing of his engagement, told him I would do myself the pleasure to wait upon him in the afternoon, and to present his sister with a ticket for the ball. He shook me by the hand, according to custom, and, giving me to understand that he was to dine abroad, desired me to go and drink tea with Narcissa notwithstanding, and promised to prepare her for my visit in the meantime. Everything succeeding thus to my wish, I waited with incredible impatience for the time, which no sooner arrived than I hastened to the scene, which my fancy had preoccupied long before. I was introduced accordingly to the dear enchantress, whom I found accompanied by Miss Williams, who, on pretense of ordering tea, retired at my approach. This favorable accident, which alarmed my whole soul, disordered her also. I found myself actuated by an irresistible impulse. I advanced to her with eagerness and awe, and, profiting by the confusion that prevailed over her, clasped the fair angel in my arms, and imprinted a glowing kiss upon her lips, more soft and fragrant than the dewy rosebud just bursting from the stem. Her face was in an instant covered with blushes, her eyes sparkled with resentment. I threw myself at her feet and implored her pardon. Her love became advocate in my cause, her look softened into forgiveness. She raised me up and chid me with so much sweetness of displeasure that I could have been tempted to repeat the offense, had not the coming in of the servant with the tea-board prevented my presumption. While we were subject to be interrupted or overheard, we conversed about the approaching ball, at which she promised to grace me as a partner. But when the equipage was removed and we were left alone, I resumed the more interesting theme, and expressed myself with such transport and agitation that my mistress, fearing I should commit some extravagance, rang the bell for her maid, whom she detained in the room, as a check upon my vivacity. I was not sorry for this precaution, because I could unbosom myself without reserve before Miss Williams, who was the confidant of us both. I therefore gave a loose to the inspirations of my passion, which operated so successfully upon the tender affections of Narcissa, that she laid aside the constraint she had hitherto worn, and blessed me with the most melting declaration of her mutual flame. It was impossible for me to forbear taking the advantage of this endearing condescension. She now gently yielded to my embraces, while I, encircling all that I held dear within my arms, tasted in advance the joys of that paradise I hoped in a little time wholly to possess. We spent the afternoon in all the ecstasy of hope that the most fervent love exchanged by mutual vows could inspire. And Miss Williams was so much affected with our chaste caresses, which recalled the sad remembrance of what she was, that her eyes were filled with tears. The evening being pretty far advanced, I forced myself from the dear object of my flame, who indulged me in a tender embrace at parting, and repairing to my lodgings, communicated to my friend Strap every circumstance of my happiness, which filled him with so much pleasure that it ran over at his eyes, and he prayed heartily that no envious devil might, as formerly, dash the cup of blessing from my lip. When I reflected on what had happened, and especially on the unreserved protestations of Narcissa's love, I could not help being amazed at her omitting to inquire into the particular circumstances of life and fortune of one whom she had favored with her affection, and I began to be a little anxious about the situation of her finances. Well knowing that I should do an irreparable injury to the person my soul held most dear, if I should espouse her without being able to support her in the rank which was certainly her due. I had heard, indeed, while I served her aunt, that her father had left her a considerable sum, and that everybody believed she would inherit the greatest part of her kinswoman's dowry, but I did not know how far she might be restricted by the old gentleman's will in the enjoyment of what he left her. And I was too well informed of the virtuoso's late conduct to think my mistress could have any expectation from that quarter. I confided, however, in the good sense and policy of my charmer, who, I was sure, would not consent to unite her fate with mine, before she had fully considered and provided for the consequence. The ball night being arrived, I dressed myself in a suit I had reserved for some grand occasion, and, having drunk tea with Narcissa and her brother, conducted my angel to the scene, where she, in a moment, eclipsed all her female competitors for beauty and attracted the admiration of the whole assembly. My heart dilated with pride on this occasion, and my triumph rejected all bounds, when, after we had danced together, a certain nobleman, remarkable for his figure and influence in the beau monde, came up, and in the hearing of all present, honored us with a very particular compliment upon our accomplishments and appearance. But this transport was soon checked, when I perceived his lordship attach himself with great assiduity to my mistress, and say some warm things which I thought savored too much of passion. It was then I began to feel the pangs of jealousy. I dreaded the power and address of my rival. I sickened at his discourse. When she opened her lips to answer, my heart died within me. When she smiled, I felt the pains of the damned. I was enraged at his presumption. I cursed at her complaisance. At length he quitted her and went to the other side of the room. Narcissa, suspecting nothing of the rage that inflamed me, put some questions to me as soon as he was gone, to which I made no reply, but assumed a grim look, which too well denoted the agitation of my breast, and surprised her not a little. She no sooner observed my emotion than she changed color, and asked what ailed me. But before I could make answer, her brother, pulling me by the sleeve, bade me take notice of a lady who sat fronting us, whom I immediately, to my vast astonishment, distinguished to be Melinda, accompanied by her mother, and an elderly gentleman whom I did not know. "Wounds! Mr. Random," cried the squire, "is she not a delicate piece of stuff? 'Sdeath, I have a good mind, if I thought she was a single person." Notwithstanding the perplexity I was in, I had reflection enough to foresee that my passion might suffer greatly by the presence of this lady, who, in all probability, would revenge herself upon me for having formerly disgraced her by spreading reports to my prejudice. I was therefore alarmed at these symptoms of the squire's admiration, and for some time did not know what reply to make when he asked my opinion of her beauty. At length, I came to a determination, and told him that her name was Melinda, that she had a fortune of £10,000, and was said to be under promise of marriage to a certain lord, who deferred his nuptials a few months, until he should be of age. I thought this piece of intelligence, which I had myself invented, would have hindered him effectually from entertaining any further thoughts of her, but I was egregiously mistaken. The fox-hunter had too much self-sufficiency to despair of success against any competitor on earth. He therefore made light of her engagement, saying, with a smile of self-approbation, "Mayhap she will change her mind. What signifies his being a lord? I think myself as good a man as e'er a lord in Christendom, and I'll see if a commoner worth 3,000 a year won't serve her turn." This determination startled me not a little. I knew he would soon discover the contrary of what I advanced, and as I believed he would find her ear open to his addresses, did not doubt of meeting with every obstacle in my amour that her malice could invent, and her influence execute. This reflection increased my chagrin. My vexation was evident. Narcissa insisted on going home immediately, and as I led her to the door, her noble admirer, with a look full of languishment, directed to her a profound bow, which stung me to the soul. Before she went into the chair, she asked, with an appearance of concern, what was the matter with me, and I could pronounce no more than, "By heaven, I am distracted." Chapter 58. Tortured with jealousy, I go home and abuse Strap, receive a message from Narcissa, in consequence of which I hasten to her apartment, where her endearing assurances banish all my doubts and apprehensions. In my retreat discover somebody in the dark, whom, suspecting to be a spy, I resolve to kill, but to my great surprise am convinced of his being no other than Strap. Melinda slanders me. I become acquainted with Lord Quiverwit, who endeavors to sound me with regard to Narcissa. The squire is introduced to his lordship, and grows cold towards me. I learn from my confidant that this nobleman professes honorable love to my mistress, who continues faithful to me, notwithstanding the scandalous reports she had heard to my prejudice. I am mortified with an assurance that her whole fortune depends upon the pleasure of her brother. Mr. Freeman condoles me on the decline of my character, which I vindicate so much to his satisfaction, that he undertakes to combat fame on my behalf. Having uttered this exclamation, at which she sighed, I went home in the condition of a frantic bedlamite, and finding the fire in my apartment almost extinguished, vented my fury upon poor Strap, whose ear I pinched with such violence that he roared hideously with pain, and, when I quitted my hold, looked so foolishly aghast that no unconcerned spectator could have seen him without being seized with an immoderate fit of laughter. It is true, I was soon sensible of the injury I had done, and asked pardon for the outrage I had committed, upon which my faithful valet, shaking his head, said, "I forgive you, and may God forgive you." But he could not help shedding some tears at my unkindness. I felt unspeakable remorse for what I had done, cursed my own ingratitude, and considered his tears as a reproach that my soul, in its present disturbance, could not bear. It set all my passions into a ferment. I swore horrible oaths without meaning or application. I foamed at the mouth, kicked the chairs about the room, and played abundance of mad pranks that frightened my friend almost out of his senses. At length my transport subsided, I became melancholy, and wept insensibly. During this state of dejection, I was surprised with the appearance of Miss Williams, whom Strap, blubbering all the while, had conducted into the chamber without giving me previous notice of her approach. She was extremely affected with my condition, which she had learned from him, begged me to moderate my passion, suspend my conjectures, and follow her to Narcissa, who desired to see me forthwith. That dear name operated upon me like a charm. I started up and, without opening my lips, was conducted into her apartment through the garden, which we entered by a private door. I found the adorable creature in tears. I was melted at the sight. We continued silent for some time. My heart was too full to speak. Her snowy bosom heaved with fond resentment. At last she sobbing cried, "What have I done to disoblige you?" My heart was pierced with the tender question. I drew near with the utmost reverence of affection. I fell upon my knees before her, and, kissing her hand, exclaimed, "Oh, thou art all goodness and perfection! I am undone by want of merit. I am unworthy to possess thy charms, which heaven hath destined for the arms of some more favorite being." She guessed the cause of my disquiet, upbraided me gently for my suspicion, and gave me such flattering assurances of her eternal fidelity that all my doubts and fears forsook me, and peace and satisfaction reigned within my breast. At midnight I left the fair nymph to her repose, and, being let out by Miss Williams at the garden gate by which I entered, began to explore my way homeward in the dark, when I heard at my back a noise like that of a baboon when he mews and chatters. I turned instantly, and perceiving something black, concluded I was discovered by some spy employed to watch for that purpose. Aroused at this conjecture, by which the reputation of the virtuous Narcissa appeared in jeopardy, I drew my sword, and would have sacrificed him to her fame, had not the voice of Strap restrained my arm. It was with great difficulty he could pronounce, do, murder me if you please." Such an effect had the cold upon his jaws, that his teeth rattled like a pair of castanets. Pleased to be thus undeceived, I laughed at his consternation, and asked what brought him thither. Upon which he gave me to understand that his concern for me had induced him to follow me to that place, where the same reason had detained him till now, and he frankly owned that, in spite of the esteem he had for Miss Williams, he began to be very uneasy about me, considering the disposition in which I went abroad, and, if I had stayed much longer, would certainly have alarmed the neighborhood in my behalf. The knowledge of this his intention confounded me. I represented to him the mischievous consequences that would have attended such a rash action, and, cautioning him severely against any such design for the future, concluded my admonition with an assurance that, in case he should ever act so madly, I would, without hesitation, put him to death. "Have a little patience," cried he in a lamentable tone. "Your displeasure will do the business, without your committing murder." I was touched with this reproach, and, as soon as we got home, made it my business to appease him, by explaining the cause of that transport during which I had used him so unworthily. Next day, when I went into the long room, I observed several whispers circulate all of a sudden, and did not doubt that Melinda had been busy with my character. But I consoled myself with the love of Narcissa, upon which I rested with the most perfect confidence, and going up to the roly-poly table, won a few pieces from my suspected rival, who, with an easy politeness, entered into conversation with me, and, desiring my company to the coffee-house, treated me with tea and chocolate. I remembered Strutwell and guarded against his insinuating behavior, nor was my suspicion wrong placed. He artfully turned the discourse upon Narcissa, and endeavored by hinting at an intrigue he pretended to be engaged in elsewhere, to learn what connection there was between her and me. But all his finesse was ineffectual. I was convinced of his dissimulation, and gave such general answers to his inquiries that he was forced to drop the subject and talk of something else. While we conversed in this manner, the savage came in with another gentleman who introduced him to his lordship, and he was received with such peculiar marks of distinction that I was persuaded the courtier intended to use him in some shape or other. And from thence I drew an unlucky omen. But I had more cause to be dismayed the following day, when I saw the squire in company with Melinda and her mother, who honored me with several disdainful glances. And when I afterwards threw myself in his way, instead of the cordial shake of the hand, he returned my salute with a cold repetition of servant, servant, which he pronounced with such indifference or rather contempt that if he had not been Narcissa's brother, I should have affronted him in public. These occurrences disturbed me not a little. I foresaw the brooding storm and armed myself with resolution for the occasion, but Narcissa, being at stake, I was far from being resigned. I could have renounced every other comfort of life with some degree of fortitude, but the prospect of losing her disabled all my philosophy and tortured my soul into madness. Miss Williams found me next morning full of anxious tumult, which did not abate when she told me that my Lord Quiverwit, having professed honorable intentions, had been introduced to my lovely mistress by her brother, who had, at the same time, from the information of Melinda, spoken of me as an Irish fortune hunter, without either birth or estate, who supported myself in the appearance of a gentleman by sharping and other infamous practices, and who was of such an obscure origin that I did not even know my own extraction. Though I expected all this malice, I could not hear it with temper, especially as truth was so blended with falsehood in the assertion that it would be almost impossible to separate the one from the other in my vindication. But I said nothing on this head, being impatient to know how Narcissa had been affected with the discovery. That generous creature, far from believing these imprecations, was no sooner withdrawn with her confidante than she inveighed with great warmth against the malevolence of the world, to which only she ascribed the whole of what had been said to my disadvantage, and, calling every circumstance of my behavior to her into review before her, found everything so polite, honorable, and disinterested, that she could not harbor the least doubt of my being the gentleman I assumed. "I have indeed," said she, purposely forborne to ask the particulars of his life, lest the recapitulation of some misfortunes which he has undergone should give him pain. And as to the article of his fortune, I own myself equally afraid of inquiring into it, and of discovering the state of my own, lest we should find ourselves both unhappy in the explanation. For, alas, my provision is conditional, and depends entirely on my marrying with my brother's consent. I was thunderstruck with this intelligence, the light forsook my eyes, the color vanished from my cheeks, and I remained in a state of universal trepidation. My female friend, perceiving my disorder, encouraged me with assurances of Narcissa's constancy, and the hope of some accident favorable to our love, and, as a further consolation, gave me to understand that she had acquainted my mistress with the outlines of my life, and that, although she was no stranger to the present low state of my finances, her love and esteem were rather increased than diminished by the knowledge of my circumstances. I was greatly comforted by this assurance, which saved me a world of confusion and anxiety, for I must have imparted my situation one day to Narcissa, and this task I could not have performed without shame and disorder. As I did not doubt that by this time the scandalous aspersions of Melinda were diffused all over the town, I resolved to collect my whole strength of assurance, to browbeat the efforts of her malice, and to publish her adventure with the Frenchified barber by way of reprisal. In the meantime, having promised to be at the garden gate about midnight, Miss Williams took her leave, bidding me repose myself entirely on the affection of my dear Narcissa, which was as perfect as inviolable. Before I went abroad, I was visited by freemen, who came on purpose to inform me of the infamous stories that were raised at my expense. I heard them with great temper, and in my turn disclosed everything that had happened between Melinda and me, and among other circumstances entertained him with the story of the barber, letting him know what share his friend Banter had in that affair. He was convinced of the injury my reputation had suffered, and no longer doubting the fountain from whence this deluge of slander had flowed upon me, undertook to undeceive the town in my behalf and roll the stream back upon its source. But in the meantime, cautioned me from appearing in public, while the prepossession was so strong against me, lest I should meet with some affront that might have bad consequences.